Welcome to the 2021 Shadowverse World Grand Prix. This is day 2. Yesterday we had 24 of the best players in the world and only 4 advanced to the grand finals. And today we're gonna do it again. East and I are gonna hold it down at the start of the show. How are you feeling, East?
Lewis, I don't know, man. Yesterday we signed off. Things were looking bright. We had a good future ahead of us. And then the afternoon rounds came and I grew hair on my chest. I became an adult. I learned some hard life lessons. Players we thought were gonna just make it through no problem had some trouble at the end. Sadfeeder almost squeaked by and got in there, just losing out on some of the win percentages. But man, it's been a wild ride of Shadowverse this weekend, and I expect that to continue today.
Yeah, those last rounds of Swiss were crazy yesterday, and today once again we're gonna have 24 of the best players in the world and a whole nother 7 rounds of Swiss to see who's going to be in the top 4 and make it to the grand finals in Japan.
Man, I can only hope that Luis and Iggy's job this afternoon is a little bit easier, but we can just cheer our boys to victory to one of those top 4 spots. But,
yeah, Sadfeeder, he was close, but not an SBO guy did not make it to the top 8. Maybe today things are going to be different.
We have another chance today. We've got 6 fellas in the tank ready to go, ready to play some games today. Let's take a look at the format, though, before we get started to see what these guys are playing for and how the day is going to be set up. So you see here on your screen, like yesterday, we're going to have a total of 7 rounds today, 2 rotation. Those 2 pick 2 rounds in the middle of the day, followed up by the 3 rotation matches to close it out.
Yeah, the Take 2 I think is by far the best part of the tournament, and just like in day 1, from day 2 we're going to have 4 players that are going to advance again to the grand finals, which is later on in December.
Yeah, man, oh, just a reminder, folks, these rotation rounds are best of 5. You can bring 3 decks. You have to win with all 3 decks. The Take 2, however, are best of 3, which means they're going to draft the 2 decks, or potentially 3 decks. They need to win with 2, and they cannot use a deck they win with again. Is that correct, Lewis?
I believe so, yes. And on top of that, the players are fighting for a lot of money on the line. The prize pool for this tournament is absolutely insane.
Yeah, well, we talked about yesterday, people not being able to make it to the top 8, but you still walk away with a pretty sizable chunk of change. Yesterday, I believe, Sadfeeder walked away with a record of 5-2. It means he took home 1.25 million yen, about 12,500 USD. Whew.
I mean, that's pretty good, but first place getting 150 million? That's insane. You definitely want to be in the top 3 for the Shadowverse World Grand Prix.
You're definitely right. It's nice to have a decent record, 5-2, but what we're really gunning for is that first place prize, which is over $1 million USD. Although, you know what? I'm not a greedy guy. I'll take 2nd or 3rd too. That's fine.
It's still pretty good, yeah. You also get the glory, of being a Shadowverse finalist, getting to the World Finals. Yesterday we saw Senex. He made it to his 3rd top 8 at Worlds. I think that makes him the most consistent player in Shadowverse history.
Dude, that's insane. The fact that, oh my God, it's hard enough to get to Worlds once. It's hard enough to get to Worlds twice. Some people may say they come in here 3 times, and getting top 8 3 times is an impossible task, and my man has accomplished the impossible.
Yeah, it is absolutely insane. And today we're going to find out who else is going to join him in that top 8. We have a lot of great players. These are the best players in the world, and we have some of the best representing the West, the SBO region.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about the West players who qualified today.
Yeah, so we're going to have the players that qualified in 2021. We have Sai. I talked about him yesterday, but he was number 1 in the standings. He just had so much improvement over the years. Sai really came together this year, and now he's one of the absolute finest. We also have Shinsha, who won the Contenders Cup, and I want to see what he could do this year.
And then I guess looks like we're going to have all the players shown here, not just the SVO boys, but also the players who've qualified from around the world. Here you can see some of the regions, these guys like Shita Ue, Kendama, Gray, Kaki P. Now, who's I think that's on Jif's video, that was one of his top picked matches to watch him, maybe against one of the guys from SCAO in Shinsha. Well, she's not Shinsha, but Intolerance.
Yeah, you know, we're going to be rooting for the Shadowverse Open players, but honestly, at this stage, I'm just so impressed by the level of play that all the players are bringing out, and it's just very easy to become a fan of these guys. We also see Mizuni here, as well as World.
Yeah, Mizuni here, one of the players who is one of the pro Shadowverse players. He qualified online, I believe, in the host country. Right alongside him is World, who I'm not so familiar with, so I'm interested to see if we can get any of his games on stream today as well.
Yeah, one thing that is interesting is that yesterday in day one, we had players that are qualified to World Grand Prix multiple times, but for day two, all these players, I believe, is the very first time they've made it here. We have Uli Bayu, we have Foria, Makiyui, and Roy as well.
Yep. Shout outs to this man, Lewis. We have been practicing names all morning, and these names have eluded us for the longest time. 10 out of 10, my man.
I will do my best to pronounce his name the best that I can.
Yeah, we run the gambit here at the WGP. We've got names like as complicated as that, as well as W. You know.
Yeah, some simple names like Canned Coffee, right? We also have Minji God as well as KSW.
Yeah, coming out of the Korean region. I know they have 2 tournaments a year, and it's really hard to qualify because only the first place from those 2 tournaments. The KSW I'm not too familiar with, but Minji God is a guy who I feel like a couple of players kind of have him on their radar. So I'm interested to see what he's able to bring to the table today.
I definitely think players can do, you know, guys that we don't know a lot about. They're gonna show up, and with their play, they can impress us.
Yeah, I think there were definitely a couple players yesterday who kind of did that, especially within the last few. So I could see some of that similar play today. Oh, speaking of W, there he is right there.
He's got a simple name, but we'll see. I believe his play is not going to be that simple. We also have Ace as well.
Yeah, W and Ace's region, the fact that Sasamumu comes from there, you know that this is an incredibly strong region. And if their training partners are potentially the best in the world, then you expect great things from these guys as well. I hope that the pressure from from that doesn't get to them.
And there is so much pressure today. You could see on the players yesterday. Here we have the Shadowverse Open representatives, Sai, Dr. Shinsha.
You know, that is a good group of fellows right there. I'm looking forward to the great things they're going to do. But you know, we over here in the SAL region, we play by a different set of rules. All glasses, all smart, all geniuses. Got Bima, Tolerance, and Momo Ring. These guys are insane. Bima, a long-time player of the game. His dream has been to get to Worlds for a while now. He's finally made it. Tolerance, this guy came up out of nowhere this year and just really surprised everybody within the last few SVOs. And then Momo Ring, this guy, he's got to be happy to be here. He got here. Sandfeeder was able to basically secure a path for him in the Contenders Cup, and he eked right on by. So now I feel like he has a lot to prove to not only his region, but other players who says that, you know what, you only got here because of Sandfeeder.
And you know, Tolerance, he really surprised me because he's actually the only player out of the 40 players we have. He's the only guy that did not bring Forestcraft this weekend.
He doesn't believe? Look, man, I can't do 5D Latica plays either, so I don't blame him.
When you make a gamble at this level though, like everybody else says Forest is the best and they're bringing it, and he's the only one that is not doing it. So I want to see his gamble pay off. I'd like to see Tolerance do well without Forestcraft.
Yeah, not bringing Forestcraft, kind of scary, especially in this meta where Forest has not only one good deck, but potentially 2 good decks, right? You could either run Latica, or excuse me, maybe even 3. You could also run Sekka as either just separate archetypes, or you know what a lot of players have been doing this weekend, just put them together. You know what, they're good cards.
Yeah, they're both pretty good cards, so just put them both in the same deck. Another thing that I want to bring out about the SEAO boys is that 2 of them are playing Dragoncraft. They have the buff dragon, so these guys, they're really standing out because of their deck list, But I'd like to see him stand out because they're going to win, not just because they have crazy decks.
Exactly. You can't just bring something crazy and then lose it. You have to bring it and to show why it deserves to be there. Like yesterday, I believe we saw Shimon running Shadowcraft, and
yeah, he had a very spicy shadow
well.
list.
It looks like we're gonna get
here we
these
have
schedule.
the round 1 matchups. You can see some of the players that are going to face off against each other. Kaki P against W, Kendama against World.
Ooh, yeah. Shiza versus R Gray. Where's our boys at?
Yeah. Some good matchups
now.
for sure, though. Round 1, crucial. You want to start the day off with a win. We saw yesterday you can still qualify with a 5-2 record, but you want to start off strong. Looks like our first matchup is going to be now going up against Tolerance.
This was the matchup that Jiff wanted to see. He highlighted this matchup specifically because now you see over there, just waking up, clearly rolled out of bed this morning. Super expressive. Tolerance on the other hand, not so expressive. Just like a robot versus the human. Let's see here. Now's next though.
Yeah, you can see his lineup. He's bringing the 2 Sekka, 3 Latica Forest. He's got Last War Shadow, one of the few players playing Shadow, but his build doesn't even have Ceres anymore. And then he still has the tried and true Machina Portal.
Yeah, Machina Portal, such a powerful deck. But you have to be able to, really play those turns quickly once you get your factory down, as well as not burn the cards that you have in hand.
And you want to get that early tolerance. It's definitely going to be key in this matchup.
Oh, I'm tripping. That is Machina Portal. Whoopsie.
Yeah, both of these guys are playing Machina Portal. There's still a good amount of artifacts in the day 2, but these are both Machina Portal.
Yeah, it's so interesting that a lot of the really strong classes now have multiple variants of the class that you can run. So, Machina Portal, Artifact Portal, Sekka Forest, Latica Forest. We see maybe even a couple of Swordcraft decks as well. A couple folks running that OTK Swordcraft like Tolerance is right there. This deck,
yeah, has a lot more Swordcraft. You can see it in Tolerance's lineup. The combo with Ida, discounting the play cost of your cards. You have Albert Geno to just push a bunch of damage all at once. And like I said, he also does have Dragoncraft with the buff package. I'd like to see it do well because we did not see a lot of Dragon yesterday.
Yeah, Igni has been hyping up Buff Dragon in the weeks leading up to the WGP, and now he finally gets a chance to show off how good it is. So Tolerance is fighting not only for himself, but for Igni at the same time.
And again, I have to emphasize, he is the only guy out of 48 players who chose not to bring Forestcraft. Was that a mistake? Or is this guy on the next level and he doesn't even need it?
To be fair, it's hard to argue against the power that is OTK Sword and Buff Dragon. Those are still very strong decks in their own respect. And we saw people playing decks that were a bit off meta yesterday and end up almost getting to top 4, if not getting into top 4.
Yeah, we're also going to see some people that are still playing Bloodcraft, for example. There's some Shadow here and there. There's a little bit of Dragon, so it's nice to see that variety. But, I'm a Dragon guy through and through, and I don't know if I believe in Buff Dragon at this level. I need to see it perform.
Wait, you're a Buff Dragon guy? Oh, no,
I'm a Dragon guy in general.
You're a Dragon guy? No! You were supposed to be the chosen one.
And here we go, the first game of the day. Tolerance going up against Now. This is the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2021.
Day 2, let's get into it. Buff Dragon to start the day from Tolerance, though. Hey, you're going to get your wish early on here, Lewis.
Yeah, he has the Dragon. Might as well make it work right away. You see he's got the Prime Conflagration as well as the Awakening for some early buffs to the deck.
Yeah, man, look at this. On the other side now, what is this? What is this? I actually like this opening hand, to be honest.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yesterday we talked about how Shadow dominated almost the entire year. And at the very end, it just, kind of got overran by Forest and the Evil Ruin and the Machina. But some players, they still do believe in Last War Shadow. We're going to see if it's going to work out for Now.
All right, here. Pretty good opening hand from Tolerance. As expected, he'll probably get started on turn 2. The Dragon.
Yeah, get that deck nice and buff. Keep those followers chunky. And then eventually he'll get a good amount of payoff for it.
So the fact that now it's going second, he tossed away the Luna in the opening hand, ended up getting the Tyrant. And that's actually going to pay off in spades, considering he'll get that on 4 if he drops it on 2, which will really accelerate the last words for the deck.
Oh, it's exactly what you want to see from the last word Shadow. He even has the Celeste, but like you're saying, the Tyrant is probably going to be the pick.
Yeah, Tyrant 2, good to pass. So 3 last words, some incredible effects you can use to combo with things like Wicked Rebirth, Psychopomp Tour Guide.
The Whimsical Mermaid picked up 4 tolerance, a nice 3-drop. He has a pretty solid curve, making sure that every turn he's buffing the followers in his deck.
Yeah, he's got to get at least 2 to 3 buffs on all those guys. And with this deck, you know, it's been buffed over and over and over, almost as if that was Side Game's intention at the beginning.
And it's one of those decks where, like, when things go according to plan, it might look like just a very powerful deck, right? It's like you're playing followers in curve that are pretty solid, and then everything in your deck just gets stronger and stronger over time, right? You have enough buffs, your followers are going to have a crazy amount of stats.
Yeah, and that really helps with the staying power of those cards. In a lot of cases, you grind your opponent out of resources trying to get them to clear your boards, and then whatever sticks around pushes damage, and then you can just keep playing bigger and bigger followers that they can't clear.
Now you see Tolerance draw the Celestial Dragoon. I'm a fan of this card. It's one of the cards that buffs the deck, but doesn't just buff the defense, also gives your followers additional 1 attack, which matters quite a bit.
Ooh, the Drock there is actually really nice. Again, when you buff the deck, that's great, but if you have a card in hand that needs to be buffed for an additional effect, this guy helps out.
You can also enhance the Awakening if he wants to pick up some card draw as well. Although the Mermaid just seems like a nice way for him to curve out.
Yeah, you know what? I see 3 play costs. I play on 3. There you go.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, Shadowverse, you have like these very complicated plays, and then sometimes it's simple, right? Like you have 3 play points, curve out, solid early game. But he's not going to play the Mermaid. Yeah.
Coral Shark is a great pickup here, considering Tolerance has no board right now.
Yeah, when you play the Shark and it's been buffed, you know, he has a good stat line himself, and then you're going to get that Hippocampus, which is an absolute beast.
Do you think he now wants to save this Otherworldly Gatekeeper for 4 to really accelerate the last words, get the Evolve off?
Yeah, the Gatekeeper is a good follower for that Evo turn. He's definitely got to be thinking about his turn 4, you know, being the first player to have access to Evo points. But on the other hand, the Gatekeeper is just a nice 3-drop here.
Yeah, it does do a bit of healing as well to help stave off some of the damage he's going to take in these early turns.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could really see the emotions on Nao's face, right? Very animated player.
Yeah, he's a guy who definitely wears his heart on his sleeve. Tolerance, on the other hand, I'm pretty sure he hasn't blinked in like 20 minutes. So
maybe he'll blink when he gets a Tolerance later on.
There you go. Eyebrows go up a little bit.
Okay, another Celestial Dragoon picked up. Gonna go with the Drake Axel. And Coral Shark. Great tempo here. 3-4 rush. And gets the free Hippocampus.
That was not happy at all. He's like, are you kidding me? For real? This early in the game? How? Luckily, he does have a way to clear that ward.
Yeah, he does get the Tyrant proc, the curves. You know, it's a pretty good follower to work with. You can really see he's very expressive.
He's throwing
and
a
like I was saying,
tantrum, man.
when things are going the way of the buff dragon, it looks pretty good right now.
Yeah, I think especially in the early game, Coral Shark can just really steal a lot of your opponent's tempo and force them to just try and trade in, and then something usually sticks. And
yeah, I mean, that was a 2 play point. That's a 3-4, summon a 3-5. That's an absurd amount of stats.
With ward and rush, that's crazy, man.
Yep.
Alright, so here we go. Expecting to see this.
Oh, got the best
nice.
possible hit. You could see it in his face. He's pretty happy about that.
I like this guy. You know what? He might have stolen my heart too, man.
Yeah, I can see why.
Here.
It's just easy to root for him, right? Because you can see that he's so invested in the game.
Okay. The pickup there.
Born Fanatic, not the greatest.
Yeah. He can still actually do some decent clearing here, though.
Yeah, the fact that he was able to snipe the Hippocampus means that he's gonna be good pretty much no matter what he chooses to do here. He's got a good amount of option, can really keep up the count of last word followers.
Okay. Ooh, Celeste now. Interesting.
Afterlife services at reasonable rates.
I think yeah, clear out the Coral Shark there. He got himself with a pretty good sized board too.
We're gonna see how Tolerance is going to respond. Now he gets his first Evo turn if he wants it, and Celeste can get that free Evo, which is kind of nice. Like I said, buffing the deck, +1/+1,
Yup.
and has the nice Evo effects on top of that. And she's got Ward. What a fantastic follower.
That Lich's gotta go, man. He gotta go. There we go. Ah, now he
And
drops the
keeps
mermaid.
buffing the deck.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see Tolerance really making sure that his hand stays replenished with every single play.
He also picked up the Rowan. That could be a key follower in the mid game for him.
Yeah, Dragon is so prone to usually, just play out a bunch of cards ramping or just playing followers, and you end up, losing a lot of resource in late game, and you're basically top decking. Him just replenishing his hand with the mermaid, making sure that his hand is big enough for every turn so he can make some decent plays is good.
Yeah, it's funny because the way this Dragon deck works, you're not ramping like the play points to like cheat out big dudes, but you're ramping like the stats of the followers in your deck, and he's still sort of cheating out, things, right? So it's pretty cool.
So what you're saying is, Dragon stays cheating. Go on.
I do like Dragoncraft. We're gonna see what now is gonna choose to do here. Going for the Evo on the Gatekeeper, pick up the free follower out of his deck.
He's got to be pretty far ahead at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on board, I think. He might be 2 off.
And looking at his hand, if there's one follower that can answer really big followers, that Tyrant's gonna be key in the mid to late game, I feel like.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree there. Dropping
But
the doll
right now,
here.
it's a little bit awkward. He does have enough clear to answer the board, and sure, I guess the Mermaid's a 2/5. There's the 1/2 follower. It's not a ton of pressure, but you can already see how he doesn't have quite the damage to punch through these followers.
Yeah, he spent that Evo point this turn more on value and resource rather than trying to clear the opponent's board out, and now the Dragoon sticks, the Mermaid sticks. That Dragon just overstayed its welcome at this point.
Yeah, Tolerance has a lot of options. Another Dragoon, honestly, seemed nice because why not just keep buffing the deck?
I agree. And he can push the rest of that damage face. Or no, I guess he doesn't want to play on a Rowan here. Prime Conflagration, do a little bit more buffing. Then we
Yeah,
drop the
might want to
Dragoon.
wait till Overflow before getting the Rowan online.
That's true,
Celestial
yeah.
Dragoon is going to be the play. Again, a free Evo, clear, buff the deck, decent stats herself.
And he is really putting down the ringer here with these plays. Now so focused on the last words game, hasn't found a Chris yet either that he's kind of lost out on board.
Okay, he is going to get the Rowan online. Doesn't have to enhance it, he does pick up the curse, and 4/8. Pretty good with the rush.
That is a thick Rowan right there. My man's doing squats in the gym on the daily.
So yeah, the curse will hit him this turn, but he'll be in Overflow next turn, so I guess it's fine. It's going to give him some good damage that he might need to close the game out.
Let's see here, man from now. Looking like a Tyrant turn, man.
Yeah, Tyrant is going to fully clear the board, but while these followers are annoying, like these are still pretty small followers, like 2/5, 1/2. It does force the Tyrant though.
Weird feeling.
Yeah, this puts Tolerance actually in a pretty weird spot.
Ooh, that Reggie, it's 4/10.
Ooh. Good lord, Reggie. Now the question is, you can clear the Tyrant here, but can you clear both of these things?
The Rockwell not looking that good. Another Rowan is an option. Tiamat pretty good when you're in Overflow.
Yeah, Tiamat's good here. You could use Tiamat and evolve and get through one thing, but something's gonna stick. So what do you use those last 3 play points on?
I mean, could be like Tiamat, Reggie, and then maybe Evo Face. Just ignore the board.
Whoa, okay, that's how you feel?
That's spicy. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see what Tolerance chooses. It's an option.
Listen to these Dragon gamers, chat. Listen to these guys go on.
Just go Face.
I see no enemies, only one.
Let's see what Tolerance decides to do. This is the first game of the day. Every player starting at that 0/0. Okay, Reggie.
Uh-oh.
Reggie Rowan? Actually, Reggie Rowan's kind of nice.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
Victory.
Another curse.
Uh-oh.
Giving the Rowan that extra attack is actually huge. Lets him get a great trade. But I'd like to see this Reggie go phase.
Uh-oh. Is he gonna do it?
Yes.
Yes. Oh my god. Howling Conflagration here?
And now 2 Curse of the Black
One.
Dragons.
2. Oh.
Now getting kind of low in life.
Just gotta be careful though.
Oh, Kagero with the snipe.
Nice. Good pickup.
Yeah, that was a great draw, honestly. Now the Reggie's a 713, but there's the Soul Strike, there's the bike on the board. Surely he can find a way to answer it.
You could find a way to answer. So what? You drop down Kagero, run Kagero in for 4. Double Soul Strike is only 12, unfortunately, so he's still a little off.
Feel like he's gotta end with a good amount of followers on the board because you don't want to randomly die to the Curse of the Black Dragon.
That's true, yeah. Curse of Black Dragon in hand doing at least 4 damage,
Yep.
2 apiece, so he's got to keep something up so he can soak up some of those hits. It's a shame
You
though
already
he has
see-
not found his Chris.
The way Now plays, he takes his time. Again, very animated player, but seems like a very calculated player too.
Yeah, I mean he definitely is animated. He kind of shows what he's feeling, but at the same time he's not just making crazy plays.
Yeah, we're looking at potentially like trade, Soul Strike?
I'm thinking that's what it's got to be. And then use
Clock
the
is
random Soul
ticking.
Strike later on.
Or, I mean, he has to trade, right? He does
Yeah,
have an Evo available, but yeah, no, he has to trade.
It's also generated a 2/2, which is nice. Gives him a bike. If you
And
can find
getting
a
that
link stack,
one
that'd be
life back,
nice.
it's kind of nice.
I
And
like
it's with
this.
2
Yeah.
Dreamers.
If these get dropped, and then he draws a link stack, that would be awesome.
Okay, Tiamat clears, which means that the Curse is guaranteed to go phase.
So he's 3 off. Was that
A
it?
whale.
Rockwell for 3.
3
Double
damage,
curse? Yeah,
double
that's it.
Curse.
Woo! Got
Well
him.
played from Tolerance. The buff dragon looked great. He had a good curve, and he found just enough damage at the end.
As expected from one of the SEAO boys.
Yeah, it
Oh
was
my
actually
God.
Rowan that the Curse of Black Dragon really, that damage was adding up.
Yeah, that and I'm telling you, the Coral Shark turn is always
Yes.
so big when you have the buffs on him. It's so hard to get over. You spend so many resources. Now at the
And-
same time, did a great job of accelerating the last words, but he wasn't able to find a Chris to really get the payoff from that game plan.
Yeah, funny enough, he had the snipe on the Hippocampus, so it wasn't like that annoying. But still, Tolerance had too much pressure, his files were too buff, and the double Rowan gave him just enough damage.
So wait a second, Lewis. Are you telling me that Buff Dragon might be the move?
I mean, it looked pretty good here, but the day's still young. We're going to see what happens. We'd like to see the SBO players do well, though, and Tolerance, he's off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, yesterday we unfortunately started with a loss, but today, Tolerance, first one of the day, you've got to feel good with at least that first game under your belly. Like, all right, nerves are done. I know I can play well. All I have to do is pilot these decks like I practice, and things should turn out like I want them to.
On the other hand, now it's very easy to cheer for him, right? You
Yeah.
watch this guy and you just can't help but root for him.
Okay, so this next match is going to be OTK Sword versus the Last Word Shadow. I think this is the match that Tolerance really wanted. If there's a deck that can go the distance, it's this one.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the match that Tolerance wanted, but based on Now's emotion, I think it's the match that he didn't want.
Yeah. Would have maybe hoped for a portal.
Okay, we're gonna see how the sword card does. We saw maybe a little bit of sword, but this is more of the OTK focus. Got the combo with the Albert and the Geno. Need the Ida for the discounts though.
The crazy thing about this deck is you actually have to manage hand signs to some degree because you have to get all your pieces in hand while not milling other pieces, and a lot of the cards in the deck actually draw quite a bit.
Yeah, there's a good amount of card draw and a good amount of free evos to really get the Ida online.
Now, does he run this Bone Fanatic in and then Psycho Pump it, or is there a better play here? He could also
I
Wicked Reaver.
mean, how do you feel about this flying squirrel?
I mean, we could rebirth it, but it seems like a lot for a squirrel, you know?
Yeah. It's a lot of resources to be spent. The revert is such a powerful card. You want to make sure you get a good amount of value out of it.
Exactly. Being able to draw in the late game as well as summon 2 followers is hard to pass up.
Oh,
Luna's also an option.
Crazy. Yeah, Luna's kind of like a low tempo option, but it is an option.
Low tempo does get him another last words, though. Gets him a draw.
I mean, because this is not like a super board focused sword deck, he might be okay to take it slow. Now he's not under like it's not that much pressure. It's just a 1/3 squirrel.
Exactly, right. It'll take a while to clear it, but you're not really taking too much chip damage.
Ooh, Erica picked up.
Erica's really good in this deck because when Ayada discounts everything, she becomes a 0-cost follower. So you can play her out first.
Oh yeah, it's just free damage.
Yeah. You get like 6 damage. It's like Jinno, but different, yeah.
Pretty good Shadowverse card. And a Sea of Fun picked up as well, so he's got both of his cards that care about the Evos in hand early on before the Evo turn, which is nice for Tolerance.
The only unfortunate part is that he's going second. Oh, excuse me, he's going first, so doesn't have as many Evo points as he would otherwise.
Yeah, we'll see if he can find some of those free Evos in his deck. But for now, he's curbing out okay, getting that card draw.
Ooh, this turn 3, I don't know.
Tour Guide could be okay.
I kind of like Tour Guide here. His hand is really not that impactful. He wants some cards to use alongside the Wicked Rebirth. He's got tons of draw. I'd like him to actually spend a little bit of it. And to be honest,
on the other hand, if you play the Tour Guide, it's a 2/1. It just gets traded for free, basically.
How do you feel about doing the role for a Kagero here, Wicked Rebirth?
It is an option.
He'd get a Soul Strike in hand as well.
He wants to get on the board, but it's just 1/2s, so do you want to really spend your Wicked Rebirth to answer 1/2s?
That's a fair point. Looks like that he agrees, so he's going to play out the Celeste Omega here, just for the future play. Invest in the stonks.
Yeah, content to just take it a bit slow, but I feel like Tolerance is more than happy with that. He's eyeing the Sea of Phone, gonna just play it. Again, keep up that card draw his combo pieces, and there's one Albert.
Ooh, that's a good pickup in the Albert right there. The Seiphon now actually presents quite a bit of pressure. Now needs to start making moves, and luckily he's got some Evo points to do it with.
Yeah, the 1/2s, you can ignore those, but the 5/3, no way.
He's got to go.
The Tour Guide, gonna pick up some card draw.
Ooh,
and I guess it's gonna Evo Tour Guide to clear the 5/3.
Yeah, seems like the play here. Seiphon is not a guy you want to leave to hang around.
He did pick up the Soul Strike as well pretty early into the game. Could be good reward for him.
Oh, Jinno is picked up here. At this point, Tolerance is really just trying to survive until he can get to his OTK turn. So he's very happy for now to just sit here and slowly, try to stop his followers. Give him all the time in the world to get to 8 and 9. He's not that far away.
Yeah, I'm curious how he's going to play out his Evos. Choose to hold for now.
I agree with that, yeah. Don't use them unless you need to. And also, Gunslinger is a great just removal tool.
Yeah, Gunslinger, fantastic Evo follower. We're going to see the Gatekeeper coming out from now here. Once again, it feels like he's got to answer the board. It's a bunch of small followers, though.
Wicked Rebirth could be useful here. Looks like he's going to evolve the Gatekeeper, of course, to get that extra follower on board. And Bike is nice.
The Rebirth is that, like, yes, you don't want to just, like, waste it. But at the same time, you got to use it at some point. It's a pretty good Shadowverse card. Finally coming out. Going to revert the Dreamer.
So now's job here is not only to stop Tolerance from getting to 8 or 9, but even if he does, he needs to get a Chris out there so that he can potentially put up a bunch of wars to stop the OTK.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get there. Right now, just fighting for the board, getting those last words count up.
All right, Soul Striking.
Yeah, picking up double Soul Strike in hand. Maybe he can get, some lethal out of nowhere.
Get some reasonable prices here on these afterlife services.
Take some value trades.
Yeah. That Gatekeeper is a little bit of heal as well. Despite the fact that he's taken a ton of chip damage, he's actually healed up quite a bit this game.
Yeah, although I don't know how much that's going to matter once Tolerance gets his full combo online. Capable of doing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I suppose
Yeah, look at
And
this.
that squirrel is still living.
hanging.
Another Jenna though.
This squirrel may live. The other one, the magical one, he's gotta die now.
Yeah, this squirrel at least needs a 1-3, right?
Right. Yeah, Tolerance here has all his pieces, but can't really afford to
Now
play
he
any of
needs
them
some
out.
time. And exactly, like you don't want to play out your combo pieces in the mid game. So what is he gonna do? Maybe just play another Steelphone?
Yeah, I mean, he could either do the Seiphon, he could also play the Gunslinger here if he really needed to. Although next turn he would be in a really rough spot if anything big came down.
Yeah, the Gunslinger is pretty good at clearing the board. It could be a full clear if we chase the squirrel away.
Yeah.
Seems like it's gonna be the play.
Yeah, Radical Gunslinger does drop here.
Wait.
Evolve. Not the squirrel. Try again.
Yeah,
There you go.
it looked like he was harming the squirrel, which is definitely not the correct target.
This squirrel must live!
I think you trade the squirrel here, probably.
Yeah, that 5-1, no.
That squirrel definitely did his job.
No doubt about it, yeah.
Okay, Gunslinger Evo gets 3 damage. Has Bane, picks up the Steed. It's a full clear. But what about these 5 play points? Does he commit a Seophone or does he want to hold it?
It's a great question, and he seems hesitant to run into this. Really?
Oh,
Gonna
okay.
save it for the Cosmic Angel? Hold on.
But he didn't
Hold
want
on.
to trade against the Celeste? I do like the Cosmic Angel play. It's a great way to spend the 5 play points. Lets him hold the combo pieces in his hand.
Celeste is gonna trigger a follower. Normally you would say, okay, well, I don't want to trigger the follower, but the bike is out, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Celeste can just run in.
Well, Celeste can't, like, trade off here, right? So maybe that's what he was planning.
Oh,
He
that's
could
right.
force it with the Rebirth.
The 4-7 is at a really weird stat line for Celeste, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just not a clean trade. But now he does have plays. You can see him thinking.
Oh man, yeah, that's gonna clear though. Look at that. There's the board.
A
If you can
lot
find
of
a
Last
Chris.
Wars followers. But where's Chris?
Yeah, unfortunately not here. Do you
don't
opt
know
to?
Is Tolerance happy with this outcome? Like, the 3-3 Bane's not really gonna get any value.
Yeah, he can just Soul Strike it if need be.
Ripple Soul Strike in hand.
And looks like that's what he's gonna do. Yeah. And then Link Staff from
Link
the
Staff.
flank here.
Ooh, that's a good chunk of damage. Now that's, you know, becoming the aggressor here. Gonna commit the Evo point as well. That's gonna be 9 damage to the face. And he has double Soul Strike to follow it up next turn.
The problem here is Tolerance is. Oh, Great Mother's Embrace is great, but no trees.
Yeah, where's the cards to fuse?
Painful. So this is
Oh,
the
man.
issue with the deck. Now he has to worry about what do you do on 7 to get to that last turn. Now stabilized, and Tolerance is either has to spin some of his combo pieces or
Yeah,
Just
this could
lose
just be
outright.
like play Geno and it's a combo piece, but it could fight for the board.
yeah. So where you have to play Geno here, I think that's where Eric kind of picks up the slack. So he can play the Geno now and then just play the Erica next turn to get the damage instead.
Problem is that he's dead to double Soul Strike, so he doesn't really want to end with followers that could be targeted, right?
Yeah, he does have the knowledge of the Soul Strikes are in hand, so he's got to be really careful about how he leaves this board state.
Okay, gonna lead off with the Erica.
Okay,
Geno is gonna follow up.
interesting. Geno's gonna slap, yeah. Destroy an evolved follower. Killer Instincts here. I'm really
Okay, does he
worried
trade
here.
off the Erica to activate the Geno?
You trade the Erica into the skeleton, right?
Okay, now he's gonna Evo.
Oh no.
Goes phase, but that just means he's dead to Soul Strike.
Oh man. Now also had the Chris in hand, so writing was on the wall, man.
Yeah, he did not need the Chris though. Those Soul Strikes putting in work. Like I said, that damage adds up. And just like that, now it's gonna tie up the series, and we are now 1-1.
He was really close. A single turn away. Just couldn't close the gap. There was Tolerance.
Yeah, it looked like he had a solid start. He had a lot of pressure with the Squirrel, the Ramiels, but then he just had like all these combo pieces and no way to like bridge to that turn 8. I liked his Cosmic Angel play, but it just was not enough.
Yeah, it was a really spicy tech, and it made the Celeste trade really awkward. Unfortunately, now did have those Wicked Rebirths in hand from the start of the game. And he finally got a chance to use them for their maximum value. Card draw plus the 2 followers.
Yeah, Now did a fantastic job of utilizing those Wicked Rebirths, not wasting them on the Squirrels, but using them when they were exactly what he needed.
Those squirrels were allowed to live. That's cute. So
that
means
one
that
Squirrel
Tolerance
stuck
here,
around for a while.
yeah, he did. He like turn 5, just hanging out. What's going on, guys? How you doing? Just me. Don't worry about it.
Okay, here we go. Game 3, Tolerance against Now. We're gonna have OTK Stored against the Forest Graph.
So let me double check here now. Is he running a combo heavy Latica build?
So he's got 2 Sekka, 3 Latica. So he's in that camp where he's just got a little bit of everything, because all these Forest cards are pretty good.
This is actually kind of rough for Tolerance, I imagine. Whereas Tolerance's game plan goes off on turn 8, now it goes off potentially on turn 6 or 7. So Tolerance is on the back foot just at the start of the game, and he's going second.
Look at Now's face. I don't know if he likes this hand. Maybe he's just tired.
No. Hold on now. You get Arya in your opening hand, you don't care what else you get.
I don't know. He might care a little bit.
Yeah, Shamu not a great pickup either. You want to save that for later.
Yeah, again, for Forest being the aggro combo class, we've seen oftentimes these Forest players, they don't have great openers and they have to just pass.
Oh, Raccoon Enchanter's going to clean up the Ramiel here, no problem.
Yeah, the card draw is nice as well. He finally gets something to do. Cleans up the Ramiel. And Tolerance, he does have the Ida already, which is good.
Scrupulous Preparation is always a tutor for the Radical Gunslinger in this deck.
And Gunslinger is such a powerful follower.
Yeah, going up against Force, I guess you don't really need to save and hold on to the Radical Gunslinger for clear, considering all the followers in Force are pretty small.
Oh, they're pretty small until an 8/8 Latica is punching you in the face.
Well, she ate her mom to get there, so, you know.
How does Now want to respond? You can see his brain turning. He's thinking of the plays. Blast Fairy, easy answer, but what is the follow-up?
Yeah, honestly, Blast Fairy. He could also just opt to play the Raccoon. It's kind of heavy, but it is card draw. And you need to assemble the combo pieces for Latica. It's already turn 4 here. And it has no bounces. He's got no fairy, no
Yeah, maybe the
Colossuses.
Raccoon is nice because you can go Raccoon and then Axel the Blossom. So you can end with Fairies in hand, which gives him a better Blast Fairy. And then on 5, he has Arya for the leader effect.
That's true, yeah, great point. He does have to worry about getting that Arya online.
Yeah, he has to commit that turn to the Arya, but it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, a Sin would be useful here just to get that 0-cost Young Cat in hand. Any way to get some Fairy Wisps would be really good as well. Looks like the Blast Fairy is the answer, though. It's gonna opt to
Okay,
hold
what is
on.
the follow-up?
Just play the Fairy.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
He
Wow.
plays out the Fairy.
Wow. Well, he knows that Tolerance doesn't really have much of a mid-game board presence, so yeah, why not?
I present you.
Ooh, but
well,
the
there's this.
Unbundler is the perfect answer to the board.
Jeeves,
And
clean
now
up this
Alder
trash,
joins the
please.
hand.
Chives, hurry now, please.
You can
Get this
see how
riffraff
now
off of my lawn.
he takes a lot of time to think through his plays, while Tolerance, he's just more like quick about it, right?
Yeah, I really feel like Tolerance he kind of knows what he wants to do every turn. And maybe he's using that time that Now is thinking to make his think about his plays as well.
Yeah, and you know, if he's making fast plays, maybe that just speaks to the amount of preparation he's done, where like he's been in situation multiple times, so he can easily recognize it and be like, okay, we're in this spot, this is the correct thing to do.
So Now plays out the Arya here, but he's hesitating to play some of these fairies just because he needs pieces for Latica. He needs those really cheap cards in order to get her combo off.
Well, he's got 1 Fairy Wisp and 1 Bounce so far, so that's something.
They don't call me.
Ooh, safe on gonna drop here. Yeah.
Yeah, knowing that the sword combo is gonna come online on turn 8 means that now has some time to pick up the pieces, figure out how he's gonna execute his combo.
You know, now that I think about it, the safe on drop there is a little strange, isn't it?
It's a way for him
Why-
to utilize all his play points.
But he leaves up targets for the fairies. Maybe that's a bait, you know, to get him to use the fairies instead of just playing out on and saving them for Latica.
Well, another bounce picked up for now. This is the point where you start doing the math, get out the calculator.
Yeah.
How many bounces do you have? How many zero cost cards?
Abacus in hand. I think he needs at least one more zero cost card. The Phantom Bloom is a bounce as well. You got to keep that in mind.
So maybe this could be a turn to get some card draw, get a little bit of chip damage.
Ooh, okay, looks like he is going to play
Phantom
out
Bloom
the
go
Phantom Bloom.
phase, Raccoon clears, and you pick up 2 extra cards.
Not bad, yeah. I think he would have
He
hoped
has
that
one
gigantic
Evo
blossom.
as well.
Yeah, I think he would have hoped that gigantic blossom would have been a bounce.
A Wind
but-
Fairy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, missing the Wind Fairy is kind of big, right? You want that bounce and Wisp.
Yeah, actually, not just bounces. The Wind Fairy specifically, just because, yeah, the Wisp is so important here.
He's got 1 playable left over, though. We'll see if he wants to spend it anyway. 8 cards in hand, so the Blossom is not something you really want to exile, I don't think.
He could fuse in a fairy if he really wanted to.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
The tree. I don't know how useful it is this late in the game, but it's an option.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think this is the correct play. The fairies are 2-1, so just better, and he won't burn a card this way.
That's true, yeah. And if he needs it, then later on he's got a ward up, he's got a little bit of heal, got a little bit more card draw, so...
Okay, so once again,
Yo.
we're in that spot for tolerance where, like, he's got 9 cards in hand. A lot of them are combo pieces, and he's still a bit far away from getting to that 8 play points, 8 activation.
It might be okay to actually drop an Erica here. I think if you've got 2 Alberts and a Gino in hand, you're pretty good.
Cosmic Angel is the pick.
Ooh, okay.
Pretty
With the
good
evolve.
effect, though. Yeah, it's like a
Woo.
pretty solid defensive follower.
Yeah, 6/6
And
is...
that
ooh, that's a
damage
thick boy.
shield. Although shield gets broken by like any fairy, right?
Oh, or Latica.
Seka picked up for now, so now he's got both Latica and Seka in hand. 7 play points, 1 Wisp to work with. Is it
Yeah,
go
that's
time or is it gonna
painful.
wait 1 more turn?
I don't think he can afford to wait another turn.
Well, I mean he can, right? The sword is gonna be turn 8.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. So sorry. Tolerance is going
Yeah.
second here, so he does actually have some time.
Yeah, he's got potentially 1 more turn of time. But if it's not go time this turn, then
How
you know
do you
what is the
feel-
setup?
How do you feel about playing the Primordial Colossus just to get the effect? I know we
I'm gonna
talked about
tell
it yesterday. You never
Yeah.
do that, right?
I'm gonna tell you what I told you yesterday. I asked this question, and the answer they gave me was, "You never ever drop it as a settle drop."
Gives you plus
Although me
2.
personally, I mean, it sounds.
I think about it.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely think about it.
Second here, not at 20 for sure. But
And he's
after
able
next turn,
to
she might be.
clear, break the damage shield, set up the amulet. You know, maybe the extra card draw is just that extra bounce or zero cost card that he's missing.
Oof, Ari is not a good pickup though.
Yeah, I don't
Ugh.
think that's what he wanted.
Grandmother's Embrace, you know, you could just play that out. Doesn't at this point.
I will not back down.
Okay, Erica.
Well, I'll really play the Erica here in the bomb. Oh, okay, so start off his OTK turn with a bit of chip damage. I like that.
Yeah,
Killer
the kill
Instinct.
instincts, it's kind of annoying because,
Yeah.
like, if it destroys the fairy, the wisp, then you can't bounce it.
Oh, that's right. So he has to be
It's
really
actually pretty
careful.
smart.
Yeah, that first card played, and you can only play Fairy Wisp, you know, two times or 2 cards before the Fairy Wisp just gets
Yeah.
banished. The
You can
tree is
play-
not a good pickup.
Like Shamu Shama as the bait, and then still play the wisp and then bounce it.
That's
But
true.
he
You lose
only
out
has
on
one
Shama damage.
Wisp. Yeah, you do. And now it's turn 8. So before I was like, hey, he's got time. Now I don't know if he's got that much time.
Yeah, he would have really hoped that that tree was not a tree. He was like, please give me something to generate a wisp. Let me get the Wind Fairy.
Yeah, you were saying how the forest decks, they can pop off with their combo. you know, as early as turn 6, and we're now on turn 8 for now. Like, he's had more than enough time to come up with a game plan, some way to execute the combo, and this might be his final chance. And I don't think Ari is it. He gives him another wisp, means that he's planning for next turn.
I guess he has to basically go off that way. Putting the wisp in hand is nice, but it was a very expensive play.
And he still used the fairy to clear the Erica here.
I'm just saying, if he played the Primordial Colossus last turn.
Well, the clock is ticking. Now still has 3 play points. Anything else he wants to commit? Surely, now next turn he would be good, right? 2 wisp, bounce, Latika.
9 play points.
But will he get a next turn is the question.
Looking at Tolerance's hand, I don't think so. He's going to just pass on the 3 play points, and that might be all she wrote.
I'll finish you.
Okay.
Start with the Evo on the Butler.
Ah, clever. Run this damage in.
2 upwards, 1 Geno, right?
There's Ada. Ada can't swing, though.
Yeah, but it's fine. He's not going to need it. He's got Erica, Alberts, Geno. It should be more than enough damage.
Yup.
Let's see, once the combo actually goes off, the damage is there. Tolerance, he's executing properly.
4-6.
And it's just too much damage. That's another Albert on top of that. And just like that, Tolerance going to take game number 3.
Ooh, man. Nobody yesterday brought OTK Sword, I don't believe. We looked at all the deck lineups. Today, though, a couple folks running through the OTK Sword, and it looks strong in that game right there.
Yeah, actually, I think we have like 7 or 8 Sword players, and like 90% of them are OTK Sword, which is funny how that works out.
Yeah, they definitely submitted decks at the same time, I would imagine, though.
Yes, definitely.
So it's crazy how the day 1 and day 2 players alone, just that divide is such a big gap in Sword representation like that.
Yeah, as I was saying early on, there is a little bit of a difference in the players, because the players on day 2 of today, these are the guys that qualified this year, right? So they've had more recent victories, but at the same time, they're like newer to the World Grand Prix. While the day 1 players are the players that are qualified in 2020. They may be qualified again.
That would be a cool case study to see like why the deck lineups differ just on who won during, depending on what year.
Alright, well, this is 2-1 in Tolerance's favor. He only needs 1 more win, and he's gonna try and do it with the Machina Portal. Will Tolerance draw an early Tolerance?
Yeah, he does run a couple Tolerances in that deck, and seeing 1 or 2 might be able to clinch it for him.
Yeah, if you name yourself after the card, I'd like to imagine that gives you a buff where you can draw it more often.
Is that what it is? You get the the draw buff?
I would hope so.
Now's hand, though. Nothing to really shake a stick at either. If he could find a gigantic blossom, that'd be nice, but just playing out the Tree of Wonders here is fine as well.
I think, is there a world where you play the Sekka because you can bounce it on 2?
It's a bit of a greedy play. You have to consider the Enforcer might be in Tolerance's hand, and you would just lose your Sekka outright. You have to remember that the Machina Portal deck does have quite a bit of removal for really cheap.
I will say it has been a treat to watch now. He's in a tough spot right now, but you can tell he's a really good player, and I really like, you know, how animated he is. It's, again, very easy to want to cheer for this guy.
Yeah, especially considering Japanese culture, you know, they're not very expressive. This guy is kind of just against the entire wave there, and you really see how he like feels about the game and how invested he is.
Yeah, you can automatically tell that he's very passionate about it. Ramiel coming down on 2 for Tolerance. Baphomet.
Fuse is nice. The pre-fuse there for 3 is a potential ward is really good.
Yeah, but once again, we're in a situation where Forest as the aggressive deck, not the greatest early game, Tree of Wonders without a card to fuse.
There's the Blossom. That's the worst, man. You play the tree and the Blossom pops out. Come on.
Yep.
How do you feel
Tolerance
about...
might just get another Ramiel.
He could either fuse into Mega Enforcer, he could play a Mega Enforcer. Okay.
Okay, gets that card draw. It's a 3-3. He gets an Evo back, but yeah. I mean, that's an illegal play, right?
He's cheating. Alright, the Raccoon Enchanter is nice, but he's going to leave up 3-3 doing this, so... I don't know how I feel about this play.
Also, now doesn't have Arya, so he better top deck her next turn.
Yeah, you know, it's fine. He'll do it. Players of this caliber, they never don't top deck Arya. Guy like me, though, never find her.
Never. Yuan could be used just to cycle, could curb out with the Ramiel.
Also has the option of the fuse here.
Yeah, that's true. It would be the second fuse. He has Plague Mods available if he wants.
I think I want to hold on to the Ewan, maybe just for the effect. Yeah, he's only at 3. Oh, it's like he doesn't.
On the other hand, though, it's just a nice way to cycle. It's a good way to spend your play points this turn. Like, Yuan is a generically good card. It's not like a key part of the Machina game plan, so...
That's true. Just extra damage. Yeah, so this plus a Ramiel?
Yeah, I think if you are playing the Yuan, then you're gonna commit the Ramiel as well.
This makes the next turn for now really awkward.
Well, if he has the Arya...
With shields it? Oh,
oh, he does not have the Arya. So, not the greatest early game for now. No Arya on his first Evo turn. I want to see, can he somehow turn this game around, because it's looking really good for Tolerance right now.
I was gonna opt to say, what if he opted to switch it up and go for the Sekka game plan, just spin the Latica now, but it looks like he's gonna drop a Sekka.
Yeah, the Tempo Sekka is actually pretty good. I'm a fan of this play. He has another Sekka in hand, so he doesn't have to be too greedy about that. It's a good Evo effect, lets him catch up, because again, his early game was just not the greatest.
That is true. Now he's gonna leave up this, oh no, he could Elemental slash the Yuan here, actually get the full clear.
I mean, he could, but... Okay, gonna take the Sekka back.
Hey, I want some more value out of that.
He does have a second one in hand, like I was saying. Gonna take the trade though, fully clears, and then Blossom to close it out.
What's the effect on the tree that's left over? Is it heal?
He didn't get the fuse, so yeah, it's just a heal.
Yeah. Ooh, Fudo, buddy. You're not that useful right now.
Where's the Tolerance? I'm waiting for Tolerance to draw Tolerance.
See, 5 play points. You can just play the Mega Enforcer to get the free evolve here. I think that's what he's gonna do, yeah.
Yeah, the cycle is nice. Picks up a Meisha. Just free Evo, why not? Good stats.
Yeah, 5/5 for 3 is pretty good. Although he is giving up a lot of tempo here. Now can just use his time to set up maybe another tree.
But he still has not found that Arya.
Yeah.
Without the leader effect, the fairies are just not as effective. You know, these fairies, they could be 3-1 rushes right now, but instead they're 2-1 and no rush.
Weenies.
Yep.
It's gonna fuse in here. I guess he needs the card draw.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think he needs to dig. He really needs to find that Arya as soon as possible.
Uh-oh.
Okay, does go for the fuse. Pure Wonders, 2 play points. He'd have 3 left over. I mean, you don't want to ignore the 5/5 Mega Enforcer, do you?
You definitely don't. You want to let that guy...
You could second it.
Yeah, you're right. He's at 4, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward.
Costly, yeah. You could do Sekka, Elemental Slash. You could do...
You could Sekka, bounce Sekka, replay Sekka, and then it would be at 5. And then you get a Wisp for your troubles.
Ah, that's true. You could do that.
But at the cost of a bounce, so I don't know. It's a big commitment.
Yeah, now is trying to balance this game plan of spending resources to clear the board, but also keeping enough pieces in hand for his Latica.
Yeah, and you can see he actually really values that second Sekka, because both of these turns where he could have just committed 1 Sekka while having the second one in hand, he still opted to, you know, have 2 available. He's got 2 Laticas, 2 Sekkas, but no Arya leader effect.
And with Tolerance's game plan basically being able to just get to Belphomet before things go sideways, he's really getting a lot of time to get there.
And what a draw for Tolerance. He had a good early game, but he was kind of lacking great proactive plays. But this pickup here, Spinaria, Keeper of the End, fantastic as a 6-drop.
Whoa, thick barrier. You love to see it.
I like him spending the Evo because he has the Mega Enforcer in hand anyway, so might as well commit the resources and push that lead.
take a look here. How many elemental slashes does Now run? Most players run 1 or 2. I don't think many folks run 3.
Can you check that he plays triple area while you're in there?
Yeah, so he only runs a single elemental slash, so damage for getting rid of that shield is kind of off the table. He has to run followers in. And then you said how many areas he runs? 3.
Yeah, but I don't see them.
Hey, I'm just reporting the stats as I see them here, man.
Yeah. Oh, what is the play for Now? How does he answer? Because this is quite a board from Tolerance.
Yeah, that shield evolved. The Prevo there was huge.
Yeah, the Barrier Artifact, 6/7 Ward, and the Bane. I also like him going with the Airstrike to keep up the pressure.
Oh, okay.
Once
hold
again,
on.
Sekka coming online. She is going to do a good amount of damage on her Evo.
Interesting. Pulls her back.
Man, Now's doing a good job of maneuvering his hand, just trying to work with what he has. But it's like he's committed, resources, combo pieces, doesn't actually have Arya, so while he has Latika and the Sekka, I just don't see how it's going to come together at the end.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a way where maybe he switched his game plan earlier up in the game and opted to just play out Latika to accelerate the Sekka followers removed, and then use that as a win condition. If that would have maybe changed the outcome of this, as we see here.
I mean, we have seen Latika be used as mid-game clear, and she's actually really good at that.
Yeah.
Tolerance gonna keep up the pressure here though, gets the full clear, picks up both the Baphomet Tentacles, and keeps going face.
Meanwhile, Arya went out to get cigarettes and never came back, and I don't know what Now does here, man. This is really, really crazy if he doesn't spin the Latika this next turn.
Well, now he doesn't have an Evo point, so if he draws an Arya, he wouldn't even be able to Evo her unless he commits to getting the Sekka spell. But now he only has 1 Sekka left in hand.
Double tentacle out.
There's the Arya.
You hate to see it, man. You hate to see it.
If there was Arya, on turn 4, I feel like this game would have been so different for Now.
They say you don't need Arya to win, but man, she sure helps.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, he does have the Sekka, can use the spell to Evo the Arya if that's what he wants to do.
That's true.
It is a bit late, but is it better late than never?
I think that's how he feels about it. He is going to be able to clear pretty much everything but this
It just makes his deck infinitely better, right? That leader effect is so crucial. Now he can balance the Sekka if he wants. Sekka was a 10, so, Sekka win condition is a possibility. But he also does have double Latika in hand.
Well, he's gonna just save this, let the fairy get the buff, have a double ward here, and Tolerance is one way. Oh my god, one turn away from that Baphomet, but the pickup with the Combustion Demon is so good there. He's
only missing the Tolerance. If he had a Tolerance in hand, I feel like he could be closing the game out very soon. But Tolerance, he's working his way towards that Baphomet on 9. We've seen Baphomet just, take over the game, right?
Yeah. And if Now isn't able to find a complete OTK with Latika, then I don't know what he does.
But was Now able to buy himself just enough time? At the end of the day, he did get the Arya leader effect. He does have double Latika in hand with 2 Fairy Wisp and a bounce.
4, 5, 6, 7. I don't think he actually has enough cards in hands to play out.
Well, he gets 1 top deck.
That's true.
Mega Enforcer. Gonna be used to clear here for Tolerance. He knows he just has to hold on for 1 more turn, let the Baphomet close the game out.
Get rid of that Sekka, and then Ramiel is nice.
Yeah,
Very
I
annoying.
like Ramiel. It's a good defensive tool, might keep him alive.
Also, the Armor Tentacle here going to be able to help stave off some damage. Heal up back to 20.
Okay, I think Now it's just gonna go for it.
He has to. He's got no choice. Yeah, you play out the...
Yeah, this is it.
Wisp
Okay,
first.
how much can he do? Double Latika.
Let's see it.
He's going for it. He's got
2
Wisp. About to get a lot of play points back.
Race.
6. He still has a bounce, another Fairy Wisp.
It hit
Raccoon
the...
for card draw.
Oh yeah, hit the Ramiel. Get rid of Ramiel. She's annoying. She soaked up the damage from that first embrace, and that might have been a mistake.
Probably should have answered her first. Gonna bounce the Wisp. It's
Double
another
Wisp
Whisper Shovel.
again.
6 cards played. He needs 6 more. But with all the
7,
0 cost cards in hand, I think he
8,
could do it.
9.
Now found a way to survive. No Aria until turn 7. But he did get it
Does
online.
he find it? There's the Shamu Shama. He's got
Yeah,
the...
he gets the spells. He's got the Embrace.
Oh my god.
Got the Raccoon on top of it.
Yeah, Raccoon could run in.
Clock is ticking. He's got to go fast.
And
He
then
should have the
Embrace.
damage here.
Yeah. And then Embrace. Embrace. Big hugs.
Both Latica's
gonna get it
activated.
in time.
That's
He's gonna get it
way
in
too
time.
much damage.
He's gonna get
How did Now turn this game around?
That was incredible. Now was on the back foot from the start. Couldn't find the Aria. But as soon as he did, had to use the made-up evolution points from Sekka to get there. That was crazy.
Like I said, Now found a great way to maneuver his hand. And I think that game is a good example of why we see players, they're playing both Sekka and Latica. Without those Sekkas, Now would not have been able to survive the mid-game, and then it was still the Latica combo that closed the game out.
So that means that this next game is actually going to be a Machina mirror.
It all comes down to this, and it may come down to who could draw the tolerance and get the most out of it.
Yeah, fingers crossed here. So keep in mind that I think both these guys are running a single comp if Gana's a Rebirth in their decks. Let me just double check on Tolerance's side. No, actually Tolerance not running the Rebirth. But I don't think in this matchup it's going to be too
Okay,
necessary.
they both have one.
Oh, hold on.
Wait a second. The Genesis artifact has been such a good follower this entire weekend.
Oh yeah, especially with the Tolerance already in hand, it's so good.
They have pretty similar hands, which is kind of funny. Both have Tolerance, they both have Belphomed.
This means we're going to see a really good match between both of these guys, and this is going to decide it to see who gets that 1-0 to start the day.
Oh, there's so much pressure, so much on the line. I can really feel it.
Ooh, great pickups there from Tolerance. And he's going second, which means he can react to the plays that Now makes to maybe potentially reduce his Tolerance down faster than Now can.
Yeah, but now he also has a pretty solid curve, can go Master Chef into the Colossus Omega.
This gets answered by, yeah, the Enforcer easy though. No problem.
Yeah, Enforcer, fantastic follower, can be used to rush, and it's going to give him the fuel to fuse into that Belphomet.
Yeah, now that Tolerance going down to 27, this is going to be the war of numbers.
I wonder if he's still
feels
going to Axel the Colossus. There's no target for it, but he might want to just get that online anyway.
And that's a possibility. It also doesn't leave him with a target for Tolerance to run into. Yeah, he doesn't play anything there because he. Oh my god!
A second Tolerance.
All right, yeah, Tentacle here is good. Tentacle here is very nice.
This is what I want to see, right? Tolerance with the tolerances.
Resonance. Oh, you love to
one
see
for
it.
Now as well.
You love to see it. Now, Resonance not active this turn, so he cannot use the Colossus Omega to get over the Tentacle there.
He's
It'll
still
stick
gonna
around.
just play though, yeah. He can't just pass 2 turns in a row. Genesis, it's a lot of stats.
I like this a lot.
It's the one of
here.
Genesis, but man, when it comes online turn 4, you really feel it, an absurd amount of stats.
And look at Now's hand. It's so heavy. He has to commit the Combustion Demon here, or I guess he could fuse in, but that's only one fuse, right?
Yeah, his tolerances are sitting at 30 play points.
Ramiel is going first is not great here. He barely clears any. This is so big for Tolerance.
Yeah, I feel like he's gonna get a nice lead here, and having a lead in the board means that he can reduce his tolerances and, you know, be able to play them first to close the game out.
Yeah, the only option here I see is Combustion Devil or Demon and Ramiel. But it still doesn't feel good because you can't hit the Tolerance. Or excuse me, the
Doesn't
Genesis
feel that
Artifact.
great. but at the same time, he doesn't have an option. We are going to see Combustion Demon. We'll see where the hit goes.
We run into the follower that basically takes no damage. Yeah, the 3-1.
Yeah.
And
does he commit the Ramiel as well? I mean, if he does, like, look at his hand. He's got nothing. Those tolerances are not being played.
Oh, that's the worst
doesn't
target.
Even answer.
Oh, Tolerance gonna play the Mega Enforcer here just to push his advantage.
This is your turn. You have to take the lead.
And he's gonna do it,
Discount
man.
those tolerances. Push as much damage as possible.
Face.
Look at the tolerances going from. Oh, big
that's
discount.
Not that bad. That's not that bad. Gizmo Enthusiast is actually pretty good here.
It's a good draw for now. He definitely needs the cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Goddess.
How does a Rebirth? Interesting.
Not
A little
the
heavy.
greatest.
Seraphic Blade is definitely coming down here, though.
I mean, this really feels like it's Torrance's game.
Yeah, I mean, the Mega Enforcer, he wasn't able to clear the board off the Genesis artifact. Ooh.
It's funny because they both have similar hands, but for now, he's double tolerances. Right now, they're bricks. While for tolerance, he has them, and he has, you know, a bunch of other resources he can use.
All right, so this, he has to actually commit these to the wards. He can't clear the 5/5 or the 4/4.
That's a lot of damage left on the table.
Yeah. All right, Seraphic Blade here. Oh, Dawn Splendor,
No,
actually.
takes the Dawn Splendor, yeah. No good targets for the Seraphic Blade. But he still wants to use his play points. This is going to discount his tolerances by 7. They'll be down to 13 play points. Still not playable. He's at 12. There is 9 damage left on the table.
That's painful. And then Bell
Fuse,
fuses
he
game.
gets the storm, right?
Yeah, that's game. Oh.
And Tolerance is going to take it 3-2 over now.
That was incredible. Even with the Dawn Splendor, picks up the W.
What a set of Shadowverse. He did not need the Tolerance. I like what I saw from Tolerance. Again, the only player to not bring Forcecraft. He did not need it though. The buff dragon was solid. The OTK sword was there. And then he closed it out. Perfectly played with the Machina portal.
Yeah, I mean, despite all that, it was still a very, very close set between both these players. 2-2 going down to the final game. Nearly identical hands. I really think that the game changer there was the Genesis artifact drop and the fact that Tolerance actually went second.
And just in that set, I have become a big fan of now. But on the other hand, it's great to see an SPO boy get an early win. A great start for Tolerance.
Yeah, man, if you're Tolerance, you gotta feel good. Get that early one under your belt. Get the jitters out for the day. Like, all right, let me just keep playing like this, play my best. I practice with these decks, and we just ride on to that top 4 spot.
Yeah, and I feel like for him, it might be really good because he does have that unorthodox lineup, and getting that early win is going to give him that validation that he did make correct choices. Because I'm sure in the back of his mind, he must be like, man, if 47 guys have Forest and I don't, like, did he make a mistake?
That's definitely like a scary thing to think about. Like, all right, pretty much everybody else, and
like legit,
me.
he's 1 in 47. That's a crazy number.
But look, the way he piloted those decks in that first game, I'm very hopeful about the rest of his run today.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the other Shadowverse players did. You know, we'd love to see a Shadowverse Open player make it to the finals, but it's going to be a tough road. We have 7 rounds of Swiss today, like yesterday. And again, these are the best players in the world.
Well, guys, what a way to start the day. With some great Shadowverse action. Get one of our boys to get a dub through in the first round. But look, if you're looking forward to more of that, don't go anywhere because we've got more Shadowverse action coming after this short break.
Welcome back. This is day 2 of the 2021 Shadowverse World Grand Prix. We're now heading to round 2. Swiss, it's still rotation, best of 5.
Yeah, man, this is the second round. We're going into the day. We saw in that first round, our boy Tolerance got the dub over now. What a great way to start the day.
Pretty good start, but I need to know, how did everyone else do? We need to see those results. I'm hungry for it.
Yeah, man, how great it would be. Yesterday, you know, our SVO boys unfortunately had a rough, rocky start to the day, but I have a feeling, Luis, that today we might have the golden run. Imagine if we can get not 1, not 2, not 3, maybe 4 players through. Oh, how nice.
I'm gonna settle for 1. I will take one West boy in there.
You gotta be greedy, man. You don't save the cards for turn 8. Play them now. Just do it.
Yeah, we had a great round 1. I like the way Tolerance played. I'm very impressed. Great to see him do well, and hopefully the other SBO guys did good as well.
Looks like we're gonna get the stats up here for the standings. Ooh, let's see. Beeman in first place. Let's see.
We have Sai got a win as well. Shinsha 01, Dodo 01.
Ooh, and then yeah, also Momo Ring 01 on the standings there. So we got about a 50-50 split here. I'm feeling still pretty good about these chances.
Okay, not too bad. We see at the top Kaki P, Misuni, Minjigan. So they must have gotten, and Bima as well, right? So they must have gotten either 3-0s or, you know, it must have gone well for them.
Yeah, so Mizuni, again, one of the players from Japan who is basically in the Pro Shadowverse League. So I think for today, he might be the favorite to win or to make it to top 4.
And here we see the round 2 matchups. We see Minji God going up against Sai, Bima against Foria.
Tolerance against KSW. Ooh. I need to see what the rest of our boys are.
He needs to maintain that momentum. We also see Duck Dodo going up against Momoring.
Oh, you hate to see it. They've already started this early in the day. Why we gotta kill ourselves, Lewis? Why?
It's gonna happen, right? At least let somebody get a W. And as we saw yesterday, a 5-2 record could be good enough.
Yeah, I was really surprised. You know, we finished up the day on our side just taking a look at the players like, man, 5-2 is going to be rough to get through, but actually quite a few 5-2s qualified. So I'm looking forward to, even if we take a couple losses, we can still get through there.
And here's going to be our matchup. We have Bima going up against Foria. Bima has a very interesting lineup because while he has a standard forest, his OTK sword is a little bit weird. He only has 1 Albert, but because of that, he's made room for 2 Advent of Peace.
The Advent of Peace is a card we've seen a lot of players teching in this weekend, and yesterday to finish the day, Chimon made great work of that in the Shadow deck, so I'm really excited to see what Bima can do with it today.
And that's not all. This guy, he's playing Tolerance in Artifacts. Kind of like with the Forest players, you have, you know, Tolerance is good, so why not just play it in Artifacts too?
You know what Artifacts do? Damage. You know what Tolerance has? Damage. He also running the single copy of the Advent of Peace in that deck as well.
Yeah, seems like he's really set on that being a great tech for this weekend, and it might come up if you use it to clear a factory. That could be a huge tempo swing in his favor. We're going to see if that's going to work out for him. Bima, he's also have Forest with the 2 Sekka, 3 Latika split.
You know, I think I prefer the 2 Sekka, 3 Latika split just because you give yourself enough Sekka to where you can spend 1 if you need be, like we saw in those early games from now, and still have another one left over just in case you need to pivot and run the Sekka game plan.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sekka's a follower, you can get good value out of her, and you can bounce her and keep using her over and over. While the Latika, you know, you need to see her for those huge combo turns.
Of course, the 3 RA, a little bit different in his deck. Actually, both these guys running 2 Sin Stormclaw cats in their Forest deck. Taking a look at Foria's lineup here, looks very, very similar to Beamless. I don't see any crazy splits. I think he also runs, just 1 Sekka.
Yeah, so funny enough, their lineups are pretty much the same, except that Bima, he's got these crazy or great techs, depending on who you ask. While Foria, he's got the same decks, but just like keeping it consistent, nothing crazy. OTK Sword, but he's got, you know, all the Allbirds. Portalcraft with the artifacts, no tolerance.
Interesting, in Foria's deck, he's also running the 1 of Dramatic Retreat. I guess just for a little bit of card draw. I wonder what the target is for that card. This seems a bit more mid-rangey, actually. He's got the Assault Knights as well. He's got a couple of Sarahs, Maiden of the Dawn in there.
That's true. He's even got that Tempest Lair in there, so maybe a little bit of flair to his swordcraft, a bit more mid-range. We saw from Tolerance the power of the Ida into discounted Albert and Geno, though, just an immense amount of damage.
Yeah, things like Erica, Geno, Albert just eat up your opponent's defense on turn 8, and it's basically unstoppable once they get there. But yeah, I'm interested to see how he pilots this mid-range or this mid-game compared to now in the first round.
Yeah, this is going to be a great set. Both of these guys, they won the round 1, so they're off to a great start. You definitely want to start the day 2-0. We have Bima representing the SBO going up against Foria.
Yeah, again, we see the same classes, but the decks are actually quite different here. Lots of different little techs, lots of differences in the way that they approach each of the classes. For example, Foria has that mid-range-esque or heavy sword. Meanwhile, Bima's going for a hard OTK here, and then Bima also running that Tolerance. Ooh.
Pretty spicy, but I like it. Can you tell me a bit about Bima's journey to the World Grand Prix, how he qualified? I believe this is his first time here.
Yeah, Bima has been doing a ton of work. He really worked his butt off last year, where unfortunately was not able to make it through. But this year, he really came into it with a more, what's the word I want to use here? Gung-ho attitude. He was way more serious about it. He put in a ton of work this year, qualified in stunning fashion, and actually got here through points.
And here we go, round 2, the Shadowverse World Grand Prix. We have Foria going up against Bima.
Ooh, SVO boys, raise your dongers up. Ooh, what are we gonna do on this mulligan though?
And we're going to start with a forest mirror match. Again, both of these guys, they have the Seka and the Latika in the same deck. We've seen the power of these cards, but I can't stress enough, that Arya, such a key card for the mid game of Forestcraft.
Yeah, knowing that this is a mirror and they both run at least 3 copies of Seka, we're likely going to see the first person to assemble the combo pieces taking the victory here. So Seka as a win condition might be really hard to run.
Yeah, we have, the Latikas for both players at 3-0. Seka, it's 1 for Foria and then 2 for Bima. We're going to see how that plays out. Looks like it's Bima leading, and he's got the Blossoms for that early double fairy in hand.
Yeah, Bima to begin with the Blossoms here is a really good start. Now, if you can find that tree next turn, that will be goated.
Yeah, he's got a good start. We've seen a lot of times the Forest, all their cards are cheap and they're supposed to be an aggro deck, but sometimes they just get started a little bit slow and it takes until the mid game to really pop off. So it's good to see Bima here with some good early game plays. Because on the other hand, Foria, again, he's got no turn 1. Trio Wonders on 2 without the fusion is just not that good.
Yeah, now, this turn 2 is kind of awkward, right? You could either play a fairy or you could save the fairy for the Phantom Bloom, for the Storm next turn.
It is a little bit of
play
pressure.
Here.
Yeah, he could also just pass, hold fairies. You could see him doing some math, thinking, some turns ahead.
So he is going to opt for the fairy here. Oh, both of them, really?
I like this play because as the first player, he can put on some pressure, get that chip damage, and it's going to make it easier for him to close the game out later on.
No!
He can bounce a fairy, it's fine.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he can't bounce fairy with the Phantom Bloom here, so he gives himself the option plus the damage. I think he was counting the amount of removal spells that Foria had in the deck last turn. So he took the risk here, paid off, and now he can bounce, get the damage, and fuse to the tree for
the Trio of Wonders come out for Foria without the fuse. I think, Bima's going to be happy about that, knowing he made the right read to go on the aggressive with his fairies. He cashes in the face damage, and now what is he going to do with his play points?
Yeah, I think the Phantom Bloom here, it feels like such a good play. You bounce the fairy, get back, put in a tree.
It's the most aggressive play, but you also have to consider, hey, why not just develop the Alberta leader effect?
That is true, yeah. Alberta, you definitely want to get that online as soon as possible. You do also, if you save it, you can potentially leave it for turn 4, where you can maybe get a clear, bounce around.
Also just play Fairy Slugger. It's more pressure, get a fair width to the hand.
Bima recognizing that his win is going to come from Latica, so he needs to find a way to play the Wisps. And the Fairy Slugger drawn by Foria there.
Well, he has to clean Alberta because he can very easily get that leader effect online and use it to clean up.
Yeah, the Fairy Ward there is actually kind of annoying. Needs to run something into this.
Okay, trades the Fairy. Now we are going to see the Phantom Bloom.
Nice.
He can use that Fairy to fuse into a Trio of Wonders and, you know, curb out, utilizing all his play points. No wasted movement from Bima here.
Nice. Picks up the Wind Fairy as well. Gonna need that for the Latica combo. Now he just needs to find Latica. A couple more pieces.
Well, they both need to find Arya. Neither player has access to that, again, very key card here. Ooh, the Latica coming out. Again, we've seen Latica, a very potent finisher, but she's also a great mid-game follower, and you need to stabilize the board.
Yeah, so that's what's gonna happen here. He's just gonna run both in, gonna save the Latica spell for his second Latica hand. I like that.
Yeah, and the heal from the Trio of Wonders is actually quite relevant, since Bima was going on the aggressive. That extra 2 life could go a long way.
How
but
do you
again,
feel about
no Arya.
Yeah, how do you feel about the collecting the combo pieces from both these players as far as Foria and Bima are concerned?
Well, Bima, he's got, you know, double wisp and get another one from the Slugger. He's got bounces. Like, he's got good combo pieces, but he's missing, like, where's the Arya, where's the Latica, where's the Sekka? On the other hand, Foria, he already developed the Alberta leader effect, so that's nice for him. And he does have the Latica, and he has the Latica spell already, so maybe Foria is a little bit ahead in that regard.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He got the Latica 0-cost spell already queued up. He's got another Latica already waiting in the ranks.
I mean, you cannot ignore the Latica.
Yeah, Latica cannot be allowed to stick, for sure.
Yeah, there is no way. Sen gonna come online for Bima, gonna pick up that young cat. So again, he's got a bunch of the combo pieces, but he doesn't actually have any of the payoff.
Yeah, interesting to note that most of the year, Bima actually went with the tag Young Cat as his SVO tag. So.
Oh, that's great. I love that. The young cat's such a cool follower.
Let's see here. Gigantic Blossom as a pickup is not bad, but yeah, he needs to find a Latica or an Arya.
Yeah, he's got all the combo pieces, but no... Like, where's the payoff? Where's the Sekka? Where's the Latica? Not even an Arya.
Yeah, meanwhile on Foria's side here, the Slugger's gonna come out. And I guess he needs the Wisp there. Gonna play the second tree just because, you know, get it out of hand, get some value out of it before you go off with your Latica turns.
And he's also going to commit the Evo to the Fairy Slugger. It might be time for a Grand Slam, picking up 2 fairies. It's 2 life for his trouble.
Okay, this is kind of awkward for Bima.
Oh, it is very awkward.
Yeah, I don't... The 4/4 plus the bodies are a little much to contend with.
He was able to at least set up the Alberta, but one Alberta, like, it's not gonna be enough. He's gotta find where the rest of his damage is going to come from. He can just keep trying to set up his combo pieces, like playing the Slugger, pick up another Wisp, and just hope that when he does draw that Latica, he already has all the cards set up for it to pop off.
Right. Trying to think, are there any big brain plays here? You definitely don't let the 6 damage through.
No, I don't think so. But he only has 1 Evo left.
Yeah.
And you still are hoping for the Arya. We saw from, you know, the last set, even a turn 7 Arya could still be so impactful.
Yeah, Bima's also, from the early game, he committed a lot of followers on board, so maybe he's going to try the game plan that we saw now go with last game, and maybe try to use Sekka as a free evolve on Arya if he draws one.
Okay, just going to go with Fairy Slugger. Like I was saying, he can just get as many 0+ cards in hand. He's done a great job of that. And the idea here is that, hey, if he does eventually draw his combo pieces, his finishers, his payoff, then his hand will be set up for it. You can see he's got, bounces, Wisp, but where is the Latica?
Yeah, he needs it, and this is a big turn here for Foria. He's got the Latica in hand, he's got a bunch of pieces, but he doesn't have a Wind Fairy. Ooh.
Yeah, so Foria, he's got a little bit less of the actual combo pieces, like the bounces and the Wisp, but he does actually have double Latica.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Raccoon could be used for some card draw as well. He even has the Slash on top of that.
I like
he
the
also has the
raccoon
Alberto
here.
leader effect.
And I kind of like just the raccoon here. Maybe, do you want to save you need to save the slash? Maybe no.
I mean, he might be looking to save it. The fairies are not that much pressure. And from his perspective, like, Bima's set up so many Zero Cost cards in his hand. Surely
Yeah.
Foria must be thinking like, hey, this could be my last turn. I could lose to Latika next turn. Maybe he needs to go with a Fairy Slugger, get that life back, and just try and play as safe as possible.
Wow, spins the Embrace. They're very surprising, but does find the Wind Fairy. And the Colossus for a second bounce. That might be the pieces he needs.
Yeah, the Raccoon doing a great job picking up key cards, clearing the board, and that extra Fairy Award putting him at 17 could actually be absolutely crucial. Bima does not find the pieces he needs.
Yeah, that is a heartbreaker. He's got all this gas, but no spark. Blast Fairy, great. You know, the zero cost Wisp he's got. He's got the Wind Fairies in hand set up, but he doesn't have his key combo starter, Latika.
Yeah, no Latika, no Sekka, and he does play double Sekka too. Gonna do his best to clear the board. He might be forced to commit the slash here. He can try and get the Alberta to clean up as well, maybe push a little bit of damage. But man, Bima, he just doesn't have that much to work with.
I don't know, look man, I'm trying to think of the big brain plays. He could have board locked for you right there.
That might be the biggest brain play. Yeah, try and go for a board lock, make it awkward for Foria to set up aiming condition.
Yeah, although he does have bounce, so I guess that's a consideration.
Yeah, that's true. Against Forias, that might not work out. Gonna try and recycle the Tree of Wonders. It is gonna give card draw. Try and help him find Latika, but it might be too little too late because Foria, he's gonna have 7 play points, Wisps, zero cost cards, and you know, he might just be looking for the Latika game.
Yeah, I don't know if Bima has an out here. If he somehow manages to hang on after the next turn, that second draw has to be Latika.
Gets the ward, picks up a Raccoon, still no Latika, and Foria, he's going for it. I think Bima knows it. He sees the fairies comes out, and this is probably the end for him. We'll see if Foria can execute properly.
Clever little emote there because they've got the same leader.
Yeah, pretty interesting. There was a game where neither player had access to the Aria, and you can see they could still make it work. Like, the Aria helps out so much, but the best players in the world, they could still find ways to make it work without the Aria.
Oof, all right, good hit there. Hold on.
Walter,
Hold on.
Ranger of the
Hold
Forest,
on.
did he account for that? Because
I think he didn't. He might be locked. Oh no! Really?
trade off the fairy.
Oh my god! Yeah, you can trade off the fairy, I suppose.
Carissa, think.
Uh-oh.
The way he animated, like the way he pointed his beam, it maybe seems like he was not ready for that Waller.
Yeah, okay, so he trades in here, gets the wisps down. Wisp. Go to 7.
Yeah,
8.
because now
wait a second.
he doesn't have a target for the Elemental Slash
Oh no!
because he was forced to trade to generate board space.
Ugh.
8 cards played, clock is ticking.
No! Shamu
No,
for 3. Oh
he's
no!
one shy. The Latika is not going to get the storm, and Bima has been gifted another chance.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
No, he doesn't draw the Latika either. His
does have
hand
the
is like
Raccoon Enchanter,
so
hold
set
on.
up for. Oh, that's true. Wait a second.
Raccoon Enchanter here. He would have to gamble and hope off. Yeah, so he's gonna gamble these here and
Yeah,
hope
I mean,
the
at this
Enchanter.
point, he has to go for it, right?
Let's see
Okay,
it. Let's
Raccoon,
see
what do you
it.
got?
Starts with the magic leap.
Oh, wait a second.
No,
It's Aria,
it's a legendary,
not Latika.
but not the right one.
Well, hold on. There's still a chance, right? Maybe Foya has wasted all of his resources
Yeah,
and
he did
Bima
spend
can come
the
back.
majority of his resources there. And it came down to the execution when he was planning his turn. It looks like he did not account for the Walder, and it actually cost them.
All right, so yeah, you run in the Sen here, produce them and stick around. Take out the
The funny
wall.
thing
Don't
is
leave
that-
anything up, man.
Like, Foria, he doesn't have a lot of resources now, and if he can't close the game out, then he's just going to give Bima time to find his Latika, And as soon as Bima finds the Latica, then you know the game is going to end for sure.
Bima, yeah, I don't like committing a follower here to the board just because you need space.
He's thinking about it. He still has 3 play points to work with. Double young cat.
So if he commits a follower now, he has to spend his Wind Fairy next turn. But if he doesn't, he can just potentially play an Aria if he doesn't find... Yeah, like this. If he doesn't find the Latica.
And he doesn't find the Latica. At this point, he's drawn almost half of his deck. Has not seen the Latica. But now, what does Foria do?
Yikes. Rebuild, man. Gigantic Blossom.
He's got the Shamu's Antics. Can use to clear a Wisp.
All right.
Does have the Latica to work with. Just gonna play the Blossom for 6 play points.
This game has been an intense ride, man. Holy crap.
Still no Latica for Bima.
Latica check. Come on. We've dug through half the deck.
Where is the Latica? And all of this because Foria did not account for that Walder, Ranger of the Forest.
Also, no Sekka either, which means he can't use the Freevo on Aria.
That's true. I wanted to see Blossom, the Blossom.
Now that would be a big brain play.
Because he doesn't have a lot of board space to work with. And
He doesn't really
he's
need
just
the Blossom
waiting for the
either.
Latica.
Yeah, he doesn't need the Blossom at this point either. He's got enough 1-cost and 0-cost followers in hand to...
The Aria just a bit late again. Neither player has having the Aria this game.
Ooh, yeah, be careful your
Bima
hands,
really
buddy.
going all out, getting so many circus cards. Balancing the set. Actually, I like this.
Wisp, get that banished, yep.
Okay, wait, he's going for the Shamu Shamu play then, right? Just utilizing the Wisp right now. It's the board space. Clock is ticking though, he's gotta go fast.
He knows that one of the cards is the...
Did he account for his Walder?
I hope so. He knows that one of Foria's cards is the Shamu Shamu token card, so he's only got 2 cards in hand, so yeah, just go and push as much damage as possible for now.
Wait, but is he gonna... Okay, he neutralizes it with the spell, and then double trades. Now he's just fighting for the board. I like this
Hold
though.
on.
Yeah, he knows the resources have been spent for Foria, so now he's like unironically playing for the board.
Ooh, Blast Fairy here is pathetic.
That's not the top deck that Foria needs. And he's going to concede. Wow. Very well played from Bima. I like his change of strategy. Realizing he wasn't going through win with a big combo, he started fighting for the board. But really, this game comes down to Foria misplaying his combo.
Yeah.
He did not account for the Walder, was 1 card off, and did not have the damage.
Yeah, that was so painful. You saw he was ready to go through, and then the second server came out, I was like, wait a second. Oh no, I ran out of board space. Wilder, what are you doing, man? Get out of here!
Yeah, and by the time he realized, like, he'd already committed so many cards to that combo, and he ended up with a play where, like, he just didn't get enough, and he had no follow-up.
That means that Bima's gonna take the first game of the set. Now he's got to run it through with either that OTK sword or that Machina portal. Which one is it gonna be?
Yeah, and again, these are the classes for Bima where he's got those spicy techs, the 1 Albert, but double Advent of Peace, or the tolerance in artifacts.
Man, I would love to see his spicy techs actually come through and you know, with the he's a kind of player who I feel like if he's got confidence, he does better. He's one of those guys who if he feels it, he's gonna play way better. So with knowing that, I'd love to see his actual techs come off here in these next couple of games.
And that's what you were saying, right? The way he approached this year compared to the other years was being more confident in himself, taking a different attitude, and it's really paid off for him. Bima looking fantastic.
Oh, okay, wants to run it through with the OTK portal here. This is going to be an uphill match. We saw now in versus Tolerance in the last game, you're really trying to fight against a turn 7, turn 8 lethal, where you're running turn 8 lethal as well.
Yeah, it might be a bit rough just because of the nature of Forest being a little bit faster, but that said, we're going to see if Bima can hang on and get to that turn 8, because on turn 8 we've seen the power off the Ida, discounting and enabling some insane combos.
All right, off the drop, he's got the squirrel. That guy did so much work in the last that last round of games. Looking
Yeah,
forward
in
to
one
a
way,
repeat performance.
the Bima can mitigate that disadvantage of being a bit slower is with the Ramiel going
Yeah.
second, getting that extra play point. He can get to his 8 play points quicker and maybe just get there in time.
Valorian Dealer is also a good pickup. Again, we talked about it yesterday. Any card that just has a, an evolve effect, that just his removal, like Valorian Dealer, is great.
Yeah, I was talking about how she's a great take-two card, just being like a fully static follower with a nice save effect. And hey, she's such a good take-two card. She's good enough for constructed.
I really love Beam's hand here. He's got so many pieces to really bridge the gap from now to turn 8.
Yeah, and I think the Ramiel is going to be absolutely key. I feel like it's going to be huge.
A most profitable trade.
You see him
double
getting
Erica
full
there.
value, discarding the Great Tree, and because of that, the dealer draws not 1 but 2 cards.
Well, that's right. It does draw 2 if it's an amulet, isn't it?
Yeah. Last Fairy
here. Not enough.
for ya. He's got the Sekka and the Latika in hand. We're going to see if he can find that Aria for the mid game. But for right now, it's Trio of Wonders.
Sin Cat, Young Cat is, or Sin Claw, excuse me, is a pretty good pickup there. This is definitely the
Yes,
Ramiel card.
I
Use that
like
here.
the Ramiel. For sure it is the play.
Ramiel plus Squirrel.
Awaken, for the end is near.
Let that
I
Squirrel
wonder
do
if he's
some
going
damage.
to take the trades or will he take a more aggressive approach, cash in that 3 damage to the face?
It's possible, right? But you don't want to leave that Blast Fairy up to get potential value if it gets bounced.
Yeah, I think you want to deny that target.
Oh, really?
Gunslinger just going full tempo?
Very aggressive here from Bima.
This here's all mine.
I think that this might actually force out the Latika then.
Fun.
Yeah, two Banes is kind of scary to deal with. Although the Primordial Colossus is a good pickup.
Yeah, it is nice, but there is no Aria for Foria, so what is his first evil turn gonna look like? Gonna start with the Phantom Bloom Predator, maybe bounce the Blast Fairy, can utilize that to clear one of the followers.
Yeah, it still doesn't feel very good.
I like the way that Bima's playing this, going aggressive, getting extra play point, getting that rally count up to make the squirrel better, because he's still missing his Ida, he's like Genos for the burst.
Do my best.
Yeah, that is a bit scary here. He's got a lot of pieces to bridge himself there, but he doesn't have any of the combo pieces to actually win the game yet.
And now it's Bima that might have to face the young cat, sent here as the free Evo, but it's not a full board clear.
Young Cat here with the buff on the fairy, or the Blast Fairy.
How is Bima going to continue that aggression? I mean, monochrome, enhance 6 play points.
That
It's
is
pretty
a
good.
consideration
Can
here.
even Evo the Gunslinger.
Your life comes next.
Is this Evo Sword? Come on, man. Where's Grimbeard?
Yes, I like this play. Bima continuing the aggression, just going full tempo.
Tons of pressure
Especially
here.
knowing that there was no Aria, it's gonna be tough for 4A to answer.
Yeah, this is gonna be really hard. 5 8s, 5 5, 3 3, 2 2 stat lines. You've got to spin to get there, and only 6 on the Sekka.
Bima is looking so good right now. That game 1 was very close, but he found a way to win without his key pieces. And now it really feels like he's dictating the pace of this game.
Yeah, whereas the last one, I think that we can attribute the victory for Bima on Foria's misplay. In this game, it feels like Bima's taking control and really piloting and forcing the game in his direction.
Yeah, and to be fair, even though Foria had that slip up, it was up to Bima to then figure out how he was going to win the game because he never drew the Latika.
Exactly. Ooh, I don't know what you do if you're Foria, though. This is a board to...
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure on Foria, and he already made that mistake last game. He's down a game here. We're going to see if that's going to affect his mental state. He's going to lead with the Sekka. Utilize the Evo to clear, perhaps?
Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Run this in. It's going to generate another Knight, though.
Okay,
Oh, maybe not.
Blast
Okay,
Fairy.
never mind. Not going to run it in. Going to use the Blast Fairy to clear here.
My armor has been pierced.
Okay, but this isn't looking like a full clear either.
Yes, 8 on board is a lot. Maybe he's got to hope
He's
for
gonna go for the
clumps.
50-50?
Yeah, let's see it.
Clock is
Bounce that
ticking.
second back.
No, he doesn't even go for it.
Wow. Ops just take
Okay.
the board.
Again, how is Bima going to continue this aggression? He's got double Erica, rally at 9.
Brothers United is great here as well, because you can use that in the Vermilion Dealer, pop that, potentially evolve off of it, clear a follower, and maybe pave way for that 8 damage to go up upstairs.
Yeah, he still has the queen as well, right?
Is there a way he can... He's probably thinking, is there a way I can finish this game with just the double Ericas here?
It's funny because he won the last game without Helarica, and now he's about to win this game with no Ida, no Albert, no Genos.
Uh-oh, Erica comes down.
Okay.
He's been
good
very
start.
aggressive this game. Oh my god, great pickups right there.
Yeah, there's the comic pieces. The squirrel getting rushed is massive as well. Brothers United.
Brothers United again. And you know what? Let the blast
It's about to be a whole lot of face damage.
We haven't lost yet.
Oh, we have not lost
Do
yet,
not
indeed.
stand in our way. Ow!
That's
Yes.
so much damage,
to the
dude.
face. Gets the play point back. He can't really do much with it, but honestly, still a
Feeling
fantastic
lucky,
turn from
feeling
Bima.
lucky.
He's really done such a good job of
Feeling
putting the
lucky.
pressure on Foria.
Oh, hold
And
on a
Foria,
second.
he hasn't found great answers.
Hold on a second. Take a look at Fourier's hand, man. He's got the Latica there.
Feeling
He's got
lucky.
tons of bounces. Got
Ooh.
some zero-cost cards. Wait a
yeah,
second
he also
here.
has 7 play points to work with, right?
Yeah, this... actually, he might have the pieces already assembled. Let's take a look here. Oh, the Wind
another
Fairy's
Wind
such a
Fairy.
good draw.
Yeah, that might just be enough. We'll see if this time Foria can execute properly. He uses the Wiz to get rid of the Erica amulet.
All right, here comes
And now it's
Latica.
Latica time.
One,
I
two.
believe he does have enough.
Bounce the young cat. Yeah.
Oh man, Bima played this game well.
Yeah, he
But
was so
Latica
aggressive.
with the full effect and the Alberta, that is enough damage. He's got the Evo as well.
Wilder here with board space.
Yeah,
My wings.
there is space for the Walder.
Hold on, let's see. 7,
7.
8, 9, 10, 11,
He
12. I
still
see it.
has
Yeah.
the bounce, the wisp. It should
Yeah.
be enough.
That looks good. Yeah, he knows it. He's all right. He didn't misplay this time. Yeah, he's got it for sure.
Wow,
can have
very
this.
well played from Foria. He's not gonna go down without a fight. He's going to bring it back with the full Latica combo and tie up the series 1-1.
There you go. Man, Bima looked so in control that whole game. He was dictating the pace of the match. He got the monochrome in-game out for the double evolve 5-8-5-5 stat line, and before he just drew that Wind Fairy. I still think he had the combo pieces in hand before then, but man, insult to
Ultimately,
injury.
it came down to what we were saying before the set started, where the Forest was just a little bit faster. Yes, Bima had the pressure with the sword, but Forest had access to the combo first. I like the way that
Perish in my
Foria played
flame.
that because Bima put a lot of
Cast
pressure in
yourself
him in the
against an
mid-game,
assassin's
and Foria
blade.
could have just been like, oh man, let me just panic Latica to stabilize, but he held on to that Latica, and when he used it, it was enough for game.
Now, this is a matchup I am super excited to see. Foria's build is way more mid-rangey. Bima's is super focused on just the OTK on turn 8. I want to see how these two decks match up because I have not seen this matchup before.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more Swordcraft on day 2, and now we even have a Sword Mirror. We're tied 1-1 here. This is round 2 of 7. Both these players, they won the round 1 matchup, and they want to be 2-0 to start the day.
Foria's hand a little heavy. You probably want to save the Tempest Slayer for a little bit later on, but Remiel's a nice 2-drop. Meanwhile, Bima, what do you toss back here, buddy?
He's thinking, taking his time. Again, it really felt like Bima was in complete control, like he was gonna just maybe just take the series 3-0. He had a lot of momentum, but just like that, Foria tied it back.
How did Bima do that? How did did you see that? how did Bima mull those cards without using his hands? I need to know. He did it with his mind. The
Got a
time
lot
lag
of
is
brain
crazy
power.
here. Yeah, time lag crazy here. The question here now is he's got a pretty good hand to deal with the mid range. I'm happy to see the double Valorian Dealer plus the Arm Butler there.
Yeah, doesn't seem like there's a great turn 2 play just yet. The Ramiel, pretty solid, has that protection against the Brothers United.
Ooh, 2-on-1 doesn't work in this case. Ramel's gonna stick for at least a turn.
Yeah, Ramiel, such a strong follower. We saw last game that very potent Evo effect, but sometimes you just need a 2-play point 2-2, and Ramiel, she's got that extra protection.
Yeah, and then next turn, maybe an Assault Knight. Oof.
Yeah, that could be a solid curve. Foria, he's got some expensive cards. When you go first, you know, you're gonna be down in cards, and those Idas are not gonna be playable for a long time.
Yeah, he's got to find some cards to bridge the gap. Again, his deck is way more mid-range, right? He has ways to compete turn 4, turn 5, turn 6. He just doesn't have the pieces yet.
I wonder if he's gonna be forced to just like play Tempest Layer as a 4-drop, just 4/4 Bane.
Fastest blades in the
Yeah,
east.
here is the
Here.
Assault Knight.
Not bad.
Yeah, not getting, you know, the full value out of it, but it is a 2/2. It does keep up the pressure.
Speaking of 2/2s, all right. Scrupulous Preparations is a great card. Or excuse me, Flying Messenger Squirrel is a great card. But he maybe opts to spend the 3-play point here, yeah.
And there's the
Yikes.
Advent of Peace, his tech card. I don't think that this is the matchup where it's going to shine, though.
Yeah, I think it's maybe for decks that run like those amulets, like for example, Factory.
I mean, it's
maybe
gotta be
Haven's a
aimed at
thing.
Factory. Yeah, I have to imagine
Yeah.
that's like the number one card you're aiming to hit.
Wait, not yet.
Oof, gets the clear on the Assault Knight and still runs in Ramiel. Man, he's got to make something happen here.
Yeah, he's gonna
Alright,
hang
there we
on
go.
to the second Assault Knight. Doesn't want to commit too much. Gunslinger?
Gunslinger into Flying Messenger Squirrel, or a 3-drop, I guess. You could do something like Monochrome in-game, Valorian Dealer. There's a lot of options
Yeah.
here.
I want to hold on to the enhance on the monochrome, right? We
Yeah.
saw how good it could be for the 6 play points.
Looks like he might go for Brothers United Valorian Dealer play here. So the hand size is something he has to worry about.
Yeah, Bros United not that great because it does 2 damage, doesn't actually clear the squirrel.
Yeah.
Although I guess if he combos in with the Butler, which is hovering, that would fully clear if he commits an Evo.
That's true. If he commits an Evo, though, why not just Valorian Dealer, right? Get the card draw off of it? Yeah, I like this.
A most
Okay.
profitable
Gets
trade.
Double.
2 cards for his trouble, picks up the Ida, very key card here. The dealer has the nice Evo effect, so as we were saying, it is a full clear.
The
Gonna be a little
Valorian
dicey here in this next draw, though.
Association.
You cannot
Good
mill
fun.
one of those, or mill one of those combo pieces for the late game.
Yeah, so one advantage that Foria has is that he is going to have first access to the Ida. Going first, he'll get to 8 play points first.
Yeah.
But as you were saying,
So
how is he going to bridge this mid game until he gets there?
Take a look here. Man, Bima's chances of milling a key card are kind of scary, man.
Well, Albert picked up, you know, for now, just a combo piece. The Tempest Layer could be used to get the banish. Ooh, he just asks.
Nice, okay. Interesting on 5,
Yeah,
just does
very
nothing.
Oh, what jolly good fun.
Well, he knows
Really
that he
wants to-
gets his OTK first, so maybe he doesn't feel pressured.
Yeah, just really holding on to those resources. Does not want to commit the Tempest Layer. Maybe he's holding it for something else. But it would have been a decent play there.
Yeah, in that case, Bima has to wonder, is this a bait and he's got just removal tools in hand, or should I commit
you-
to the board heavily because he doesn't have anything?
Like when an opponent passes at 5 play points, I
Yeah.
think Bima will just make the assumption like, okay, his hand must be all the combo pieces.
Just combo pieces, yeah. Knowing that though, does that mean do you commit the Erica to the board then?
And yeah, maybe he wants to go a bit more aggressive because he knows that he's going to get to 8 play points per
This here's
second.
all mine.
So
Looks like
maybe,
no.
Mighty flare. Be
Okay,
my sword.
Gunslinger Evo.
Your life comes next.
Interesting. Gonna get the horse up on the butler? Really? Okay, maybe he just wants the stat lines.
Yeah, drawing cards, getting a bit of stats on the board, keep up the pressure. Gunslinger, leader effect is kind of nice. Okay,
maybe he's
Foria not
saving
about
it.
to pass again. Here's one coming in.
There we go. Monochrome in game, full effects here.
Loyalty is
Yeah, the double Evo, pretty crucial.
suppose I've
Going
lost
to ensure that the Ida is going to be online. And spend
Triple
Evo on
Evo.
his Steel Cloud as well.
Steel yourself.
Yeah, he needs to get over the 3-3s, and
Stand in our way.
the Knight only having a 2-2 is kind of problematic, so he's only left with a 4-5, but if it's not clear with a spell, then it just generates another follower.
And Bima might just respond with a monochrome endgame of his own.
You gotta wonder, how does Bima navigate this turn 7 where Foria going first kind of has the advantage?
Yeah, it's tough because he knows he's up against the clock, and like I was saying, that turn 5 play, Bima has to know the combo pieces are going to be there for Foria.
Do not stand in our
Alright,
way.
he's gonna play the monochrome in game, wants to follow on board.
This is freedom.
My loyalty is iron.
If he does get a full clear, gets, 2 Evils for himself, a little bit of a board. But Foria, he held on to the Tempest Slayer, and now it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, Tempest Slayer is gonna definitely do work here in this next turn. I'm just so worried about Bima's ability to find the rest of the combo piece. He's got 2 Adas, he's got an Ada, 2 Ericas, but no Alberts or Genos, man.
Yeah, I mean, his build does only play 1 Albert. That's the downside of the Advent of Peace, right? Like, imagine if you had a regular list like that, Ambit would be an Albert, a combo piece. But right now, it's this tech card that's just not going to do much in this matchup.
What the deck is? Albert, 3 Ada, 3 Geno, 3 Erica? So
Yeah,
it's
he only has the 1 Albert.
That's painful. Using the rest of
Okay,
his time there
Foria.
like that.
Turn 7. He just has to clear and not lose to Erica Storm, basically.
That is true, yeah. Question is, can't commit the Adas, can't commit the Albert. Assault Knight is kind of useless right now, but Tempest Slayer? Or the Scroobius Preparation, I believe he does run.
I mean,
Radical
Tempest Slayer
Gunslinger.
plus Assault Knight, I believe that should be a
This
full
here's
clear.
all mine.
I
Gonna
think
go
so.
preparation. This should also be a
Whoa.
full clear.
That works as
And
well.
actually, this is better because you want the card draw because you're going to go for the Ida next turn, right?
yeah. You need to find as many pieces as possible. Erica's a good pickup for that.
Yeah, with the Erica, Albert, no Geno. Is it gonna be
Yeah.
enough damage?
Let's see. Maybe not, actually.
He still has 1 more draw. Whatever he top decks next turn, maybe he draws a
be.
Geno.
That could be big, yeah.
Yeah, but for now he does have to at least clear the board. Don't want to let any damage go through at this stage, I don't think.
Uh-oh, time
Clock
is
is
a factor
ticking.
here.
The dawn shines like a big
Alright, he's gonna opt.
Going with the Sarah, very interesting.
Alright, pop the 5-1, run in with a Radical Gunslinger, and move the 2-2 up.
Yeah, so this play he doesn't full clear the board,
feeling lucky.
and he lifts a 2-2 up and the 1-1.
Oh, that's
And
right.
sure, the Sarah has a ward, but like she just dies to the 2-2.
Yeah, not really that useful. Yeah, I don't think he liked that play. See, he kind of knocking himself in the head there.
But from
will
Bima,
not back
this
down.
might be his final turn. Going with the Erica here, he does have double Erica. But I mean, he's not gonna get 15 damage, right?
We haven't lost
Ooh, I
yet.
like this. Hold on. The token here to get rid of the first follower played is actually quite
We
big.
haven't lost
Steel
yet.
yourself.
No one gets past
Okay, yeah,
me.
try and make Foria's turn as awkward as
No one gets
possible.
past
He
me.
can't play Ada then, right?
Well, you can still play it and get the fanfare, it's just gonna get destroyed.
That's true, yeah. And because he doesn't have any Genos in hands, he doesn't need any of all followers. Combo off.
yourself.
Okay. Oh man.
We
Well,
will
trade
lose
pieces
in
in
the
here.
dawn.
16. I like this play anyway. Try and go a bit aggro. The
We
Ramiel.
haven't
It's good as
Nice.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, puts him at
think-
10. That's good.
This is the best that Bima could do. And
Yeah.
he has to just hope that it's enough. We're going to see if Foria can navigate this turn 8. Can he find a way to close the game out? He's got to do 16 damage. He is going to have the Ida available. Let's see what the top deck is.
What to
Oh, it's a
do
squirrel.
here? Such underhanded ways. Such underhanded ways.
Bima with the
Yeah,
max.
Bima knows it's
emote.
out of his hands now. It's up to Foria. And start with the Ida. Get that full discount.
Okay.
Like
Doesn't
I
get
said,
to
it
hit
was
the Ramiel,
destroyed,
though.
but yeah, he still gets the fanfare, but the follower is destroyed. So a lot of 0 play point cards in his hand.
Does he not?
Damage-wise, though?
I will not back
Erica and
down.
Albert.
Okay, Erica, Albert. I don't think that's 16 though, man.
Yeah, 16 damage is quite a bit. This is where you want to just like, oh, I play a bunch of Genos, right?
Yeah.
We haven't lost yet.
Safe on and scrupulous preparation is not what you want to see there.
Okay, Tempest Lair can do some work, clear the ward.
I'll finish
Banish
you.
the Erica there, run into the Ramiel, let Erica go face for at least 4. If not more, yeah.
Albert
Okay.
the squirrel.
Not the squirrel. Let him live.
Haven't lost
Okay, so
yet.
right now this is 10 damage.
11.
11.
Yeah, clear
Just missing the
out.
Geno, man. Like, Geno, I think would have been it, right?
Uh-oh, 12.
Just missing Geno.
Yeah, that's 12. Yeah, Foria not
When
happy with
Bima's
that play.
surprised, he's like, oh, I lived?
I live.
Okay, well,
you know what that
he's
means?
got the Ida, he's got
Ida time.
Erica's. And
He doesn't
only
have
has to
any
do
Genos,
10
though.
damage.
Oh, that's right.
But
Yeah,
don't
he-
Erica?
Is that enough? Yeah.
I
Erica
think it's gonna
1,
be enough.
Erica
I
2.
will not back down.
Yeah, he's got
He has an
Evil
Evo
on
point as
top
well.
of that. Foria knows it. Gives him the clappy clap.
Yeah, I was like, he got me. He got me. There we go.
Yeah, Foria played that well. He again had first access to the combo, but he didn't actually have enough damage. Bima's showing he's got more than enough damage.
I just wanted you to know.
Yeah,
I had it.
and Bima's gonna take game number 3, surviving the Sword Mirror, going second. Very well played.
Wow. That blessed. Very blessed. That's all I gotta say about that one, man.
Yeah,
It was great,
Bima,
though.
you know, surprising us when it looks like it's in a bad position. Like, hey, first 20 cards, no Latica, still wins the game. In the Sword Mirror match, going second against, you know, the OTK, he still wins the game.
You have to give it to him though. He made sure that leading up to that turn 8, he did as much damage as possible. Got 40 down to 10, and it's like, all right, now I know even if you mess up and I don't draw all my combo pieces, like I haven't found a Geno, I'll still be good.
Yeah, and the way he played that, you could see that at the end of his turn 7, he's like made the safest board he could, and he knew he's like, hey, Foria, if you have it, you have it. But sometimes they don't have it. Foria did not have enough damage, and then Bima, he could definitely capitalize on his turn 8.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at the scores here. Beam actually has 2 wins, keep that in mind. He's won with his Forest Craft and Swordcraft deck, and that means he just has to win one of these last 2 games with his Portalcraft deck.
And again, his Portal deck, he's got the tolerance. Is it going to come into play? It is such a powerful card, but you know, just putting 2 tolerance in his artifacts, does it hurt his consistency?
Look, man, tolerance gaming is a real thing, and I think he
I
would say, you
agree.
know what? I want to be an artifact gamer, but I also want to be a tolerance gamer. So let me just go ahead, pop both of them in, and just reap all the benefits of both.
Gonna see if Foria can bounce back, but Bima looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, you have to feel very good going into these last 2 games, having 2 chances to win with Artifact Portal. Bima in his interview mentioned that he really enjoys the Artifact Portal deck so much because he feels like it's very skill based, where he has to really balance all things: the board, his hand, the resource he's given to, you know, that he builds up during the game. So I love to see a player who likes the complicated stuff.
Yeah, artifacts, you know, in the history of Shadowverse, they've always been a very skill-intensive deck. You need a lot of brain power and experience to play it properly, and this instance of artifact is no different. It's very tough to play.
Yeah, just being able to find the pieces you need for the paradigm shifts, being able to get the factory down and finding the right timing for it, being able to manage your hand size and the board size when you start playing down those artifacts, very tough. Being getting the matchup here that I think he wanted, the artifact mirror.
I also want to point out, Bima is playing Advent of Peace in his artifacts as well.
Ooh, finds it, gets the factory and an artifact carrier early on in the game.
Okay, we're going into game number 4 here. Bima leads 2-1. He just needs one more win here to take the set over Foria.
String Master's pretty good here. Yeah, he's going to deny the artifact tutor. Just gets a card draw. Another factory, though, is not what you want to
Another
see.
factory. Genesis? He has to just pass both players with access to the factory, but Foria getting the best of this early game.
Yeah, he is. That Threadmaster is so strong in the early game. Plucky Coil Wrangler is great, but I think Artifact Carrier might be better here.
Yeah, it would have been amazing last turn. Now it's just a little bit too late. Gonna go with the Artifact Carrier instead.
He might be able to save that Coil Wrangler for 5, maybe.
And Foria is gonna match him, get a Mystic Artifact of his own. Has 2 Paradigm Shifts.
Ooh, yeah, this is kind of awkward here. He could trade in
I've got this under control.
with the Threadmaster, yeah.
He likes the puppet to clear, yeah.
Yeah.
Use all
Trade
his
in
play
with one.
points. Airbound. I mean, Foria looked like he got the better of the early game, but Beamer's in a good spot. He's got Factory, double Paradigm Shift. He's gonna have the Genesis as well to work with.
Oh man, the Plucky Coil Wrangler pick up there is so good. Plus the Gizmo Enthusiast on Foria's side.
Now is the time to strike.
Yeah, I
And
feel
all
like
of these chips get discounted,
Foria
man.
he's definitely a little bit ahead in this early game exchange with triple Paradigm Shift, getting quite the discount.
Running is always
We're
an
going to
has
see
that-
how Beam is going to respond here. I wonder if he's... Oh, yeah. I was...
that's how you feel?
Before I could ask the question, he'd already answered it.
That's a Chad move I ever saw one. Like, I don't
Yeah,
leave no
I
questions,
respect
no
it.
mysteries.
You can tell Beamer really understands the game at a high level, and like, you have to play to win. And what that means is sometimes you have to take this risk, right? But if a
Wow.
risk is going to lead to your success, then it is a risk worth taking.
We talked about it yesterday. In a lot of cases, we see players with one player slams down the
such a
factory.
genius.
Typically, in response, the other player slams down the factory as well. Looks like Foria's gonna go wide here though, with the bifurcating plus the Micro Assault Bot and Threadmaster.
But now with the factory online, Beamer can do whatever he wants. He's gonna start with Genesis. Such
Now is the
insane
time to
synergy. Gonna get a ton of card draw. So many players to work with.
Both of these get rushed as well. He's got 2 Artifact Impulses in hand. Things are looking real good here. He also has the option of playing the Spinarius Artifact as well, yeah.
And he's gonna do it. It's basically free. Now he's at the point where like he's just gonna have 9 cards in hand for the rest of the game.
Yup.
Oh, guinea pigs, where
But we'll
are
see how he manages that.
Oh,
Just to also
Miriam's
manage
good.
the board space.
Yeah,
But looks like
personally, I
that-
think that managing your hand and once you drop the factory is the hardest thing to do because you need to have all the pieces you need, and you need to be able to set yourself up so that you don't mill any really good cards.
yeah, it's tough because you're going to draw cards when you play like any card basically, and then you also have cards that generate cards. So sometimes you're going to be burning so many cards. You have to maneuver that well. Interesting use of the impulses.
Yeah. Opts to go for the actual follower there. I think that might curve him out at 6 followers. 6 different ones.
And honestly, after seeing that turn 6, I can't help but feel that factory on 5 was 100% the correct choice for Beamer.
Oh yeah, he's dropping all the paradigm shifts now. Gonna get some heal back with that Keen Edge and then push at least 2 damage forward with the airstrike. Ooh, the retracing for the extra card draw. Ooh, Artifact
I
Carrier's a
also
great
want to
pickup.
point out that was great execution from Beamer. This artifact turns, they are not easy. You have to go fast, make a lot of decisions on the fly, and he was able to do pretty much everything he wanted that turn.
This is kind of painful. He plays down just the factory on Foria. A little late here, and now Beamer's got this huge board.
But as we're saying, you have to manage the board space and the hand space. He only has 1 spot to work with. Although, there's the Miriam Accelerate if you can get to it.
Oh yeah, Miriam Accelerate would be very big.
Yeah, but he's gotta get below 6 play points so he could do that.
He
But
could.
this could be it's already a lot of damage.
Yeah, he could run in the airstrike here. Where can we spin these other play points though?
Could be another paradigm shift.
That's true. Yeah, he could spin the paradigm shift.
Oh man, if Foria gets another turn though, like he's gonna have the factory set up with a bunch of paradigm shifts and the Genesis.
So good.
Yeah, like he's gonna have a good answer for sure. We saw Bima have a fantastic turn after factory. We're going to see if Foria can do the same. There's the Miriam Accelerate like I was talking about.
I'll have to put it on the Genesis artifact instead. Yeah, he's really thinking about this turn. He wasn't expecting to have all these followers up, so managing the board state has been a little harder than normal.
Yeah, and again, his hand is just going to be at 9 perpetually. It's very
Pretty
hard
much.
to make room for the cannon artifacts from the Genesis.
He also needs to be careful. 16 cards left in the deck, and this pretty much you can cycle through like 10 cards in a turn, so he's got to be really, really wary of that.
Okay, well, it's go time for Foria. I want to see him start playing cards. You can't take too much time.
Yeah.
I've seen players, you know, just run out of time.
They lose to the
And
clock.
it's not a good
themselves.
move. Yeah.
Well, Impulse is a good
Okay.
pick.
Calls for.
Yeah, Bima uses impulses not for the face damage, but just to clear and get some more artifacts. We're going to see how Foria wants to use his, because impulse is often like how you close out the game. It's just so efficient at dealing damage.
Oh, okay, this actually makes things a little bit cleaner, yeah. Well, it's a 3 in. It's the trade on the Keen Edge. These are all airstrikes, right? Yeah.
This is what you want to see. Another impulse.
Oh my god.
2 artifact decks facing each other, both having factory. 2 amazing players at the World Championship.
Airstrike and then impulse, impulse, impulse.
That's a lot of damage. Triple impulse is gonna do it. Well played. Foria once again ties up the series.
Yeah, he picked up the double impulse in that last turn. Again, factory being able to draw every time you play an artifact is so good. He started with the Genesis artifact too. Man, what a way to end that game.
Yeah, I feel like the story of the series has been Bima with some amazing plays, and we're here hyping him up like, oh, he's doing so good, they can best of the game, this and that. And then out of nowhere, Foria's like, hey, don't sleep on me, and he ties up the series once again.
It was really surprising because Foria got his factory out so late. I feel like Bima had all the momentum dropping the factory during that turn 5 and just steamrolling the next turn.
But Foria, he only needed 1 turn with factory on the board. With triple impulse, he had more than enough damage. And now we're going to the final game. It is 2-2 between Foria and Bima.
Uh-oh, tolerance in hand. Do you see that there,
I
Lewis?
see it. I do. Oh, a second one.
Can we find some cards to reduce these bad boys?
This
Oh
here's all
man,
mine.
Tolerance is such a powerhouse. Is it going to be relevant?
I think in this match it may.
You can also see Bima plays that one of Carnelia, a pretty solid card for artifacts back in the day, but a lot of players just do not play her anymore.
Yeah, with Genesis Artifact coming out, Cornelia kind of seems to see less play, but the one-off tech here, kind of cute.
Okay, Tolerance still at 30 play points. We're going to see how Foria is going to navigate this early game. He's got some squirrels, gonna go with the preparation. Gets another gunslinger and a good amount of card draw.
Ooh, and then Ramiel next turn is going to be great. Easy ramp for Foria.
Yeah, Ramiel has been absolutely key for the Swordcraft deck, being able to facilitate the combo by getting them 1 turn earlier to 8 play points.
So playing the Radical Gunslinger on 1 was actually so big for Foria because now he dictates the pace of the game and Bima has to respond to his plays, and that means those tolerances aren't going to get reduced in this early game.
Yeah, especially because with the double tolerance in hand, Bima, he did not have a turn 2 play, so he's just naturally falling a bit behind.
Yeah, okay, Impulse is not a bad pickup. I think it's definitely a Carnelia slam though. Oh,
Well,
Genesis.
Genesis shows up.
Yeah, hold on. The good thing about Carmelia is
also-
that she does generate a rush follower, so you can immediately go in.
Yeah, you can get double clear, but it's just hard to, you know, go up against the Genesis. Genesis is going to be the pick here. I don't see a factory for Bima just yet.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a no factory but double tolerance game. I do
Thank
like
you.
this combo a lot. You get that free paradigm shift.
Free shifters. Ooh, Geno's a good pickup. Man, Foria's getting all the pieces, man. He's very close to that turn 8.
Yeah, and he does have 6 play points to work with. Gunslinger could be evoed if he wants
all
it.
mine.
Picks another one up from the deck. Gets so much card draw to work with.
Yeah, second Geno's so powerful. Also, Tempest Slayer still waiting in the ranks.
Mighty flare,
Yeah, he's probably gonna have a pretty good turn center play. Already has double Ida set up.
Feeling lucky.
Yeah, run this in.
Feeling lucky.
Get the trade on the 1/1.
Oh, he wants the face damage.
Oh, that's right.
Interesting trade there.
Can't be destroyed
can
by
see-
a tank.
yeah.
Yeah. I think you got that backwards. Yeah, whoopsies.
Yeah, like, you know, Fourier, like, you could see he's like a little bit nervous, making some small mistakes here and there, but overall he has stayed alive. He is playing well. He's making those comebacks, and now this is the final game between these two.
Yeah, he really does seem like a player who, you know, beginning of the day, he's like a slow starter. Has a couple jitters, but his gameplay's been getting more and more stable as the matches have gone on.
Yeah, and I like that even though he's made some errors here and there, he doesn't let that slow him down, and he comes back stronger and stronger as the games go on.
Do we retracing here?
Bima has a lot of paradigm shifts to work with.
He
Those
also has a-
tolerance finally gonna start to get discounted. They're
Maybe a
still
little
pretty
too late,
expensive,
man.
but
Is he gonna opt for the hard tolerance gameplay in here? Paradigm shift, paradigm shift.
I mean, it's a win condition technically, right?
Technically, yeah.
Yeah. And with the triple paradigm shift, he's probably going to be able to discount them pretty quickly.
He is out of Evo points, so that means that he's going to have to find that last 2 damage, though. That the
That 2
tolerance
damage
can't make, though.
could come from an airstrike artifact.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
Spins
cash
them
out
both here, though.
Yeah, I like this. Resistance to the pass, but he's good as well. Is he going to punch the squirrel or just go face?
Hey,
And
that's the
tolerance
place,
gonna
man.
go from 26 play points down to 17.
17. Ooh. He might be a little late, though. For you, 1 turn away from 8, has all the combo pieces in hand.
Well, he doesn't have Albert, but double Geno and Erica might
Pretty
be
good.
enough to get him there.
Yeah.
So how does Foria want to bridge into that very crucial 8 play point turn? It's gonna be monochrome endgame.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Do not stand in our way.
Yeah, the fact that he has 7 play points is actually fantastic. He can actually follow up with the squirrel. Oftentimes the end game leads to that extra play point that doesn't do anything. But here the squirrel is kind of nice.
He's gonna trade in, get rid of these pesky airstrike artifacts. Doesn't want those guys sticking around.
Commands you.
And then run in with the 2-2.
Heal
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah, gets the rush thanks to the queen. Trades in the squirrel.
Interesting.
Oh, he still has an evil. Okay, evil
Yeah.
squirrel. You want the full clear?
He doesn't want to leave anything up
No,
here.
he's
Oh
going
no!
face.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, Bima, potentially his final turn here. What is the
Fucking
play?
regular.
No
Not a great
factory.
pickup. Yeah, this is painful here.
No evil point either.
I
It's
don't
coming
see-
down to the wire. This set has been so close.
It's a shame, man. Is there any way he can find some card draw? I don't think he can. No Evo points left either. He's got a huge board to contend with.
This is where if he had factory, it would just be party time. But
Yes,
without the
sir.
factory, it's a bit of a struggle. He's got to find a way to clear the board, try and stabilize. But he's also facing the Ida combo next turn.
I don't know if he can even clear this board, man.
Bima, he's running out of time. He has to make a play. How can he stay alive? He was off to such a good start. But is this where it ends for him?
It might be, man. I don't see a way out here. It's
Going through every possibility. Can he find an answer? The clock is ticking. Bima, you need to make a decision.
yeah, you can't even board lock here because Geno has the ability to eat those evolved followers.
That's true.
Ironclad.
Yeah. Oh, hold on a second.
Well,
Wait
no.
a second. Yeah, I forgot about
It
that.
is
Yeah, he
a
does
board
generate
lock.
the knight.
Okay,
So
well, Bima,
5,
he
10,
spent a lot of thinking,
15,
and this is his
16.
answer, board lock. There is dramatic retreat.
Do not stand in our way.
Oh, that's
Wait,
right.
it's just lethal on the board. The board
is
lock
it?
doesn't
Oh my
work.
God.
Foria takes the series 3-2. Wow, well played. The Swordcraft putting in work at the very end.
Man, that was such a good set. We saw Bima had all the momentum going into early games. Foria, he made some crucial errors in the early games that cost him. But that last game was rough, man.
Yeah, Bima did not have the factory. The tolerance was a bit too expensive. He never got to use them. And Foria played that pretty well. I'm impressed.
Yeah, again, we saw him with some early game jitters, but then he brought it back and looked very, very powerful, very clean in the last game.
Yeah, even at the highest level, you know, these guys, they're still humans. They can still make mistakes. Reminds me of Sasamumu in the 2019 Worlds. You know, he had that huge slip up, and he still went on to win the entire tournament. So, mark of a champion, you know, you make a mistake, but you keep going, and you don't let it get to you.
Yeah, you definitely don't let it affect you. Say, okay, that happened. How do I come back from it? And yeah, Foria had that same energy in those last couple games.
And like I was saying, that set, it really felt like Bima was in control. He was playing so well, dictating the pace of the matches, pulling out wins without Latika. But man, Foria, he found a way, making those comebacks. And then that last game with the Swordcraft was just too clean.
Now, I do want to note that Bima has been saying that his lists are a little wacky, right? We saw the double tolerance, didn't really get much out of it. He said, my lists are either going to go one of two ways. I'm either going to go 6-1 or 1-6. And, I mean, that's the one for the day, so I'm assuming the rest of these are going to be the dubs, you know what I'm saying?
He's 1-1 right now, so I guess whether he wins his next round or not is going to decide his entire fate, right?
Yeah. So hopefully he gets the rest of those games. Good luck to him for the rest of the day. But guys, don't go anywhere. We've got more Shadowverse action with round 3, which is the start of the Take 2 rounds, baby! Coming up after this short break.
Welcome back. This is day 2 of the 2021 Shadowverse World Grand Prix. We're heading into round 3 of Swiss, and this is the Take 2 round.
You know what that means, Lewis. We saw some of our SCBO boys do a ton of work in those first 2 rounds, but now you take those rotation decks you worked so hard to build, and you put them in the dumpster.
Yeah, it's time for some Take 2, some draft. And as we saw yesterday, the Take 2 section of the tournament, it can make or break it, right? You have 2 rounds of Take 2, and if you're just focusing on Constructed, but you lose your Take 2, then you're probably not making it to day 2.
Yeah, again, this round's so crucial. You can't just build for rotation in this tournament. You have to be able to find and know valuable, just all-around good cards and put them together and make something on the spot. And that is not an easy skill to come by.
And as we pointed out yesterday, Take 2 is a different beast of Shadowverse. The game changes a little bit. You have to play for resources, get value out of your cards, and yesterday we saw the power of the Bloodcraft in draft.
Looks like we are going to get the standings of the last round. First, let's take a look to see where our boys are. Tolerance up 2-0. Hold on.
Okay, sitting pretty at number 4. We also see Bima dropping down to 7, Sai dropping down to 11. Dodo picking up a window, moving up.
Not bad. Yeah, 1-1 here. And then Momo Ring, unfortunately down 0-2 there. He's got to make something happen starting from these next couple rounds, though. Otherwise, his run may be cut short.
And Shinsha also picking up a win, moving on to 1-1. But first place, Kaki P, looking pretty good.
Yeah, he must have had some pretty decisive games over his opponents there. Man, these next 2 rounds, though, could make or break a lot of these runs. We saw yesterday players who, went up 5-0. Last 2 rounds is painful. But taking a look at the matchups here, we've got Shinsha going up against... Ooh, all right, hit me, Lewis. Hit me with the pronunciation. Hit me with the pronunciation.
Uli Bajui, right? Something like that. I'm trying, man. We have Tolerance going up against Kaki P. So pretty close match there. We're also gonna have Momo winning against Nao, Sai against Kendama.
Mizuni versus Doc Dodo is a game I am looking forward to seeing. Mizuni, kind of the face of today, I feel like, one of the most popular players. And then,
Let me tell you about Doc Dodo. This man had such an interesting year in Shadowverse. He's been so consistent. This is gonna be our matchup, Doc Dodo against Mizuni. So Doc Dodo made it to the top 8 so many times, and then the entire year he could not win a single game on stream.
Oh,
so
painful.
He made it to contenders. He broke his curse, and he did qualify, not through contenders but through the standings. So Doc Dodo very consistent, but historically he just struggles when he's on stream.
So hopefully today we're on a bigger stage that doesn't affect him too much. I don't know. This guy, I was reading over his bio. This guy just seems like a genuinely nice person to talk to. He does game development, so he knows how Shadowverse works on a deeper level than a lot of players. And at the same time, I mean, if he's that consistent, being able to top that many times, I don't know. I like his chances going into this.
Yeah, I do want to emphasize he did have that curse, but he did at the very end of the year break it. He did get at least 1 win on stream in Contenders Cup. Looks like we're going to see Mizuni with his draft. I'm curious to see what the class is going to be. Again, emphasis is on Bloodcraft. So powerful. We saw bombs such as Dark Emperor to just take over games.
Yeah, I mean, we've also seen cases where Dark Emperor actually doesn't seal the deal, so it's not a done deal once they find just a Dark Emperor. They've got to build a deck around him.
His choices are Dragoncraft, Portalcraft, and Runecraft. I think he's going to pick either Portalcraft or Runecraft, and it's going to be Runecraft. The big thing with Rune is that you have all these packages in the draft pool, and you have to try and stick to something. Is he going to attempt to draft a Mysteria game plan, an Earth package, or an Evil game plan?
Yeah, it's really tough. We saw yesterday, sometimes if you lean into the Mysteria plan too much, you might end up actually taking yourself out by overdrawing.
Yeah, but we also saw the power of Anne and Grea. And here's some fantastic neutrals.
Fudo
and Mabella. You love to see it from Mizuni.
Who picks the counter magic there. Ooh, this is a
Wake and
tough
Rumble,
one here.
pretty solid follower. Stone Bullet, not a bad spell as well.
Great
We did see
point.
Cat Summoner. It's kind of a nice follower. Those Electro Kitties do put in work. They can go face.
Yeah, they actually made a big difference yesterday.
Oh,
Chrono
Chimera Meister?
Witch. Oh,
I mean,
yeah, that was
Chimera
easy
Meister
pick.
is just absurd. We saw that card just win games. He's honestly like the Dark Emperor for RuneCraft. Just one card by itself can completely turn a game around.
I don't know. If you pick Chimera Meister, I think that you have to pick Glimpse Beyond. Chimera
Well,
Meister plus Chrono
Yeah,
Witch.
it's some good Evo Synergy. He did take a Chrono Witch. He's got a bunch of Evo Synergy, so maybe looking at that Grimmer comes with a nice 2-up as well.
It looks like that's what he's going to go for here. Ooh.
Glimpse Beyond. Again, another thing I want to emphasize is you want to have a strong early game curve. You don't want to fall behind early game.
Ooh. Hurricane Golem, Riven Earth, or Elmont Covenant Mage. Covenant Mage is a nice card draw. Hurricane Golem, you need other pieces to get there.
Whims of Chaos is probably not the pick.
Yeah, Astral
But-
Dancer with Mug, you might be better here.
Yeah, sometimes you have like Alistair's a really good card, but he's
Yeah.
paired up with a card that you necessarily don't want. So like, do you take the risk? You take a really good card and then a mediocre card, or do you just take two okay cards?
Oh, it looks like he's going to opt for the Alistair, though. Interesting.
Yeah, really battling the Alistair. Winds of Chaos, he might never play it. Okay, let's take a look at his deck overall.
Yeah, the
He's
Chimera
got-
Meister Grimnir is so big.
Yeah, I want to say he did a good job of avoiding. He doesn't have too many Earth/stack cards, which I think is fine. He's got some good, solid neutrals, like I said. Chimera Meister, absolutely key. Alistair, just a standalone good card.
Armored Goblin, such a great card. So much value in the late game. Just
Yeah,
that
we saw
one-
that in hands come into play, right?
Yeah, and I'm a little worried about the Chrono Witch. He doesn't have a lot of low static followers to be able to play out in the same turn as the Chrono Witch, so I guess he doesn't need
And-
it.
Does he have enough spell boost? He did pick up 7 spells. There's a couple of cards he could accelerate as well.
Awaken Robot's gonna help with the repair modes. Magical Spoil's pretty good for that. Stone Bullet, Riven Earth. There's quite a few here. Counter Magic as well. You
Yeah, I
can
could
also
definitely
burn some
see
of your
him-
cards for it accelerates as well, like at Alistair there.
He could win the game through good evil synergy into like
Think
a
so.
Grimmer going face for 10 damage.
Yeah, I really like the Grimnir pickup, especially once you have the Chimera Maester and the Chrono Witch.
Pretty much everything is solid except for the Winds of Chaos,
Yeah.
which will probably not play.
It's kind of like a necessary evil, right? Sometimes there's a card so good in a card like Alistair where it's just easy removal, a little bit of heal at the same time, where you're just like, all right, you know what? If I draw the Whims and it's dead in hand, then I'll just hold on to the Alistair and use that when I need it.
Yeah, and again, he really valued Alistair, right? Taking it with Winds of Chaos, which you don't really want, shows you how much he values that card. He also did pick up a Xeno Ifrit, a card that does not really
Yeah.
shine in Constructed, but honestly, not bad for take 2.
Yeah, it's so much value in just being able to get stats on followers. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it comes into play dealing 3 damage to all enemies. Sometimes, you know, you need that AoE to stabilize, clear the board, or push damage for lethal.
I like it. I gotta wonder though, what on Doc Dodo's side did he construct? Looks like he does have his deck constructed, and oh, it's gonna be a Rune Mirror.
A Rune Mirror. He also
Very
has
similar.
Chimera Meister. Double Mysterian. Handle is nice for those free evos.
But no Grimnir.
He's got an Eleanor, so there's quite a bit of evil synergy with the Fruits of Wisdom.
Parasol is good as well. He might be able to use Eleanor or Chrono Witch.
Got 4 Clay Sorcerers.
Let's see, he has the Fruits of Wisdom, but does he have any way to proc it and fuse in? Locking? I don't think so.
Oh yeah, you're right. If he can't fuse, he's not going to get the free evo.
Yeah, that's a shame. But it looks like the Doctor might be opting to go for a more board-based game plan where Mizuni does have an out in the Grimnir.
Yeah, interesting. They're both going to start off with RuneCraft. As a reminder, if you win with a class, you're not allowed to draft it again. In Take 2, this is best of 3.
Yes.
You need to win 2 games. Mistuni against Dodo, they're both 1-1 overall.
Let's see it, man. All right, kicking off the Take-Two rounds. Doc Dodo on the top, Mizuni on the bottom there. Running the mirror. Doc Dodo is going to be going second, unfortunately. Turn 1 wins chaos. I mean, turn 5 wins chaos.
Chrono Witch early on. Chrono Witch could potentially be a win condition in a format like Take-Two. You know, so much power in one card, but does he have the spells to really back up that game plan?
Oh, yeah, I'm a little worried. Doc Dodo, I would love to see him get an Eleanor early on. That way he can duplicate his Chrono Witch and potentially have 2 Chrono Witch boards. The first one, Mizuni might be able to break with his own Chrono Witch, but the second one, I think Doc Dodo might be able to keep it around.
And a full mulligan for Mizuni, but he draws right back into the Whims of Chaos.
Wow, you cannot escape me. Let Chaos embrace you.
Another card we didn't talk too much about, but it's absolutely key, is the Greya. So even though he's not really like a Mysteria build, Greya's just such a powerhouse, and she can do so much. That nice Evo effect. It's very easy to get to 20 cards or less, and the Resentful Blaze can close out games.
And we saw yesterday, though, that counter magic is so tantamount to stopping that Greya damage, and I'm assuming Mizuni's going to use that and hold it to the end of the game.
Oh, for sure. He also picked up the robot, and he's going to use it to curb out.
I like it. I like get the early aggression on board. Hey, there's the candle or the clay sorcerer. I like that better.
Yeah, he's got 4 clay sorcerers. Better to hold on to the Mysteria candle until you can actually get value out of the free Evo. Just gonna trade 2 drops here. We'll see if we can get an early lead.
I don't know if you want to commit either of these 3 drops, though.
I wonder if he would
seems a little early.
Ever play the Whims of Chaos.
Oh, absolutely. Turn 5, he's slamming it. He's like, you know what?
It's
I don't like my
unlikely,
deck. Whatever.
You gotta wonder, right?
Yeah. I can't imagine, though. There's a... Maybe if you get a Chrono Witch in hand, Whims of Chaos isn't that bad.
Actually, yeah, but Doctor has Chrono Witch too, right? So that it could... It's interesting. I thought he would play it just because if I play with such a huge tempo loss.
I mean, it does give him a second out to actually play his Chrono Witch if he doesn't have enough spell boost, so it's a consideration, albeit a very dangerous one.
Really taking his time here, deciding what 3-drop he wants to commit, or maybe none at all. The Stone Bullet, a good answer. Again, I don't think either of these guys have too much stack synergy, but there is a little bit in there, and having the 1 stack on the board could be good.
Ooh, yeah, turn 3 is kind of weird here for Doc Dodo.
I have been waiting for
Fruit of Wisdom is a great choice.
Yeah, I like it because, as we saw, he's not going to have good fusion targets, so at least use it for the card draw. And hey, it's a spell, work on the spell boost. The Art Society Magus, a fantastic go-first 4-drop, decent stats, picks up a spell.
Angelic Grace drawn by Doc Dodo there. He does have the Frost Golem, which has a little bit of synergy with the Sediment.
Eugene is also an option, just as a solid, like well-statted follower.
Eugene's a pretty good pickup. Let's see, he's going second, so he does have the ability to evolve this turn, but I don't think he'll be spending the Greya anytime soon.
Yeah, Greya's probably going to be a key follower if he waits a little bit, although he is at 20 cards in deck already, so honestly, it wouldn't be that bad a play.
That's a good point. Yeah, because Take-Two is 30-card decks. Those are a little bit more powerful.
It's because he played the Fruits of Wisdom last turn and got him to attack with the 20. But he's going to go with the Eugene.
Sorry, but the one helping of this and it's
get rid of this 3-4. Can't let that stick around. And 7-5 is... Woo, it's a big boy.
The big part is that, you know, getting that free Evo means he doesn't have to commit an Evo point. And going second, he already has 1 more of those. Again, I definitely want to emphasize, Take-Two is a battle of the resources. Every card counts. Every Evo point has to be well spent.
Or, and this is a big or, Whims Chaos on 5.
It's a chaos. I mean, now that he drew the Chrono Witch, like, yo, maybe.
Kind of a wild boy play. Hopefully he used that as a last resort, but
he's hovering it, perhaps thinking about it.
He's like,
the Academic Archmage is kind of nice, except he's at 21 cards in deck, so
yeah,
just 1 shy of being like a Mason.
He does need to clear this this Eugene though.
I think the way that Mizuni plays this turn out is going to tell us a lot about who he is as a player.
And
There is a world
plan.
in which he plays Winds of Chaos, but I don't want to focus too much on that because it's really unlikely.
Yeah, it's the Wild Boy play. It's good for the chat. The people watching, it's definitely a spectator's play.
For sure.
Consultations available.
Right, gonna play the
for
Jubilant
just
Switch
a
though.
single coin.
Get those
Okay,
sediments
pretty
stacked
solid.
up.
Yeah, get good value out of the
Mana
stack.
comes
Let's
forth.
spend the Evo, gets the clear, a little bit of face
Said it too,
damage.
big dog.
And
There's
he's
no
gonna curve out.
stopping me.
Get the
Golem's
spell
up,
boost
yeah.
on the Chrono Witch. Doesn't have a ton of cards in hand, but at least next turn he's gonna be at 25 or less.
Got
Okay,
your
yeah.
message loud and clear.
He's actually doing quite well here, being able to keep that Awakened Robot around, getting the diff damage off the Jubilant Witch.
The All-Star is really nice though. It's another free Evo for Duck Dodo. Can answer the 5/5 and then get some Drain, get the life back. And then, you know, Duck Dodo, he's had 3 Evos 2 turns in a row. The
Yes.
Mizuni is not happy about that.
5/5's gotta go.
Equivalent exchange is a
And then you get that nice drain back.
Or life quite a bit.
Healthy.
Mabella is an insane card. It's
Not
just
right
better
now.
against wide boards instead of single targets.
Yeah. You want to hit like the entire board when you swing, rather than just a single Alistair.
He could do counter magic academic, that would clear the board. He gets the face shield, but his follow-up is just not really there. He doesn't have a ton of cards in hand, especially when we consider that Winds of Chaos is unplayable, more or less.
Yeah.
And Chrono Witch is, not there at all.
Yeah. Even if he played out the Chrono Witch, let's say he somehow got it out, there's not a bunch of follows that's been destroyed, so it wouldn't bring
Yeah,
back that
that's a
much.
good point. And this is why going second can be very strong in take 2. Getting that additional card and the extra Evo can go a long way when you're fighting for resources.
Despite that, Mizuni's still pushing quite a bit of damage. He's got it back down to 11.
Here we're going to see how Duck Dodo wants to respond. He also has a very expensive Chrono Witch, but at least he has 8 cards in hand, so a lot more to work with. Going to start with the Golem, pick up
Cross Golem
2
here.
cards.
I like it. Gets a bit more card draw in the engine there. And the Crystal Witch.
Someone is
Yeah, Crystal Witch
painful
kind of
as
nice
I
if he's able to
could
play a
never
good amount of spells. I feel like he definitely wants to spell boost with a hand like this. He is going to cash out the Grea. He is going to burn some parts from his deck, and that could be relevant. But right now, it's just 8/7 stats, amazing Evo effect, and you get the spell on top of that.
Oh man, this is going to be awkward for Mizuni. Look at that hand. Doesn't really have much. 7 play points to work with.
Xeno Ifrit is almost good, except it's not. And again, Mabella, amazing against white boards. It does clear here, but it's just not how you'd like to spend your Mabella.
Yeah. Easy effort seems really awkward. I think you have no choice here but to Whims of Chaos.
I mean, Mabella trades.
Yeah.
He's got repair modes, got the Chrono Witch down to 10 play points. This really seems like it's Duck Dodo's game to win. He's got a good lead. He's out-resourcing Mizuni quite well, getting good value out of his free effects, the free Evos, going a long way for him.
Yeah, keep in mind, Duck Dodo does have the Resentful Blaze in hand, but he needs to get rid of the shield that Mizuna put up from the counter magic 2 turns ago. Yeah, and there's the
We are
Mabella
gonna
play.
see Mabella, but again, he has to trade. That is pretty much his entire turn,
Feels
and
very
it's up
nasty.
for Duck Dodo again to dictate the pace of the game.
I like it. Duck Dodo breaking those chains, not being able to catch a W on stream. I mean, looks like he's about to catch one right now. Start this game off.
I'd love to see Duck Dodo do well. Again, he's just a very consistent player, making top 8 so many times, and qualifying here through the league point standings, just speaks to how consistent he is as a player.
Mizuni spins the repair mode there. But
Chimera
Chimera
Meister,
Meister.
that's a good draw.
That is very good.
Definitely want to hold for that in hands, but it's nice to know that he is gonna have it available.
Yeah, we want those free 3 Evos in the coming turn.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Also, important note, his Chrono Witch is at 10 costs. Although he
He
doesn't
does
have
have a
many
good amount of spells in hand. I mean,
Chords just come.
That's some
Every
spells.
shade
You could use the
imaginable.
Angel's Grace as just for the spell boost.
yeah, I could also just play another 2-drop and then retrace the past.
Actually, we may see that Chrono
I
Witch
like
drop
him
turn.
going wide because Chimera Meister, you know, it works. It's gonna evo everything. So if you go wide, stuff survives, then boom, Chimera Meister could just win the game.
Chimera Meister plus maybe the Resentful Blaze. He's only got 8 cards left in the deck, so
All right, apprentices, open your
he's very
turn.
close to getting that full 9 damage out of it. I like this. Yes, break the shield. And
Yeah, go
Stonewall is
wide.
not a good pickup.
Well, Xeno Frit is kind of nice. It does clear the board.
That's true. Gets the 3 on everything there to get the clear.
It's something. Yeah, it also will break the shield too.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
But I like the play from Dodo. You play the small followers that soon you might not want to commit an evil to, and if they survive, you get insane value from the Chimera Meister. He did have a good answer in the Xeno Frit.
Yeah, plays the repair mode here. Just
Yeah,
so
this
that
way-
next turn.
Yeah, he can play Chrono Witch.
Oh, Chrono Witch will bring back Xeno Ifrit, which is kind of nice. Big, thick followers.
I mean, right now it's looking like his best game plan because he doesn't really have anything else.
Little does he know, Dr. Dodo does have the Chrono Witch waiting.
Oh,
Remember,
but he's
he's
going
gonna come down now.
right for Chimera Meister. Mizuni knows it. It's such a power play. Talking about free evos, Dr. just got 3 free evos.
And now he has to spin his Chrono Witch trying to... Oh, hold on a second. Alistair's actually a pretty good pickup.
He's thinking about it. Yeah, I feel like he was set on playing Chrono Witch, and then that top deck might change his turn.
Does need to be careful, though. Is going to banish cards.
Yeah, but I mean, as good as Alistair is, these are 7/7s. They're not going down that easy.
That's
He
true.
does have
Alistair
the
won't
Stone
get the full
Bullet
clear.
with triple stack though, so can use that to deal, I believe it's 5 damage.
Yeah, so then... Even still, I don't think there's a way to clear everything. Alistair
No, I
banishes
don't believe
one.
so.
Stone Bullet. Alistair run in. Yeah, I think he's still a couple off. He's going to spend it, though.
Okay, Stone Bullet. Keep spell boosting the Chrono Witch. He's thinking of what the correct target is.
I'm going to hit this guy, banish the other one, and just leave up the 6-1.
Just keep working on that stack.
Oh, it's kind of a shame, though, because that stack is going to eat up board space
Yeah,
for...
it actually kind of hurts him, right? That's one of the downsides of the stack is that if you don't have a lot of, pay for it, you can't utilize it, you're just going to take up board space. He is going to go with the Alistair,
don't
can
stand a
banish the
chance.
7/7, trade into the 7/2, but he does leave with the Chimera Meister
Equivalent
on the
exchange
board.
is a fault.
Yeah, the difference here, Dodo ended up drafting 3 copies of Frost Gold, so he's able to make full use of his stacks and just cycle through his deck. He's 5 cards left here. Resentful Blaze is almost online.
Yeah, but with the Parasol Witch and all the free evos, he actually has a good amount of burst damage. Because he has the grass spell.
There's 3, maybe 5. Can he find 9 more damage somehow? He
I
needs
mean,
to get rid of the
Misumi's sitting at
Alistair.
20, so maybe he can't do 20 damage this turn. But I feel like he can put enough pressure. Angel's Grace is gonna get +3
Oh, that's
+3.
it. Then with the Evolve.
Still has
yeah.
Evo, yeah, he finds lethal. Dodo taking game number 1. Very well played.
Very, very nice there. Ooh. Ooh, those,
Yeah,
those...
getting to 5 cards, enable the grass spell to do that extra damage. And then he had overkill actually.
Yeah, Dodo's deck was so value-oriented in terms of card draw, right? He always had resources able to clear things, to build a board in his hand, whereas Mizuni kind of just petered out within, 5 turns. He had lots of good cards, but he couldn't get to all of them fast enough.
Yeah, you can see he didn't really have the card draw and he ran out of resources. But now he's gonna get to draft Bloodcraft. We're going to see if he can put a solid deck together. Already has a ton of good options. Wicked Wolf is amazing in this format and he's gonna take it.
Yeah. The Corrupting Bloodlust is pretty good. Arcane Wolf, though, such good clear.
We're going to see if he's going to lean towards a more Wrath or Vengeance game plan.
I don't know, how do you feel about Sanguine Necklace Razor Claw on this one?
It's pretty good. I love both of them. They both do damage to yourself, to help you get to the Wrath. And then, man, Razor Claw is just a classic.
Right?
Been Razor Claw people in the face for like 6 years now, and we're not about to stop it. He passes it up.
Oh, that's painful. But
The
then,
Helmet's a really good card, but, guaranteeing the early 2-drop seems kind of nice there. Bloodlust plus Skull is the more aggressive pick here. We'll see if that's what he wants.
ooh. Lana Berserker, pretty nice. Got to see that yesterday. Rouge Vampire is heal, though, in a deck where you are mostly pinging yourself.
Oh, there we see a Urias.
This is
It's
tough.
a pretty good legendary choice.
Yeah, I think Urias might have to be the pick
Yeah,
here.
like
Laura's
overall,
great,
just too much power.
Yeah.
Trampling Terror and Wicked Wolf, yeah, that's just a fantastic pick.
Nice. This
Ooh,
Combustion Demon.
Yep.
Cerebral Hail is also very good in the early game, but Lone Promise is wrong.
Bond Chain Ogre, fantastic follower. It's one of those that doubles down, you know, great early game, and then also a good late game drop. Oh, Halanisa.
Gotta get her. Thunderbolt Fiend is also very good. It's hard to
I
pass
do
that up.
like him a lot. And the Dancing Beast Girl is solid too. It's just, you know, well-stated follower, card draw. Not bad.
At the end of the day, though, I gotta drop down my 3-drop 2/1s. Don't get touched.
I mean, she just
Slap.
wins games, right?
Slap get big, slap get big. Yeah.
Like, if you play her and your opponent doesn't have removal, or they only have one that can't go through the shield, you just win the game.
We're getting a ton
Arcane
of
Wolf,
damage.
another pretty solid pick.
Jeweled Axe Devil is also very good for heal in the late game.
Oh, Dark Emperor.
Oh,
He's gotta be happy about that one.
Wait, he's
Yeah,
definitely
you
takes
gotta
that one.
take the Dark Emperor.
Alright, Doctodo. Wonder what he also crafted. We see that his deck is also finished up. We'll take a look at his in just a moment. But first, let's look
Okay,
at
I'm
Zuni's.
seeing 2 Urias and 1 Dark Emperor. As far as boss monsters go, Misuni did an excellent job of drafting the late game power. And then you can see because of that, his curve is very early game focused.
Yeah, lots of good Wrath activators too. Things like Dark Contract, which also draws you cards. Halicina waiting in the wings just in case.
Yeah, I really like this deck. I think it's a solid strategy. Want to ensure that you have good early game, and then Urias and Dark Emperor, those 2 should be enough to win you early game.
Wait a second. He didn't pull a Halicina?
No, he skipped it.
Oh!
It's
Zuni,
because
what a
the other
Chad.
2 picks were better. It's the case where you have 1 great card and 1 mediocre card compared to 2 like solid cards. So the Dancing Beast Girl is good, and Thunderbolt Field is just really, really nice.
Yeah, I really feel good about his Wrath gameplay in here. Just taking a look at all the cards there, plus the W Urias.
Yeah, getting access to those leader effects is enough to win the game. Urias giving you extra card, you know, protection, extra face damage, just doing a little bit of everything, extra evo. In a format that's a battle of resources, just think of how many resources Urias gives you access to.
So many. Not being able to take pings and activate Wrath if you need to because you have to go to the late game. Doubling up and getting average every single turn. Yeah, it's so
Yeah,
good.
extra card draw. He's well statted. He's also got some good neutral followers. Combustion Demon is kind of nice.
Man, this is a good looking blood deck, man.
And Doug Dodo also drafted Bloodcraft. He also has a Dark Emperor, but he drafted 2 Halicinas.
Oh, that's good. He's also got the Bahamut, which is kind of nice. Also, Knight of Purgatory is a great pickup, especially if he goes in with the Wrath game plan. Looks like though it might be tough to do that.
With double Racer Claw, double Halicina, I could definitely see a game where Doug Dodo goes first, and he just goes very, very aggressive.
Well, that is a hope here. He's also got the Demonic Assault, so if he does get put into Vengeance, he's got really cheap Dark Generals for more
I
burst
like
damage.
this list from Doug Dodo. I feel like his is a bit more early game focused, maybe a bit
Yeah.
more aggressive. While Misuni with the double Urias probably has some beat in the late game, but they both have access to a Dark Emperor, so they both will have that power play.
If Doc Dodo is able to find success, he'll do it while Mizuni is trying to activate Wrath. He can take advantage of the fact that Mizuni is basically doing damage to himself, and he'll build on top of that by putting out as much
Yeah,
damage
that's
as he
an
can with his
excellent
Halicina.
point. And Doug Dodo is going first. Now, again, going second is good in take 2, but an early game curve, like 1-drop, 2-drop Halicina, could definitely be enough to win a game.
Rouge Vampire is a great pickup, but he's going to toss it away. Wow.
I think he wants the highest chance to have Halanisa on 3.
Yeah, I get
Like,
it.
you'd rather have Halanisa on 3 and no 1-drop than have a 1-drop and no Halicina, right?
Yeah, Harvest Imp is a good pickup just because it's more card draw. And Ayer is a great way to replenish the hand if, things look dire.
Yeah, especially going first, having access to card draw is crucial. We saw Mizuni, he went first in the last game. He didn't have card draw and he just ran out of resources.
Mizuni's hand is kind of... Actually, the Jeweled Axe Devil's pretty good.
Okay, so Halicina is drawn, but Corrupting Bloodlust is actually like the perfect answer to her.
Oh, it's a shame if Dr. just had the foresight to hold on to it for until after turn 3.
Yeah, he's probably gonna go very aggressive here. Oh man, if he curves out Imp into Halcina, again, like very strong early in curve, but that's gonna get cleaned up by the Corrupting Bloodlust.
Yeah, Jeweled Axe Devil here, I think, is the easy answer.
Already has Dark Emperor in hand. Demonic Berserker, a pretty solid follower as well. Looks like he's gonna have a good bridge into that turn 7.
Mizuni really thinking about this turn. He's like, what do I want to do here? I could play the Io. It's a little bit of damage and you don't commit too much to the board, but he isn't developing the Wrath game plan that I feel like his deck is kind of built for.
Yeah, look at the difference between these two players. Mizuni, he looks very concerned. You know, he did lose the first game, so there's extra pressure on him. While Doc Dodo, he's looked like this the entire year. You know, no matter how great a spot he is or if he's in a bad spot, he's just very consistent. Like I said, very consistent player.
Shout out to the
And
Doc
he's off to a
Dodo
great
patented
start.
look. Yeah, he is. Okay,
Okay,
he's gonna play the Jeweled Axe Devil.
More jewels, more.
Gonna take 1 damage.
That's fine.
Will
That's
Doc
like-
Dodo just go face, slam the Halcina?
Hold on. Hold on. Please, Doc
There
Dodo, please.
is a world
Please.
in which he holds her to evil or something like that. But I mean, to be
not this way.
fair, if she goes unchecked, like she can win the game. So, oh, but Urias picked up. I think this is looking really good for Mizuni. He has the answer to the Halcina. He's got the Urias for the mid game, and then he's gonna have the Dark Emperor on top of that.
Yeah, Doc Dodo not really able to make much happen in this early game. I think the Corrupting Bloodlust is just so powerful at getting rid of all the early game aggression that Mizuni also furthered his Wrath game plan at the same time, and now he's only a couple turns away from his Dark Emperor.
Yeah, that's true. It's 2 hits for his own Wrath. And, you know, for Doc Dodo, the Halcina game plan did not go as intended. But, you know, his deck is more than that. We're going to see what other game plan Doc Dodo can come up with. For now, it's Mizuni getting the first access to the evil point.
I'm really worried. Doc Dodo, I don't think he has many followers who can actually contend with the Dark General.
Well,
about it.
it's tough, but
Yeah.
we're going to see how the mid game plays out. Mizuni thinking about the Urias. Usually you want to hold Urias for at least turn 5 so you can utilize 2 of the Horrible Knight spells right away. But because his other options just are not that great right now, he might just be forced to play Urias on 4.
Yeah. I mean, you get the spells anyway. You're not going to get as much value out of them if Urias gets cleared. But it is a way to use your play points here on 4 and get rid of the board that Doc Dodo's presented.
Yeah, he can guarantee that he gets at least the evil point back if that's what he wants.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually kind of nice because Horrible Knight needs to discard cards and he's got repair modes that he doesn't really need.
Yeah,
But-
that really just fodder.
He's gonna hold on. I do like this just because like Urias on 5 is just way better.
Yeah.
So I think this is the correct play.
I went too far.
Yeah, it maybe feels a little awkward, but at the end of the day, you get more value out of holding on to the Urias.
Gonna play out the second one as well, just going 1 damage to the face, additional 1/2. Oh, Doc Dodo now draws his Dark Emperor, so
The
it's gonna
difference
be
here,
interesting.
yeah, Doc Dodo not really activating the Wrath game plan as much as Mizuni's gone for.
On the other hand, Doc Dodo is going first, so technically he has first access to the Dark Emperor.
That's true, yeah. And Dark Emperor cannot clear Dark Emperor, right?
Yeah, he's got that protection. I mean, Doc Dodo might have to like manually evo it, but if that's what you have to do, that's what you have to do.
Sorry.
You can manually evo. There is the Harvest Imp there getting over the other IO.
That said, though,
It's
Mizuni
Urias.
held on, and the Urias should be pretty good now. He even drew a second one.
Right? He's like, you know what? The deck's like, hey man, try this. Try this
Yeah,
instead.
he's getting like all his power cards, and again, I can't stress enough how crucial it was that he had an answer to the early Halcina.
100% agree with you. He's gonna play the Urias here, and I assume we're gonna see these
Show me what you
this horrible knight come into play.
lose yourself.
Yeah, I think you can just say goodbye to your repair modes. Don't think you need them.
Goodbye, and this last one's kind of tough. How do you feel about Berserker?
Berserker's like a solid mid-game follower, but I think the Wolf has more overall value. You're definitely
Exactly.
keeping the Emperor, and once you start drawing 2 cards a turn, like, you should be fine in terms of resources.
Yeah, it looks like
So
he
I
did
do agree
bring
with this
Berserker.
is the correct pick.
Yeah, that Wicked Wolf just being able to clear so many followers in the late game is too good to pass up.
Yeah, he can only play 2 of the spells here. He has to decide, does he want the Nightmare Begins? You generally want to just ensure that you get that evil point.
No, timer is ticking, buddy. Gotta make it quick. What's it gonna
He
be?
does have a second Urias to work with though, so maybe that's influencing what he wants. Okay, yeah, gets the evil point guaranteed, sets up one of the leader effects, and then he only is missing the Bloody Claw, which is fine. Like, he can combo that with the second Urias just fine.
Ooh, does the Bloody Claw effect does not stack, is that correct?
No, so once you get the second Urias, it's gonna give you the, you're not gonna get the spells again, you get the 3 damage to everybody.
That's right, yes.
Which
Good
is
eye.
a pretty good spell, because it costs 0
Yeah.
play points.
They thought of everything.
It's not bad, yeah.
Like, Razor
I
Claw,
just-
but
I-
better.
Don't know what the game plan is for Doc Dodo. Like, okay, Emperor and 7, pretty good. But beyond that, I don't know what else he's doing.
Yeah, he played that assault there and wasn't able to get a Dark Journal off of it, which was really bad.
Yeah, Doc Dodo not really being able to activate Wrath or Vengeance. So he's just not getting the most out of his cards. But again, he is going to have first access to the Dark Emperor. And Mizuni right now, he needs to realize that, you know, our Emperor is a thing and he doesn't want to play into it too much.
I can hope that Dark Dodo does not spin the ego point of the Dark Emperor.
He might be forced to, we're going to see.
Thunderbolt Demon's not bad here, get a bit of value.
Yeah, he's hovering over the Urias. Getting close to Wrath, you can see 5 out of 7, very, very close. He's missing Bloody Claw as the final leader effect.
Question is, how do you spend all of your points wisely? I think that's what he's really thinking about. Because if you run Uriah's Bloody Claw like that, you don't want to play the Wolf out.
This really feels like it's Mizuni's game to win. So he might be thinking like, okay, what could I possibly lose to? And when you're thinking of that against Bloodcraft, your first
There's so
thought
many
must be
options.
like, hey, if he has Dark Emperor, like, how do I make sure that I don't just lose to that?
Yeah, Thunderbolt Fiend is a good pickup. I don't know if the Skull Raider is going to be that useful. Actually, no, he could very
Going for the
easily.
Evo, extra stats, extra card draw. Does he want to hold him to a Bloody Claw? No, he's going to just establish the lure effect now.
He could very easily get some of the buffs off of the Skull Raider.
Okay, Doctoro, he could hold on to the Emperor. Wicked Wolf in hands is kind of nice.
That's true. He has to be wary though. His Wicked Wolf may get cleared.
Also has a
It is
Scorpion.
pretty good bait though. Oh yeah, Scorpion's good for the card draw and the heal.
Yeah, but it's not like game winning, right? It's just like, okay, my Scorpion will clear your guy and then right back to you, but you have 3 Uriah's leader effects that are definitely going to win the game in the long run.
Yeah. But really needs to
Scorpion it
find
is.
a way to win this game. Feels
Yeah,
like he's
I think-
existing.
He's probably thinking of like, okay, he doesn't really have much going for him, so when he does cash out the Dark Emperor, it has to be a game-winning Dark Emperor.
Yeah.
And that one right there would have just enter a follower, he'd have to manually evo it, and it just wouldn't be that great overall.
It feels like he might have to do it in retaliation of Mizuni's coming down.
Suni thinking about the second Urias.
Yeah, Mizuni really isn't in a position where he needs to like just slam the Dark Emperor out. He can also save it himself.
Oh, for sure. They're both probably going to be a little bit greedy. This is definitely going to be a grindy game. We saw yesterday, you know, Noir go all the way to deck out.
Yeah,
And
that
we might
was
be seeing a
wild.
similar game here.
Yeah, that was a crazy Take-Two game, but so exciting to watch.
Oh, for sure.
If you guys missed that, go
Mizuni?
back, take a look at the VODs, because that was the game not to miss.
He's essentially going to have Avarice for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So, pretty nice for the Skull.
Yep.
Needs to find a way to activate the Wrath. He's very close to it.
5 out of 7 is, yeah.
He's got like a good amount of card draw in his hand, but he already has card draw from the leader effect, so actually kind of an awkward turn. Does he want to just play the Wicked Wolf? don't think you want to ignore the 7-2.
Discerning Devil. Actually, Ball and Chain Ogre is pretty good to activate Wrath here.
It does get him one step closer, but it's also a good 8-drop. He's gonna just hold for now.
Turn 8 is
Okay,
around the
Doc
corner.
Dodo. Go for the Wicked Wolf. Just keep up the pressure.
Yeah, Mizuni here is, you can see, so stressed having to make these moves. Evil on the Wicked Wolf feels kind of weird.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because he doesn't have the Dark Emperor free Evil, so now he like can't Evil Dark Emperor until he gets that effect.
I think this does force out Mizuni's, however.
Well,
Mizuni really
he's
can't
not
play much
in.
else.
He's not in Wrath or Vengeance either.
Oh, that's
And
right.
the fact that the wolves have that extra protection is actually so relevant here.
Is the wolf protection from damage or from being
Yeah,
destroyed?
it's damage from effects. So the Ball and Chain Ogre, not gonna work out. The Urias spell, not gonna work out either.
Oh. Man, that makes
Yeah,
it
it's-
really awkward.
Yeah, actually super awkward for him. Dark Emperor is an option. It would clear, 3 of these.
Let me see here.
Mizuni deep in thought. He needs to win this game. Doctoro's up 1 game, winning the Rune Mirror match.
How do you... This seems really awkward, but how do you feel about just trading in the Wicked Wolves?
Well, I mean, I guess you can, except that you don't actually trade. You just like present them on the board, and then it's up to Doc Dodo to make the decision, right?
Yeah, looks like he's gonna play the Skull Raider here.
Show me the limits of
Okay, gotta go with
Evolve
another
another
Urias.
how long
Oh,
can
okay.
you endure?
Yeah, like it's pretty good, but
Lose
not right
yourself
now.
in this
Yeah.
week.
The Horrible Knight, you just have to hold on to it. Doesn't get a full clear.
The Urias spell coming into play here, being able to do damage every time Doc Dodo loses a follower.
Bahamut?
Ooh, wait a second.
That's a card.
That's cute.
He's thinking about Dark Emperor because he doesn't have the free Evo on it.
Oh man, this is really.
Oh, this is a weird game because like Mizuni
Yeah.
has so many resources. He has like 9 cards in hand, all the leader effects, and yet somehow it feels like his plays are just not good enough.
Yeah, Doc Dodo hasn't had as many like good plays as Mizuni has, but Doc Dodo is making it really awkward for Mizuni, which I think is one of his outs here.
And Doc Dodo's
Forces Mizuni
actually
to spin resources.
sitting on a good amount of burst in hand with the Fangborn Revelation combined with the Razor Claw. It's actually a good chunk of damage. He's looking at 9 burst potentially next turn.
Oh, looks like he may.
So
opt to go
maybe
with
he's
Doc
just Dark
Dodo.
Emperor and set up for 9 damage burst next turn.
Yeah, that's it.
Genuflect before
Okay,
Down.
he's spending it.
Oh, Mizuni.
the swords
He
raining
looks
on
a
me.
bit worried. I like this play from Doc Dodo. It's not the absolute greatest value, but it is pressure. And he has follow-up
Yeah.
because he has damage from hand.
Oh,
And because Mizuni, he
Arcane
doesn't have
Wolfing Gloves,
Wrath
but
or Vengeance, like his Emperor is actually not that great.
is there a way you can activate with 2 play points here? No, right? Arcane Wolf is 1. That would give him 1 more ping. Does he have a way to activate another self hit so he can actually play the Arcane Werewolf?
Yeah, I don't think so because, like the Ball and Chain Ogre, he has to like spend play points so he could accelerate Horrible Knight is 1.
Hand size is big here. I just want to keep
Yeah.
your attention focused on the amount of cards in both players' decks. Mizuni only has 8 cards left, whereas Doc Dodo has 13. This may come to another deck out like we saw yesterday.
That Dark Emperor from Doc Dodo might just be enough. How does Mizuni want to respond? He's thinking about it. There's no like one clear answer. The wolf's actually super annoying. Gonna go with the Arcane Wolf.
They don't take out the Emperor, though.
No, they don't take out the Emperor. They can take out everything else.
I'm not sure how I feel about leaving up 5 damage, big dog.
Well, the heal is quite relevant.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, just
Right.
clear. It pushes damage from his side because of the Urias Ego effect.
Running the 2-2
2 levels
here.
left over. Just play a Wicked
Hey.
Wolf.
I
Okay,
don't
so
know,
Doctor
man.
has Again, I believe 9 burst in hand. So 9 and 15, not quite 20, but he's getting there.
He's very close. How do
Doctor
you
looks
feel-
pretty animated right now, actually.
Yeah, he's happy. He's feeling it,
Some
man.
of the
He's like,
most
oh,
emotion I've seen in this guy.
He's like, oh, this is Shadowverse? Okay.
Okay,
Midnight
Midnight Gossip.
Gossip?
Get a bit of extra damage. Armored Goblin. I like it.
Oh my god.
Because if Mizuni answers the goblins with the AoE, then the Dark Emperor will just be unkillable, right?
Yeah, you'd be thick. Dark Emperor at the gym. Traps like out of this world.
Oh man, that's funny. Mizuni still not in Wrath, but he's close.
He's so close. He spit the werewolf, arcane wolf last turn. Wasn't able to use that as a ping, but trampling terror could be decent if he gets the accelerate.
And you brought up a good point. He only has 6 cards left in deck. Drawing 2 cards a turn means he doesn't actually have that much time left.
Trampling terror also draws a card, doesn't it?
If you excel it, yeah.
Yeah. So be careful. Be careful.
Oh, this Dark Emperor is putting in work for Duck Dodo.
A shout out to this guy. His deck didn't look as stellar as Mizuni's did. Mizuni had a really focused Wrath game plan, but Doc Dodo's made these turns so awkward, and Mizuni hasn't been able to get the full value out of his cards. He's had to hold and hold and hold and spin things weirdly, and it's to his detriment.
And I like the way that Duck Dodo was able to formulate a game plan on the go. He started off aggressive. He's like, hey, Halanisa could win the game, and then that didn't work out, but he was able to come up with another game plan. And now it's a pretty good one because Mizuni has no answer for this Dark Emperor.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. It's a 6/16.
That's a big boy right there.
Oh, Duck Dodo getting real low, though.
Get lost here.
Dark Emperor wants you to know you should always eat your veggies.
Okay, Duck Dodo is actually, well, he's in vengeance now. He's 4 life.
Oh, wait a
The
second
Minotaur Ward is actually pretty relevant.
here. Doc Dodo
Because-
4.
If it wasn't there, Duck Dodo would actually just have lethal.
Is there any way he can spin 5 and no?
Oh, this Dark Emperor is a 6/16.
That's crazy. We have to keep in mind though, Doc Dodo's health is very low.
Yeah, he doesn't actually have a lot of life to work with. And he has so much burst damage, but because of the Minotaur Ward, he's not going to be able to just go face and close the game out.
All right, let's see. Fangborn here. You got to heal up a little bit, man. Come on.
Yeah, it's that extra life could make the difference. He has, neutrals that he can fuse, which is good for him.
Mm-hmm. Using the second one as well.
Feel like you want to answer the 6/6 because he's so low. Oh, but he's also so close to just winning the game.
Hold on a
Torgy
second.
Maestro, okay, neutralizes the ogres. And he goes face.
Hold on here.
Okay, so now Mizuni is in vengeance. He is going to get the free Dark Emperor Evo.
Oh, that's
but because Dark Dodo's Emperor is a 6/16, like, he's not going to be able to
sticks.
clear it.
It sticks.
And the Froggy
gonna
Maestro is
heal, though.
actually so good there.
Dark Emperor does provide heal, which is really important here.
Oh, this game is actually so close.
It'll put him at 13, and then that puts him out of range for Razor Claw plus Fangborn to actually do anything.
And with the Mad Claw Devil in vengeance, he can get, +2/+2 and drain with Rush.
Oh no.
Mizuni can actually get so much life back this turn.
Hold on. Does Mizuni have an out here?
I mean, Dark Emperor Mad Claw seems like an okay turn.
Yeah, I actually like it.
Just
Like
try and
he
get as
does, too.
much life as possible. Get a good amount of stats on the board.
Gets rid of the ward in the way. And, Dark Emperor is great, but he's only a single follower who can swing. He's thick, but his attack's
Wait,
not
if he's
that
gonna
great.
play the Dark Emperor, then he's gotta play it before he gains enough life to go out of vengeance.
Oh, good point.
Genuflect
Okay, yeah,
before
and then
There we go.
I guess he's forced to trade the Mad Claw Devil because he wants the life.
Yeah. I mean,
But it's not enough to clear the Dark Emperor who's got too many stats.
he's a thick boy. Now, the question is, you run in...
Oh, another Racer
Wait,
Claw?
what?
Wait, how much damage is that?
Not 18, man. 3, 6,
Oh,
9.
he's so close. He's
9 plus
so
650. He's
close.
3 off. 3 off.
Oh, that heal from the Maclaw Devil actually keeping Mizuni in the game right now.
Does Doctor
By the
have
way,
anything here?
the Bahamut is just awful, right? Because the Dark Emperor has so many stats, the Bahamut's actually not doing anything.
Yeah, can't take damage, so you had...
Oh,
he would just
man,
get
that
soaked up
Razor
immediately.
Claw. Okay, so Dodo's pretty low himself.
Yeah, 6.
The
He can't-
battle of the
he can't
Dark
commit-
Emperors.
Yeah, he can't commit to the Razor Claw, or otherwise he might end up dead. All right, Fang
Oh,
wants
he could
fuse
fuse away the
in.
Bahamut. That feels bad, but honestly, right now it might be the
Wow.
play.
It might be
I
the
think that
play.
really is the play, yeah. Because the Fangborn gives you 3 life, and right now that goes a long way.
Definitely does. I'm trying to see, is there a way that Mizuni wins this next turn if he lives?
Assuming that he just has Dark Emperor to work with, he would have 7 damage, but Dodo can heal an additional 6, so he can go to 12. Well, clock is ticking.
See it.
Double Fangborn,
Is it in?
and then clear the,
Oh.
yeah, go face, right?
Yep.
And just hold over Razor Claw. Okay, can we soon find 5 damage?
Dark Contract, not what you want to see. He has to be really careful. 2 cards left in the deck. His next
you're
turn could be his
right.
last.
He can't even play any of the card draw cards at all.
Oh, buddy.
Oh man, there's like no good answer to this 16 Dark Emperor.
He might just have to run through with the Dark Emperor and then just put up... Does he have any wards? Is
No, I
Malevolent
don't-
Wall a ward? I don't even remember.
Oh man, Malevolent Wall is not a ward, does not save him.
I don't know what you do.
It's
here.
crazy, Mizuni, he's had the Uri's leader effects for so long, and somehow Duck Dodo's been holding on, hanging on with that insane Dark Emperor Armor Goblin power play.
I wish I could check Dr. Dodo's deck one more time. I would love to see what's left in there.
Well, he's got 2
Oh.
Razor Claws in hand, and if you ask me,
Yeah.
that's pretty good. He's
Right?
got that the smile, you know, he knows. Potentially he just needs one more turn.
Gotta make sure that Mizuni doesn't find any way to heal.
Soon
Uh-oh.
thinking about it, a reminder, like, he can't draw cards. If he draws any cards, he just loses.
Yeah. I don't think he's gonna find 5 burst damage in hand. So he's
Like-
just gonna play out the Wicked Wolf here.
Yeah.
Lurks in the
Wicked Wolf goes face. It's
Yeah.
not enough.
Oh,
Duck
Dr. Dodo!
Dodo.
He sees it! Come on, come on! Come on, let's
2
go!
Razor Claws, he's gonna be at 1
lurks
life.
in the dark.
And Duck Dodo is going to take the set 2-0 over Mizuni.
How peculiar.
Oh, everybody in chat just let out that all that tension you built up in one exasperated gas. Just
Wow, what an insane series. Very well played from Duck Dodo. I really liked the way he played that. It honestly looked like Mizuni had the superior blood draft. Duck Dodo somehow made it work. He found a good spot for the Dark Emperor, and then he got it to a 6-16, and I was able to use that to win the game.
Lewis, my heart. My
That
heart
was
can't take
such
anymore.
a good set, and that's why we love to see Take 2 here in the Shadowverse World Grand Prix.
Oh my god, this Doc Dodo guy, he's definitely stolen my heart and become one of my West favorites in a single game of Shadowverse. That's crazy.
And you love to see Duck Dodo winning on stream. That's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, shout outs to him, guys. You got to give it up to that guy, especially in that last game where his deck just didn't look as impactful as Mizuni's, and he somehow still found the dub. That was so good, getting the thick Dark Emperor to just stick around forever.
Yeah, that blood game was definitely the highlight, but the rune game was also well played from Duck Dodo. He found great use of the Greya, his free evos, Chimera Meister, you know, really utilizing all the tools that RuneCraft has in Take 2, and he was able to just get a clean 2-0 over Mizuni.
Lewis, how do we top that? How do we go even higher?
With more Take 2 action eventually.
Well, folks, don't go anywhere because we have more of that Take 2 action coming up in round 4. Hopefully we'll get to see another one of our West SVO boys take it in this next set in the WGP.
We are back, and this time Doc Dodo is joining us for an interview. Doc Dodo, we just saw you win an amazing Take-Two set. How are you feeling? And tell us, how did you prepare for Take-Two?
Thank you. Yeah, those are some crazy sets. Like the one damage off there from killing my own character there. I just kept top decking into good things. It was like you could see his reactions were just insane. He's like, "Oh, I can't believe this." I love that. Oh my goodness. Probably not for him though. I'm a little sad, but I'm super happy. So,
yeah, man, you had some crazy runs there. The Dark Emperor into the Goblin plate just buff him to 16 was insane.
Yeah, and it saved me too because he couldn't kill it with his own guy. Oh my god, he's so sticky.
What was your preparation like coming into World Grand Prix? Like, how much time did you put into, say, Take-Two practice as opposed to Constructed?
It was about 50-50 for me. I would have put more into Take-Two, but then all the nerfs happened, so I was like, okay, I gotta relearn rotation now. So my time was split kind of between both. But I guess it paid off.
Yeah, I guess it did, man. Those were some incredible games. You might gotta rename yourself, man. Pterodactyl PhD might be the new name for you.
Doc Dodo, you're looking pretty good right now. Putting the West on your back. We wish you the best, man. It would be great to see you make it to the top 4.
If the West is on my back, we're in trouble.
All right, man. Well, good luck in the rest of your games for the rest of the day. I hope that the next Take-Two round goes just as well for you, and we hope to see you top at the end.
Okay, so hopefully. All right. Thank you guys. You guys are great casters, by the way. I really enjoyed day ones.
All right, buddy. Take care and good luck.
I hope you guys enjoyed hearing from Doc Dodo. We're going to take another break, but when we come back, we do have more Take-Two action, and you already know Take-Two is the best part of this tournament.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Welcome back to day 2 of the 2021 Shadowverse World Grand Prix. This is round 4, the last round of Take 2. And after the matches we just witnessed, I can't wait to see what else we have in store.
Dude, Doc Dodo was the introduction to Take 2. I can't imagine where we go next, man. Those last games were insane. The rotation games have been insane. And I got good news for you guys. After this round, you guys are going to get a treat because Chris and Igni are also going to be coming up on the mic to bless you guys.
But how are they going to top a 6-16 Dark Emperor?
I think he can squat both of them at the same time on his shoulders.
The Take 2 section of this tournament is so amazing. I love to see the players do something different and play Take 2. But here we have the rankings.
Bima is 2-1 at 4th place right now. And Shinsha's right on his heels.
Yeah, Shinsha right there. Doc Dodo moving up as well after the last victory.
Look at that tolerance on his heels as well. Oh my god, the SVO boys are doing work.
Yeah, but Momoring is 0-3 and Sai is 1-2. For Sai, 1-2 we saw. 5-2s could make it. If Sai wants to advance, he cannot lose another game.
Yeah, Momoring, his chances may be down to get to that top 4. However, every match he's going to play from here on out, he's going to potentially take more prize money home. Taking a look at the rounds for round 4. We got, Tolerance going up against World. Shinsha versus Maki Yui.
Doc Dodo against Bima. That's going to be a great match.
Oh, why did they do this to us? SVO boys, no, we can't catch a break.
See, there's currently 3 players that are undefeated 3-0. We're also going to have R. Gray going up against Sai, Ace against Momoring.
That's going to be a good one, man. There's so many good matches this round. Can we just watch them all? Can we just multicast and just like have like 16 screens up at the same time?
And for our next match, we're going to have R. Gray against Sai. Again, Sai has had such an amazing journey this past 2 years. He's had such improvement as a player, and he really leveled up this year, winning an SPO early on, and then actually being the #1 player in the standings. But right now, he has a 1-2 record, and he needs to win this set.
So taking a look again, this is going to be best of 3, folks. They only have to win 3. They're going to construct decks. We're going to take a look at, looks like this time R. Gray's construction, and then after that, once he's done, we're going to take a look at Sai's full deck.
We saw some great blood decks as well as some amazing rune decks. Let's see what R. Gray is going to pick here.
Yeah, I mean, you've been talking up this Sai guy, and after hearing that he was at the top of the leaderboards and he got the early win at the SVO earlier this year, I'm excited to see what this round holds for him.
Yeah, he really has just gotten so much better over time. Sai was the guy he would get top 8 and then just get kind of crushed. And he really just leveled up this year. I would love to see him do well in the World Grand Prix. But right now, let's take a look at R. Gray, who you know he's gonna be drafting that Bloodcraft.
We just saw the Bloodcraft game from Doc Dodo and Mizuni in the last games.
He's going quickly. Halasina, Demonic Assault, those are some good picks.
Yeah, especially if you get Vengeance.
The other 2 picks are not bad, though. We've seen the Arcane Wolf come in time and time again, and he does take it.
Wow, I also go for the Wrath package here. I just like Two-Headed Scorpion as a nice, flexible draw, plus a little bit of heal.
Yeah, these cards are amazing in Take 2 because you can utilize them early on when you need just plays, and then they double up as big late-game followers.
He picks the Corrupting Bloodlust right there. Does he go for the Blood Pact here?
Blood Pact with a Demonic Soldier, not bad. Demonic Soldier, one of those pretty solid 2-drops, because sometimes you just need a 2-play 1-2-2, and if you get his effect in Vengeance, it is so impactful.
Seox is hard to pass up here.
Yeah, that's a game finisher, but he skips it. Another Diva.
Wow.
For the neutrals, we saw the Froggy Maestro actually be so good.
Yeah, the Ward is actually pretty impactful in the last set of games. Goes for the...
You can tell that Arcane knows what he wants. There's some picks where he takes a little bit to the side, and then there's some picks where he just like instantly goes for it. He's definitely done his homework.
Right. Again, Dr. Odo said in the interview, he's like, well, I started about 50-50 learning the Take 2, and then they changed all of rotations, so I had to pivot back. Looks like R. Gray did have the time to go and really dive into the Take 2 here. His picks look really confident.
Has some early game followers here. Just one more 2-drops for that curve. Dual Axe Devil, fantastic early game follower.
Yeah, it's hard to pass her up on 2. Mono or Dark Contract. Air is also good.
Villainous Demon is an okay follower too. It's not that bad. You can get some value of it. There's a lot of Avarice synergy in Take 2. As far as like the big power cards, like he didn't get Uriah's, he didn't get the Dark Emperor. So
what is
I
his
don't
game
know. I
plan
mean,
here?
he got a Razor Claw. He didn't get an Omniscience Arch Demon either.
Actually, the win condition for this deck looks a little weak. He might just have to win out on board. I mean, he got all this Wrath stuff, but to what end?
Yeah, if he's able to activate the Wrath, and maybe that could go a long way. He was able to draft not 1, but 2 of the Devilish Diva, and that card kept pretty good, giving you a free Evo, 3 damage to the face, and a heal. So maybe it's more of a mid-range game plan here for our Gray.
It looks like that he kind of just forced himself into that. I'm kind of worried though. He has all these Wrath cards and nothing to proc off of. He might just end up hurting himself and doing half his opponent's job for him.
I mean, with 2 Divas and 2 Noble Demonesses, I think that's what he goes for. These are good mid-game followers that give you good Wrath payoff. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but I feel like that's what he has to go for.
Yeah, I wonder what side drafted on his side. Again, we've seen time and time again, you choose a deck that doesn't seem like it has like the impact win condition, but these guys are at the caliber where they can make it work.
Yeah, Doc Dodo definitely showed us that. He made his blood deck work. And for these 2 guys, Argray and Sai, again, they are at that 1-2 mark. 2 losses, you could maybe make it if you do really well. But with 3 losses, there's no way you're going to the finals.
Sai goes with a sword list here, and it looks pretty aggressive.
Hey, he's got some nice late game in the form of Bahamut and Garvin. And
Cat
from Sword,
Admiral.
you expect like good early game. I do love the Cat Admiral. One of those amazing followers with a great Evo effect.
Forward Swinging Bandit is a good pickup. Scrupulous Preparation is going to grab him. Actually, it's actually going to tutor out the Quick Blader if he doesn't draw it, which is really nice.
The Dealer is kind of nice. We talked about her a lot as a nice, well-started follower with a good Evo effect. He also did pick up the Monochrome, which could be nice for that mid-game to combat, you know, the mid-game that Argray's probably going to focus on here with his Bloodcraft deck.
And Sai out there just vibing, getting ready for this match. Again, these guys are fighting for their tournament life in this next round of Take 2. 3 losses is not possible. It's really hard to advance to the top 4 if you get that score.
Yeah, 1-2 is not how you'd like to start the day, but it's not how you have to end it. They could technically just win every single game, and they might be okay. At the same time though, 5-2 does not guarantee you making it to the Grand Finals. We saw Shimon get 5-2, and he didn't make it.
Yeah, he started the day looking really strong yesterday. 5 wins in a row. The last 2 rounds, though, his losses were so great that he wasn't able to qualify. He just missed the cutoff mark.
Yeah, this is going to be a great match. We have Argray with a solid Wrath mid-rangey blood deck against Sai. You know, Sword has that nice early game, and we'll see what he can do with it.
Sai may try to take advantage of the fact that Argray has some of the Wrath package, and just like, okay, well, if you're going to do damage, so am I.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a classic, right? Because the blood, you can start hitting yourself, but unlike the constructed decks, you don't have to guarantee Wrath payoffs. You might not draw them. Here we go, round number 4. Sai going up against Argray in the Take 2 section of the tournament.
Oh man, this is going to be going, guys, in the chat. Get hyped, show Sai some love, keep his tournament run alive here as we get started on this round 4 game.
The Tactical Dog, probably not going to keep it.
Yeah.
And oh, I didn't mention it, but Argray got him a Bella. That has to be such a key follower. If Sai is gonna go on the aggressive and go wide early game, one Mabella could just completely stabilize for Argray.
That is true. He does get the Quick Blader, but unfortunately he also grabs his Scrupulous Preparation, which means that on 3 it's only gonna draw him 2 cards.
Yeah, but look at this curve. He's got 1, 2, 3, and those are all, you know, potentially going face.
That's
I'd
the
like
place,
to
man.
start from Sai.
That's what I was told. Bloodstained Pixie? I think so.
Cry for blood.
Yeah, just a 2-2. The additional Bane might not be that relevant in the early game. Sai gonna keep the aggression. Yeah, go wide. get that rally count. It could be relevant for cards like the Cat Admiral.
I am a little concerned because I think that once we get to the mid to late game, Sai's turn impacts may peter out and Argray might take control of the game. And that is, I think, the one way that Sai loses this.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, with cards like Mabella and the Gluttonous Demon, those could do a great job of stabilizing Argray, getting him both board clear, potential, you know, life gain on top of that. And already, as early as turn 3, he's already, you know, answered the aggression.
Yeah, he's also got the Arcane Wolf in hand just in case he needs to get some easy removal out.
There is the Cat Admiral pickup for Sai, but you have to believe he's going to be holding that for the Evo.
He's hovering over that Scrupulous Preparation. I'm surprised he's not just going to slam down the Sword Swinging Bandit, but he cannot ignore this board.
Yeah, I feel like he might have had a game plan to just go full aggro, but after his early aggression was already quickly answered, he might have to think about a different game plan, but he's still committed to the Sword Swinging Bandit, gonna go face with it.
Are you worth your weight in gold?
Wow, that is the place. 15 defenses are great already.
And Sai, he is going to have first access to the Evo. Even though he's the one leading the charge here, he actually did go second.
Yeah, Argray needs to clear this board for that reason. He can't afford to take any more damage, especially knowing that he is running a Wrath package and all of his cards potentially damage himself.
Yeah, here's what you were talking about, right? Like, okay, you want to play the Jeweled Axe level because you want to hold your 4-drops for their Evo effects, but Jeweled Axe level is going to do damage to you, and he's not close to Wrath yet.
Ooh, the Mabella now? No way.
I mean, it works. It's just way better if you hold on a little bit. But what is the alternative? Playing the Jeweled Axe level, hitting yourself?
Yeah, I don't like Jeweled Axe Devil either. And later on in the game, she's useful because she does heal if you have Wrath active. So we might see Argray hold on to the card there and actually end up using it for the heal later on.
That's true. Mabella, you know, does have a nice fanfare. 1 damage is enough to clear the board here. He is going to hold it. She's just such value in the mid game.
Yeah, alright, gonna trade in here and just play the Axe Devil. Oh, wow. Okay.
Hey, Sai, he's got a bike to work with. I like this play. Lieutenant into Cat Admiral. He gets so much rush, so many followers.
Prime Evo targets Cat Admiral. Great in rotation, great in take 2.
But as good as this play is, this is exactly why Argray, he held onto the Mabella, and it's definitely going to answer this board.
Yeah, next turn, this gets easily answered by her. For the trades, though, I imagine Sai would run in the Cat Admiral into the Frog, and then maybe trade in the 3-1. You could also trade in the 3-2 with the Frog, and then keep the Cat Admiral.
Yeah, it's
run
hard.
The Cat Admiral in.
Thinking about how he wants to do his trades, there's really no way to play around the Mabella. She's going to clear pretty much no matter what. And one thing that is going to maybe be key here is that both players don't actually have a ton of cards in hand.
Oh yeah, things are looking a little thin up there. Meanwhile, Sai does have the Scrupulous Preparation to help replenish a little bit. Yeah,
that card draw could go a long way because Argray might be just, you know, playing off the top of his deck. But for now, he does have solid plays in the Mabella.
Today we fight.
Yeah, gonna trade the Sin and then get the damage.
Yeah, even if the board gets cleared here, it's still good because it forces the Mabella a turn before she could be enhanced, which is really nice for Argray, or for Sai. And the Cat Admiral still did, you know, a good amount of job. You know, put a lot of pressure, did the 2 damage. And Sai did trade in a way that is going to force the Mabella to have to trade and go down to a 5-1 stat line.
Master Sleuth also a pretty good pickup here.
His deck has a good amount of Storm followers.
Yeah, man, that's Sword. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic Swordcraft, right? A lot of dudes that can go face, nice board presence, but it's a Cosmic Angel right now.
Oh, does he just drop the... Okay, wow, drops the Cosmic Angel. Big statted followers. And I guess you could evolve the Master Sleuth.
Oh yeah, that's actually a fantastic answer. He's able to answer the Angel, does not have to commit his unequal point, and he's even going to get a 2-2 for his trouble.
Yeah, super good value there as Master Sleuth. Not really seen in rotation, but here, prime follower.
Great Buccaneer. Gets the trade. Again, more Storm coming out of Sai's deck. Really keeping all that pressure. Argray is now in Vengeance.
Uh-oh. Be careful. Unfortunately, none of these cards really take advantage of Vengeance too heavily. Bloodless
Arcane
Demon.
Wolf, pretty good though.
Yeah, it's an easy clear.
Yeah, and the 5 defense being restored on Fanfare is absolutely amazing for our Gray.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he wants to save the Arcane Wolf for a bigger target, or looks like
he
he's
could
really
be
thinking
better.
about it.
And Bane just, obviously answers like 90% of the followers in the game. That said, though, the Wolf does answer right now.
Yeah, and I mean, with 9 defense, you need to be careful of what you leave up on the board.
Maybe he wants to stay at 9 to have access to Vengeance, but I don't know, like his deck had more Rat synergy than Vengeance synergy, I want to say.
Yeah, the Covetous Demon Tamer, not that great either.
Use of you.
He is going to hold on to the Arcane Wolf. The 2/2 is nice. Glorious Demon is going to probably be evil here. It's actually kind of nice. It is going to give him a little bit of life to work with. And then he can hold
true.
on to the Arcane Wolf for maybe like a surprise answer.
I run this and then leave the 1/3.
I mean, he's really running out of resources though. Arcane Wolf and like
Garvin.
Angel's Grace. Ooh.
Garvin at 8.
Yeah, I do want to point out that even though Sai is going on the aggressive here, as you might expect from Swordcraft, we did see his deck had a good amount of late game power. Could have the Monochrome endgame. He does have the Bahamut as well. Gavin as well. So he's going to have plays for the late game.
Only one of each of those followers, so he needs to draw into him. And holding on to the Scrupulous Preparation until this point has actually been really good.
Even
Next
like
turn, though,
the
Garvin.
Mordred too. I'm a fan of the Mordred
Yeah.
Archer. Although he already has the one face shield. There's the end game.
Ooh, there, yup.
Dog Detective also a pretty good card.
Especially on 9 with the Monochrome in-game, you get a free follower
yeah.
evolve. Ooh.
That's a lot of followers on the board, a lot of stats. And maybe Sai, he's going to just shift to a game plan where he tries to out-resource our Gray, who is just playing from the top of his deck, basically.
Yeah, the Arcane Wolf and the Angel's Grace not that useful right now. He's running on fumes, gonna evolve.
And he's
Sword
going to
Queen
commit
Bandit.
the Evo here. He's going to have, free Evos later on, so he's fine to commit. And now Sai, he's just going to keep on going phase, knowing that he potentially has lethal next turn.
Yeah, if you don't
But
get rid of the
Arcane
Bandit,
Wolf is going to be able to give our Gray some life back.
he's thinking about it. Does he play the Contract or does he play the Wolf?
I mean, the
Contract
Wolf
kind
is
of a gamble.
guaranteed. Yeah, Contract's a gamble, and well, the Wolf is
It
guaranteed.
pings.
So,
Yeah, the Contract also pings you. So
if you ask me, I like the guarantee play here, but we'll
Me
see
too.
what Andre chooses.
Yeah, I like the Wolf
5
too.
life when you're at 4 against Sword, it's gonna go a long way.
Garvin may just clean up the game though. Let's see.
Yeah, it's probably doing at least like 6 damage, I believe. Nice stats on him as well. Or Gray
He's
thinking
really
about his
thinking about that.
plays.
He's like, do I
Doesn't
want-
have a ton of options.
What is the Angel's Grace here for? It kind of seems kind of greedy.
I mean, the Wolf just seems like a solid stay alive play.
Yeah, you need to live, man. You can play the Dark Contract later when you're alive, you know?
Yeah, especially because the way Sai played out by like Evo in the face, that's a tell that like he probably has damage to back up that aggression.
Yep, he's like, hey, if you don't clear this, I'm going to push 4 more and win the game. If you do clear this, I get a bike for my troubles.
He's got to make a decision. The clock is ticking.
That went sour.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, okay. He's gonna get 3 life from this, and he gets to
Awesome.
hold on to the Arcane Wolf. Not gonna use the contract.
Interesting.
So Sai, I believe he has 6 damage, right?
Is that 6? Does he have more? Yeah, Arthur and Mordred actually don't do damage to...
Yeah, okay, gonna just go with the end game. Get those free
dog.
Evos. Can
Oh,
get
not
the
enough.
play point back, and then play the Dog Detective. That seems like a solid way to spend his turn.
Yeah, he's going to get the free
Legion
Evo,
follows.
get some good statted followers on board, and Argray is just left with the Wolf plus Dark Contract next turn.
Yeah, the extra buff on the Gluttonous though, 5/7, kind of an awkward stat line.
Very true.
It really feels like it's Sai's game to win here though.
I see what you did there, Side Games. What's up?
Do not stand in our way.
Yeah, get
Like-
the play point back, Dog Detective.
Ooh, run this 2-2 in.
Your
feeling it.
commands you.
Yeah, and then just keep 3 strong followers. But you know what answers 3 followers is that Arcane Wolf,
So he is gonna get a another follower,
Actually,
another knight.
Yeah, he does get the 2/2 for his trouble, and then combined with Garbin, I believe that should be game.
Let's see.
Unless Argray has another play.
Forged.
Oh, taking damage is a little scary to say the least.
Yeah, I think he has to play the wolf here. He needs to heal, needs to clear. He's gonna hope for the best.
Okay, 5 life back. Actually, no, yeah, the 5 life is too much. The Garbin is not going to be enough.
Keeps himself alive
And
here.
he's held onto that wolf, and it definitely paid off. But how is Sai going to continue that pressure?
Victorious Grappler?
You just
Not
keep
that
playing
useful.
followers, just keep up the aggression, hold the Garbin for when it's going to end the game.
Yeah, he's gotta just keep Argray on the back foot and say, hey, you're eventually gonna run out of resources because you're not drawing cards, so...
But the cards that Argray has, he's getting a good amount of value to them. You know, these expensive followers, like he held on to that Scorpion, and that Scorpion
than
is
I am now.
pretty good in the late game.
Alright, gonna play the ballroom assassin here. Give
Their demise. You want
Mordred Bane.
Okay, and then give everybody the effect. I like that.
Oh, yeah, now he can't run in.
Okay, so Scorpion can clear the 5/5. It's gonna get the
Take
Clash
2.
effect, 3 life back, some card draw. Maybe
Demonic
he
Assault
draws
is
something
good.
else. Yeah, it's not bad.
Get the 1 cost general, but he probably has to run that into a follower, and that's even more damage he's taking.
Yeah, that's true because of the Victorious Grappler, right? Argray trying to stay alive, but Sai keeping up that pressure. Although now the tables have kind of shifted, and Sai is the one that doesn't actually have a ton of cards in hand. So is this going to be enough?
Oh, he's got... Ooh, that's not what you want to see right now.
Okay,
Razor
he goes
Claw's
to
great,
10,
but not here.
Still has 3 followers he has to answer. That's 1. Dark General can be played to answer another follower, but then he's still taking the 2 damage. So it's almost like he doesn't actually answer it.
Yeah. Dark General here runs into 2/1. Okay.
Darn it.
Okay, so
next
Sai goes
time.
faces to 2/2, and Garbin should be doing 6 damage, right?
That should clean up the game. Let's see it.
Thinking about it.
Here
Garbin,
we
how much
go.
damage is he doing?
Top is
It's
6,
just
6.
enough. Finds the exact lethal and takes game number 1.
Man, shout outs to Sai out there playing from the gulag. That was crazy.
Yeah, he did a good job of keeping up the pressure, making the most of his mid-game, really utilizing, you know, that mid-range power of Swordcraft.
Yeah, at the end of that game looked a little rocky. You know, things started to stabilize for Argray, but he just didn't have enough resources in hand. Couldn't get pieces he needed fast enough. It looks like this time he's gonna go with that Portalcraft.
It's gotta be Portalcraft, yeah, for sure. Argray did a good job of staying alive, but we're gonna see what he could do with Portalcraft because it was not enough.
I kind of like Bahamut Monolith Creator here. No, he goes with Sockwheel.
Yeah, Jupiter Cycle, those are good neutrals. Determination is insane. We've seen Mechanized Soldier. He's such a powerhouse. He's one of those followers that, you know, scales throughout the game. Sometimes you need a 2+1/2/2, and sometimes you need that 8 cost in hands.
He passed on the unnamed Determination. That's crazy.
That is crazy. Okay, that's a
Argray's
good pick. Take the
madman.
Homunculus.
I feel
Master
like
Chef,
fucking-
kind of nice. Angel's Grace, honestly, he got good value out of it last game. He definitely
That's
knows
true.
how to use that card properly.
Got out of the Gluttonous Demon in that last game. Got himself a little bit of heal out of it as well.
Yeah, Fluffy Angel could be good if he wants, you know, some extra defense. Keep in mind
think
that Sai could still be drafted in a blood deck.
That's true. I just feel that Fluffy Angel's such a good heal card. Ooh, Gizmo Enthusiast.
Just a good amount of 2 drops. Okay, yeah, avoid the Megastone Guardian.
Right. Miriam?
I like
Artifact
Tien
Tempest?
for sure.
He opts for Lick,
Okay,
yeah.
now he
Tien.
takes Determination. Combustion
Combustion
Demon is
Demon.
fantastic pick.
I like Plucky Coil Wrangler.
It's solid.
Gets you
It
a
gives
nice
you that
curve,
nice,
2 and 3.
yeah, exactly, a guaranteed curve, right? Which honestly is worth a lot.
It's 2,
It's also-
3. Yeah, go ahead.
It's one of those cards that, like, it's a one card that gives you so much, right? Because you get the paradigm shift, and then you have the guaranteed curve. So
Yup.
it creates quite a lot of value by itself.
It also sets the paradigm shift to 5 once those bifurcating artifacts
Yeah,
get
for
destroyed.
sure.
So it's almost like a 2-3-5 play out of 1 card.
Yeah, and in a format where, again, the value of cards, the resources matter so much, I am a fan of it.
Ooh, how do you feel about the revised experiment? Courageous Puppeteer.
I'm a fan. Enhanced puppets are pretty good. In terms of tempo, it's fantastic. Although, Take-Two is a lot about value. Sometimes you get fall behind in tempo, and an enhanced puppet can catch you back up.
Yeah, we saw yesterday the Dimension Code came in pretty useful with the buff they got in, I guess, recent patches.
If you look at his curve though, he's got a lot of early game. I think he needs a Maisha finisher here. Like, his deck is probably missing that finisher. How is he gonna end the games?
Let's see it. Tolerance is away.
That's a finisher.
Artifact Impulse, I don't think he's generated enough artifact cards in this deck to really make use of that. I feel like he's kind of gone away from the multi-armed artifacts most of the time here.
Yeah, Tolerance feels like the pick for sure. I'm curious as to what class Sai has drafted though. Off to a good start. Winning game 1 with the Swordcraft. Take a look at our Gray's deck here.
Great.
Sai Quill is honestly good late game.
Yeah.
Tolerance as well. And again, notice his curve. He should have very solid mid to an early game. Mostly early game, I would say.
Yeah, that's really what you want, though. You don't want to fall behind and end up drafting too many heavy cards, and you can't play them, and you just lose before you get to them. So I like this. And a lot of these cards are also very, very flexible. Things like Combustion Demon have value on 7, being able to remove heavy followers. Cards like Gizmo Enthusiast allow you in the later game to get a lot of value out of it for card draw, as well as more followers on the board and that artifact that gets generated.
Yeah, and speaking about turn 7 power plays, I'm a fan of the Planner Breach. You get that prime artifact, you give it rush, so it has immediate board presence, and then you're just gonna have a consistent 5/5. That's pretty good.
Every single turn, yeah. Gotta wonder what side drafted on his side. He is still on his last set of cards. I can peek through Earl Grey's deck there and see that it's on 28 out of 30.
Oh man. Yeah, I see it. Good eye. His last 2 cards, maybe some big impactful legendaries, maybe a Dark Emperor. We're going to see what side drafted soon enough.
So he already won, so he can't win with that. So it's got to be another deck.
Yeah, our Gray's deck looks, pretty solid. He's got a little bit of everything. Not going too heavy on like an artifact game plan. Just a bunch of standalone good portal cards.
Trying to see, in the last game, what would we say that really cost Argray? Was it draw, just value in hand, being able to get resources?
Yeah, he just didn't have that many options, and even then he found great plays, holding on to that wolf, getting the most value out of it. But honestly, it might have been the tempo, because Sai had that nice early aggression. He forced out the early Mabella, and then he just kept up the pressure, and Argray had answers, but they were just a little bit too slow. Like, he would answer and then take a little bit of damage, right? Answer, take a little bit of damage, and then Sai at the end had the burst.
Yeah, all that chip damage definitely does add up, but like you said, the early game here, I feel pretty confident. If he's going first, whether he's going second, I think it's going to make a big difference in that tolerance that he drafted at the very end. So we'll have to see.
Tolerance could definitely win games. You're going to see if Argray can draw it. Take-Two decks are naturally just a bit smaller, so you have a higher chance to see it early on.
That's true. Let's just
then
hope
again,
that,
he only has 1 as opposed to 3 that a constructed deck would have, so...
Yeah, let's hope that like yesterday, we don't see the tolerance at the bottom of the deck trying to just dig it out. And it's like, oh, you're too late, man. Bottom 3 for real?
I do want to point out, he's got triple Homunculus. That could be absolutely insane. Ooh. Because that 1 tolerance could turn into 2 tolerances real quick.
Nope, that's a problem. Fire Stolen, yeah. We know about the mysteries of 3 tolerances.
I did draft Bloodcraft, no Dark Emperor, but I'm seeing Scarlet Vampire, huge card, Alisard, a Halicina, could maybe take an aggressive approach.
It's important to note that Portal is actually quite weak to Halicina.
Okay, I'm already seeing the game plan. He's got 2 Eraser Claws, a Halicina, Ball and Chain Ogre. I think we're gonna just be going face.
Yeah, this deck actually looks very reminiscent of the deck that Argray drafted in the last game.
Sai won the first game here. He needs 1 more. Again, both players overall in the day, 1 win, 2 losses. They really cannot afford another loss here.
Yeah, so basically, whoever wins this set, the other person's tournament dream does come to an end. They can only hope for getting some prize money out of it. but they will not be moving on to the top 8 later on next month.
Sai being the #1 player in the West for 2021. Again, this man has leveled up. He's played the best Shadowverse he's ever played this year. But will this be the end of his run or the start of his comeback?
Guys, round 4, take 2. The second game here, Sai is up 1-0. Give him your support in chat. Let's get into it.
But do not sleep on our Gray. He's drafted a pretty strong portal deck with an amazing early game curve. We're going to see what he can make with it.
I like the Dark Contract in the early hand. Oh, he's going to toss everything, though. Wow.
I mean, dig for that Halcyon, right? I want to see Sai going first. Let's see that aggro Bloodcraft back to its roots.
Oh, yeah, man, there's so few answers here, too.
Okay, no Halcyon, just Force Blast the Lucilat as a 2-drop.
Oh,
It's the Lion. Not the greatest follower. I mean, put an artifact in your deck. Not the greatest in 2021, but
Yeah.
it's a 2-2.
Imagine not putting them in your hand or on the board directly. That's crazy.
Not going face, though.
Ooh. Resonance is not active, so he's going to get the free puppet body on this to maybe just clear and trade out both followers.
It's not bad. Keep in mind, because of the Homunculus, he's got to think about how he wants to order his hand.
Yes, that's so true.
Like what he's going to try and copy in the mid-game, maybe. It's that Puppet Evo, full clear, already answering the early aggression from Sai.
Yeah, let's see here. Sai, oh, still couldn't find Halcyon, but the Armored Goblet is a great card.
Yeah, he's honestly, like, so underrated. Like, he looks like he's not that impactful, and then, man, those goblins end up doing so much.
He dies and just tosses a shield to the next closest body.
Okay, but Argray here with the first Evo. How does he want to spend it? Picks up the Analyze an Artifact, which honestly, a pretty good follower.
Yeah, this is kind of awkward, though. One of those goblins is going to stick.
Yeah, but it's just one goblin, right? What's the worst that could happen?
It's fine.
I still can't get over Dark Dodo's 6/16 Dark Emperor.
In the gym every weekend. Doesn't go out. Speaking of coming out, the surveillance system is going to come out here. That's going to give him a paradigm shift as soon as Sai plays a follower, which is nice.
Yeah, just a well-stated follower with an upside. These are exactly the type of cards you want to see in Take 2. And just curb out with the Analyzing, utilize all his play points.
So that's how you use it.
Thunderbolt's Fiend is a pretty solid card at 5 play points. Good way to spend an Evo. That is going to be the play for Sai here.
Ooh, nice.
And because the fanfare clears, he denies the paradigm shift.
Nice.
Gotta assume that he's definitely gonna be evoing that for the extra card draw on top of that.
I gotta imagine, yeah.
But Sai, going first, he only has 2 evo points. I don't think his deck has a bunch of free evos. So really gotta think hard about how he wants to utilize those.
I think it's a good value trade though. You clear the follower, you get some more card draw. I think if you're gonna trade, if you think about what the evo point is worth, I think that is not bad.
Yeah, no, I definitely think it is worth it with the additional evo effect for sure. Jupiter could be key later on for our Gray.
Yeah, as early as next turn.
Yeah, especially because we already saw him get a free evo. He's got Courageous Puppeteer as well, so his deck actually has a little bit of evo synergy.
Not bad at all. He needs to clear this 5/5. Holy cow.
Yeah, and you want to trade in a way that you answer the Thunderbolt first before the Goblin's gonna buff it.
Yeah, so it looks like he might just run both of these into the Thunderbolt Demon, then run the Puppet into the Goblin to deny the
That seems like a good way to order his turn. He can then even finish it out with a Master Chef. Or maybe just hold on to the Puppet and let the Goblin... It's just a 1/1, right?
You spent all this resource on getting rid of the other follower. Why would you allow him to play another one and potentially get value off the Goblin, Seems like a weird play to me.
Holding on to his resources, really valuing the Master Chef. Maybe he wants to evil that for some, card draw. He's got Puppet into potentially Jupiter. That could be a solid turn.
Ooh, there's a lot going on inside his hand here.
Yeah, but a lot of awkward plays. Like Scarlet Vampire, amazing 6-drop. And yet, it's just not doing too much. Yeah, okay, it's 4 damage to the face. He gets Vengeance next turn, but like, you could be doing a lot more. Although, getting the Archdemon, kind of nice.
Yeah, that is true. The Archdemon is a pretty good pickup there. Meanwhile, on our Gray's side,
it guarantees him a good curve.
Yeah. On our Gray side, 6 play points. It seems kind of heavy to just drop the Jupiter now, right?
I think you want to wait a little bit. He's close to being able to get the full value out of it, so I think he's gonna hold on just a little bit.
Spin the last Evo point here on the Master Chef.
The battlefield is
Run this into the Vampire. What do you do with it? And then run the Puppet in to clear it.
Knowing that Sai doesn't have access to something like the Dark Emperor, and already seeing
wait a
Andre's
second.
hand,
Angel's Grace?
it's not bad. Just get enough stats to get the job done. But looking at Argray's hand, I feel like his late game is actually going to be insane. Having access to Sacral Israfil, being able to duplicate them as well.
God.
And Jupiter in case he needs some sustain and clear.
Yeah, Sai's got to find a way to somehow get the damage done before that
Yeah,
happens.
he's going to curb out into the Archdemon. Like we said, it's a pretty solid turn. He gets 2 6/6s. And finally cashing out the Goblin too.
There you go. He spins an Evo point on it. That seems a bit expensive just to get 3 stat points on the Archdemon, but I guess it works.
Well, yeah, it also clears the follower, right? So it's not the worst. Believe the Puppet should have the buff on it. He just needs 1 more Evo. So Puppet, Jupiter, Homunculus, copy Sahaquil, and then he's gonna have so much late game fuel.
God, yeah, that's so disgusting.
Yeah,
Puppet
this
here.
is such a good turn for our Gray.
Jupiter the 6/9.
Yeah, I guess the banish, the heal, the card draw.
It's so nice. What a great follower here. Planar Breach is a good pickup too.
Yeah, I mean, if he needed any more late game power, he's got it. But honestly, just having access to potentially multiple Saquil and Israfil, like that alone should do it, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what Sai does. The end game for him looks a little weak.
Yeah, he wasn't able to really set up that early game aggro game plan that we were thinking he might go for. Having access to Razor Claws and Halcina, it just did not come to fruition. And now this really seems like Argray is going to run away with the game here.
Yeah, the onus now is on Sai to actually find lethal. He did so much damage in the early game, but it all got healed back. He really let Argray stabilize.
Oh, he has 2 Saquil and Israfils, and he can even get a 3rd one.
Come on. He didn't deserve this.
Okay, well, the 6-3 did survive for Sai, and he did pick up a 2nd Razor Claw, so he actually has a good amount of damage here.
Easy
On
rid of.
chain over, we'll see. Does he hit? Yes, he does with the Jupiter.
Hold on.
Okay, wait a second.
Oh, Gray. Is that a mistake leaving that ball and chain ogre up? It might have been.
Yeah, that 6 damage could actually cost them. Sai does have a lot of burst in hand. Double Razor Claw combined with the Corrupting Bloodlust is 8 damage. There's actually 1 off. Devilish Diva, if he can get into Wrath, could give him the damage that he's missing.
But how many pings is he away at this point? I think he hasn't activated any Wrath.
He might be far away from the Wrath. And also, like, Saquil's an 8/8. You can't really just, like, ignore that.
Yeah, so let's see. Double Razory. Yeah,
he has 8
is so
damage
close.
right now.
It's so close.
So very close. Over over the frog.
That's an option.
It buys him a turn, I guess.
Yeah.
He does have the wolf. Like, he could just, punch the Saquil with the Bane. That's one way to get the job done.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he could just drop the wolf, heal up a little bit if he needs to. Honestly, I like him just giving himself a chance to draw another card.
Yeah, him having 8 damage in hand can he just find one more, right? Like, that
Yeah,
should
just-
be his game plan, right? Like, see if you can find any way to get one more burst damage.
Okay, he's gonna spin some of this, and then I think he's gonna go
Okay,
for the wolf.
Razor
Yeah, I
Claw.
like this. I like this a lot. And then wolf, and then pop Sakura is reveal.
Yeah, okay, this way he gets the most value out of the wolf heal. I like this. And honestly, a 1/1 wolf
Sister.
is exactly how much damage he's missing anyway, right? So,
Great
if
point, oh,
Arcade
man.
doesn't answer the wolf, that would be it.
Wolf, get him! Yeah, bite his leg off.
Sometimes you just need 1 damage.
Plucky Coil Wrangler for full stats doesn't seem very good. Planar Breach seems a little slow. He's got to clear both of these.
Yeah, Sackville does it, but does it feel like a waste of it? Because
Yeah, and again,
like
if
Arcade
Sign...
has to be a little bit scared, right? It's
At
Bloodcraft. The class is known for having burst damage.
Oh, Plucky Coil Wrangler, though. He gets both these plus the Thread Snipper.
Maybe he wants to ensure he's got Paradigm Shift for potential heal next turn.
That almost... Oh,
Okay,
no, that is
Scythe, not in Vengeance. Doesn't have Wrath activated either. He has 5 damage in hand, but the 3/3 ward right now is saving Argray.
How do you feel about just running the wolf in and just playing Corrupting Bloodlust to get some damage up?
I mean, do you want to show all your damage? I feel like when you
Yeah.
have burst, you kind of want to hide it and then only cash it out when it's going to end the game.
Well, clearly Argray is kind of on the ropes here. I mean, his best
for
play was
sure.
Plucky Coil Wrangler.
Yeah.
So he's hoping at this point. That's all he has is hope that you don't have the damage in hand.
And maybe Sai's thinking like, hey, I know that he just picked up a Paradigm Shift. Maybe he wants to end the board state in such a way that he can deny the drain from the Keenage artifact.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah. Or he's also got to be worried about that barrier artifact.
Okay, he's cashing out the damage.
Okay, yeah, there it is.
Corrupting Bloodlust.
Be careful
Man,
on
it's
what
so
you play here, Sai.
close. Argray
very
4
careful.
life. Razor Claw in hand for Sai. Oh, just place followers. This is gonna give Argray a chance to get some life back with the Keenage artifact.
You're 100% right. And that
You
puts...
could even put the necklace on it for 1 more life.
Wow, yeah, great point. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
Necklace might come in
gotta-
clutch here.
Okay, and then Hands Puppet. That's enough to fully clear the board and get 4 extra life. Sai needed 1 more damage last turn, but after this, I just don't know if he's gonna have the damage.
Yeah, there's the necklace on it, yeah.
And like, that's a drain follower that's surviving. Like, Sai now has to use something to clear that.
Let's see it. Dark Contract. Okay, hold up, hold up.
So a pact is forged.
Oh, no, nothing here.
Yeah, now he was 1 off, and now it just feels like it's
Farther and farther
running away.
out of
Yeah.
reach.
Argray doing an excellent job of staying alive. Playing that 3/3 ward actually saved them, stopping the wolf from going phase.
Froggy Maestro here to stop the keen edge. Okay.
Okay, at least make sure that there's no drain coming out next turn.
Right.
Does go phase with the 2/2.
Keeps the damage on board here. Planar Breach is nice. Gonna get that
Yeah,
prime artifact.
pick
Oh,
up the prime. Is it prime time?
I think it is.
So does get the card draw, I believe.
Let's see, 14 cards in deck, 10 cards in deck. So he's not in trouble of decking out. So yeah, feel free to just dig through the deck, man. Find some good resources.
Also just, go with the Toy Mender if he thinks there's more Storm coming. Does he want to just set up a barrier artifact with that nice ward?
Wait a moment. Can he afford to do Planar Breach here?
Maybe not, right? Because he
Yeah,
needs
he's
to
gotta
fully
live, right?
clear the board.
Wait a second. Wait a second. That's something
Sacral
Shadowverse gotta
Field?
die. It's looking like it, man. I don't know if he has a
This
better
is
way to
it's
clear
getting
this.
really close, but I don't know how much damage Sai has left in his deck.
Yeah, I don't imagine he has any more Razory Claws.
No, that's it, and I don't think he has any more Corrupting Bloodlust either. So
Yikes.
coming down to the wire here, Sai did win the first game, so if he wins this, that would be it. But Argray looking to stay alive, eyeing the Sacral Israfil, it would fully clear the board.
Yeah, his followers included. We would hope to get more value out of the Keen Edge artifact, but...
Also gonna just cycle the Analyze in.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I like that. Get a little card draw. Why not? Oh, Licked is not bad. Dog Detective, not great here. Ugh.
Okay, well, the Wolf can clear, right? Leave some Bane followers behind. Again, those 1/1s can sometimes win the game.
Wait, what?
Razor Claw.
Wolf, let's go back
Again,
to 19.
trying to get as much value out of the heal.
Yeah. All right.
But the 1/1s against the puppets, oh, that's just such an easy answer for our Gray. His Lich is actually online. Can get some Storm puppets.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Storm Puppet's here. But it's not enough to actually take Sai out, right? He's got so much health. The Prime Artifact's got to come down at some point. And he might have to spend it here with the puppet and just run it in.
Yeah, that's a good play. Just answer the board.
You're going to get the
Can
primes
you
after
play?
that anyway, right?
Yeah. But Size, he's run out of resources. He's run out of damage. Oh, man, he just needed one more damage.
Alright, looks like we are going to see the Lick, though.
Okay, those puppets now have Storm. He's going to set up the ward. Make sure he doesn't lose to some random Storm.
Boy, Minder doesn't opt to go with the Prime there. Really? Okay.
He doesn't believe in prime time. He wants to play it safe with the ward.
Alright, yeah, just
Has
run
to
these
spend the
in.
puppet. What is left in Size deck?
It's got to be good, man. Oh,
Man, that would have been so good before.
Oh my god.
Like, oh, you know that turn where he just had to play like 3 3s? If
Yup.
those had been Halicina, that probably would have been it.
Alright, looks like we are going to play the Halicina here. Can he take down this barrier artifact somehow?
I mean, his other followers, they just don't do anything.
Doggy Detective here, Science running on fumes. Ooh, that doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I think as long as Argray trades in a way that he can maintain his ward, probably is okay. Has Homunculus to copy Homunculus if he wants.
Yeah, feels
Is that
weird.
allowed?
I don't
Can we
know.
get a judge on that?
Looks like he can. Yeah, he did too. All right, yeah, like
Okay,
this.
using the enhanced puppet.
Is Storm, but he's going to use the clear here. And then run the
You
2
could just
3 and the 2
keep
4 in.
copying Homunculus. It's kind of funny.
That's actually just infinite value.
Yeah, and you know when Sai has no cards, that unironically might be a solid play.
Energy supplier here. Also looking for card draw.
Coming right up.
Oh man, I feel like Sai, he wasn't able to really get that much value. He wasn't able to like hit those Wrath payoffs. The
Yeah.
Archdemon was good, but it just got cleaned up, and I mean,
Does he have
was
any
at one
follower
point
removal?
1 damage away.
Does he have follower removal though? If he can somehow just get rid of the barrier artifact, Halcyon just wins. There's no other wards up.
That is true.
So if he finds something to just remove, then he's good. Oh, Tien is a great pickup though. Let's
I mean,
see
the
it.
Demonic Soldier does clear followers, but it forces you to be in vengeance. Oh, what a draw! Sai, he finds the top deck lethal, and he's gonna take the set 2-0.
Easy clap, boys.
Oh man,
Pets up the cat.
what
Yeah, I did a good
draw.
job. Yeah, good kitty. Good kitty. Yeah.
Wow, what an amazing set. Sai taking it 2-0. He was 1 damage shy for so many turns. Finally top decks the answer.
Dude, he had one hand hanging off the cliff of despair, and Ball and Chain Ogre reaches out and grabs like, no, now is not your time, friend. Pulls him up and secures the victory. That was crazy.
And with that 2-0, Sai is staying alive. And if we learn anything from day one is, getting those 2-0s is actually super crucial. If he wants to qualify for the finals with a 5-2 record, then he needs as many, 3-0s, 2-0s as possible.
Guys, give it up for my man Sai here, making his way through these take-2 rounds with a record that still allows him to qualify. Big salutes in the chat to that guy. Holy crap.
Yeah, I like the way that Argray played. He did a good job of staying alive, but at the end it was not enough. Sai found just enough damage in both games.
Dude, our SVO boys are doing so well today, Lewis. I have so much hope going into these later rounds. And guys, unfortunately, that is going to be it for Lewis and I's run today on commentary. Next up, after this short break, we're going to have Igni and Different Fight coming at you to finish out the day strong, to watch and coach our boys to victory.
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed our commentary. It was a pleasure casting with you, East, as always. And I can't wait to see how the day is going to play out. Hopefully, one of the SBO boys can make it into the Grand Finals in Japan later on in December.
Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. We'll catch you very soon. Say hey, give some love to Different Fight and Igni, and yeah, stay tuned for the rest of the WGP.
We are back, this time with a quick interview with Sai. Sai, we just watched you in that amazing Take-Two series. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm really happy about playing the World Grand Prix for the first time. And we don't know if it will be the last one, and you need to enjoy them.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, we've been enjoying watching your matches. You've had some crazy Take-Two matches, and congratulations for winning in that last round.
Thank you. But my decks, I think, were I have good cards overall, and the second match were just little waiting room,
Right?
So,
waiting for
when you were-
the only card that this damage the enemy hero was the ogre. And
So
he
when
keeps
you were drafting those decks, did you have in mind that aggro game plan of just go face?
actually it seems like that, right? Because when you're drafting Sword, you need to be aggro.
Yeah.
But Blood has a lot of burn damage as itself in the good cards, so you end going face and try to win.
Yeah, like cards like the Razor Claw, being able to do damage, things like the Corrupting Bloodlust also just help to fuel that. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great seeing you in the World Grand Prix and doing well. I hope you continue to get some wins. We believe in you, Sai. I know you can do it.
Thank you, man. Just
Yeah,
stream
man,
on. Just stream
Yeah,
on. And
Yeah,
we see they're going to see me in Japan. Hopefully.
fingers crossed. I'll be waiting here for you, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much to Sai. We'll be cheering on for you guys. We have more World Grand Prix action. Again, Igni and Chris are going to take over, but I hope you guys enjoyed our commentary. And once again, it was a pleasure casting with you.
As always, saying with you, buddy, you do me a favor. It is, you guys don't know this, but Lewis has been carrying me today. I'm sick. He's over there at Shadow, Grave Zombie hours. Carrying me, guys. Give this guy a round of applause. He's done an excellent job. Thanks again, buddy.
Yeah, it was a pleasure casting World Grand Prix once again, and I can't wait to see how it's going to play out.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, that's going to be it for us. Good luck with the rest of the day. Those rotation rounds are really rough. And to the chat, guys, please enjoy the rest of the WGP with Igni and Chris.
Welcome back, everybody, to the World Grand Prix 2021. I'm Ignitius, and over there, of course, it's the magnificent, the handsome, the skilled, different fight, Chris. Man, the games today, have you been tuning in? Like, they've been nuts.
Dude, I woke up, like, I had my alarm set for like 5:20, 5:30, you know, like an alarm every 10 minutes. Woke up at like 5:15, first thing I do, take my phone, turn on the stream, see the SVO boys winning. I was like, okay, we're doing good. Off to a good start. And look at that. You can already see things are looking pretty good. We got Doc Dodo and Shincha at X1 in third and fourth spot so far. That's, I mean, hey, if the tournament ended right now, they'd be in top 4.
Right? Yeah, and it's fantastic. Tolerance as well, also 3-1 at the moment. And Bima at 2-2 as well as Sai. So they technically still have a chance as long as they do really well these next 3 rounds and get really good tiebreakers. So they're still in it as well. Unfortunately, Momo Ring, it's just not his day today. But yeah, in general, SVO is doing extremely well. And we gotta shout out Mingy God, man. The beast from Korea, 4-0. Right now,
the only undefeated player, which is really, really fascinating. Kakipi as well. He's like really like hot off the press. He just won the Winter Cup last week, so he's basically just taking the momentum from last week because technically he has the most amount of practice from everyone in terms of official settings, right? Because we had Contenders Cup, but that was a different meta. Whereas he played in this meta last week, and now he's going into this. He's gonna face off against Mingy God as well. That's gonna be rough.
And we have Doc Dodo against Foiria. Oh, Sai against Vima. You hate to see it. And Tolerance versus Shincha, which is a big match because whoever wins this one will continue going X1, but whoever loses then goes X2 and might have to rely on tiebreakers to make it into the top 4.
And as we saw yesterday, it's really important to get those just like smooth 3-0s in there because that will definitely change your chances of whether you get into top 4 or not. And the moment we get into the stream, we start seeing the team kills. But of course, here you can also see the remainder of the matchups. Man, it's going to be exciting. Nao as well. We saw Nao was looking really good from the Rage Winter Cup. But he's not been doing too hot. You know, round 1, he also lost to Toredan. So I think a little bit jealous when he get to cast that one. But it was still an amazing showing.
That was definitely like a meme match if I've ever seen one. Now versus Tolerance after all the buzz around his expressions
round
in Rage,
1
right?
too.
But yes, our game today that we're going to be watching for this round is going to be Tolerance versus Shincha. An SEAO boy versus a West. Chris, we're going to be throwing hands after this too.
Yeah, unfortunately,
depending on how this turns out.
Friendship ended. I'm sorry. You said all those nice things about me, but sadly it's all over because
it's all. I didn't mean any of. They were all lies.
The SVO showdown, and let's take a look at Toredance's decks here. And we were talking about this earlier, but he is the only player out of 48 that does not bring Forest, which is insane.
And he's doing really well, which is a Chad move, if I do say so myself. So he is bringing the OTK Sword, Buff Dragon, and Machina Portal. And man, an unconventional lineup for sure, especially against the sea of Forest and Rune and all that. But it's working out. He's X1 at the moment, and can he carry that momentum through using this spicy technology?
I'm really wondering as well because, you know, I woke up this morning, looked at the deck list, and I was like, wait, why are there 6 OTK swords? Suddenly, we kind of live in a parallel universe where the day 1 meta and the day 2 meta are almost entirely different.
Yeah.
And this OTK sword has been showing up. I mean, these players are X1. So I really want to see how this deck is going to perform. It still has the crazy damage burst potential that we all know it for. And also the buff dragon as well. I mean, that's a pretty strong deck that also made it to Grand Finals already yesterday. So I want to see if Torrance can continue with this kind of like groove.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I love his build of it too. But on Shincha's side, let's see what he's running. He's, of course, playing the Aggro Latica, which we see is very popular among the competitors over this weekend, as well as Last Word, Shadow, and Artifact Portal. So that's a completely different 3 decks. 6 entirely different archetypes represented in this match right here.
Yeah, we basically are seeing day 1 lineup versus day 2 lineup is kind of what it feels like, right? Because this is something we saw all the time yesterday. You know, Artifact was common, Last Worlds was showing up here and there, And of course, Lidica was represented by almost every single player. So Shinja definitely taking the more safe lineup, I want to say. But you never know, right? Shadowverse, like you can always see various surprises. All kinds of things can come up, and we're going to see which lineup is going to be the stronger one here.
And we've definitely seen some upsets happen today already. I mean, you know, the OTK sword from Bima, like doing work there. So even though that deck was totally not on my radar until this weekend, it's definitely piqued my interest now. Can I also just say that it's funny that yesterday I was teasing the spicy deck that Bima's bringing. Turns out it was OTK sword, and turns out everybody's bringing it. So
yeah, like we were all just like, what kind of spice is going to be? It's like, oh wait, hold up, why is there like a quarter of the player base?
Why are there 6 of them? Yeah, right.
Like, why is like a quarter of the players bringing it? So I want to see a lot of that sword. Like it looks strong. I remember before the tournament started, I think Shimon actually teased it on his Twitter, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen a few players actually like play around with it on ladder, play around with it in their scrims. So I feel like probably that idea kind of got rooted from one of the players, and it's turned out to be pretty good.
And it sort of spread out from there. And that's also one thing that I really like about World Grand Prix as well, the sort of cross-pollination of ideas between regions. Like, a lot of these players walk away from the tournament thinking, whoa, they really played that deck differently, or they brought a deck that I was totally not expecting, and then everybody's skill level gets elevated that way too, which I really love.
Yep. Same. There's so many amazing things about WGP, and here we're gonna go. Oh, you love even the flares. They got the 2021 MVP for each region. This is really the clash of SVO, and I'm all about it.
And we are starting with the Buff Dragon on Tolerance's side, a deck I am very, very familiar with. It's the deck that I grinded to GM with, so I am super hyped to be able to cast it. I was like, yeah, right. I was popping off in the chat during round 1 as well. And he gets the Dragon Oracle on 2, which is fantastic. So he does have a play of Oracle on 2 into Tempo Romelia on 4 if necessary, or he can Oracle on 2 Dragon's Awakening on 3 for the card draw, which you usually do need that gas if you don't have Mermaid or Blazing Dragon in hand. So I think that's what he's going to do. He's going to save it and not play it on the 1.
Yeah, the enhance effect is just so good. Like, I was reading through all of the stuff that this deck can do, and I was just like, wait, 3 costs to like get that global buff plus that much gas? Like, that's amazing.
And before, where Buff Dragon's main flaw was drawing into your buff targets before you were able to buff them, I think the card Blazing Dragon, the bronze card, is truly underrated because it sort of solves the deck's main issue, right? Like, it gets rid of a card that's unbuffed in your hand and then buffs your whole deck and then draws you a card. Like, it totally unclogs the entire line. Yep. And here we go, the Tempo Romelia, as I said, a completely underrated play, by the way. Turn 2 ramp into turn 3 Romelia is very difficult for your opponent to deal with in most cases.
Yeah, and the only response by Shinja is just keep setting up more amulets at this point, and well, not a wrong play. Oh, gets to chip in that first little bit of damage. Do you cash in just Awakening here? I think you do, yeah.
You do cash it in. I was really hoping that Romelia would have hit the Mermaid, and I think Tolerance was as well. If that Romelia hit the Mermaid, he would have been able to Mermaid this turn, and then the Coral Shark could also be buffed as well.
That's the thing with this deck, is that like the buffs can get out of hand very quickly, right?
Yeah. For sure. And Coral Shark is an absolutely crazy 2-drop if it's buffed, right? Because it's so much stats, so much tempo for such a low cost. The only problem is getting those buffs in time. Romelia, Tolerance only including it as a one-of in the list because of how inconsistent it can be in buffing the specific card you want in hand. Most of the time, you just want to be buffing your deck instead with Drox, Accelerate, for example.
Yep. That makes sense. But let's take a look at Shinja's side of the board here. You know, he's been slowly setting up. Now on 4, it could go for a Gatekeeper potentially as well. Cash in an early Rebirth feels a bit questionable.
Yeah, you probably don't want to do that, right? Like,
because you also have the gold mine, right?
Yeah, you have the gold mine, and you probably want to save Rebirth for a little bit more draw as well. But now you have 2 Chris's in hand, and you need the connective tissue to get there. We saw this yesterday, where the Chris's were in hand and they weren't active, and it just ended up being like a 4/4, and that's it, right? And that's not where you want to be.
Exactly. And look at that, corpse for corpse. You love to see it. The pressure stays on the board at all times. And just like
Great
that,
turn.
it's just filling up. Yeah, really well played by Shinja as well. Like we can see that the players that brought last words, like they know that this deck still has what it takes to stand with the rest of the meta.
Oh, but the aftershock coming out of Romelia ends up buffing Tolerance. The Celestial Dragoon allowing Tolerance to evolve it for free and buff his whole deck, which is pretty fantastic. And I expect him, yep, to just Mermaid here, draw, and buff the deck again. And he picks up the other Tiamat, which is huge in dealing with the boards that Shadow can present.
Yeah, the Tiamat just like global debuff is so huge, especially in this matchup where like early on last words isn't really going as tall as they are going wide. So if you can kind of check them while they're not setting up their crystals and stuff, you're quite okay.
It's also the deck's main source of defense recovery in the deck as well. That's a very good reason why the deck runs 0 Georgeses and 3 Tiamats, right? Like Tiamat is
True.
more useful out of overflow, and it's more defensive than Georges is. The offense comes from your Rock Whales, your Rowans, and your Drox, so you don't need the Georges in the deck.
Yeah. It's crazy to think that when Tiamat was first revealed, a lot of people were questioning it, you know, when it's kind of like its place in the class in general, but it's really been showing up to just have this specific niche that's so strong in her.
Oh yeah, it's one of the best, I think. Oh, but Chris comes down, and this is a pretty intimidating board that Tolerance is going to have to deal with.
Turn 5, by the way.
Yeah, turn 5, true. Like, just going to show that as long as you have 5 last words, Chris is still valuable, even if you don't have the leader effect up.
Ooh, and with this retracing, once this board is cleared, he's gonna have 10. That is pretty wild.
And he has the other Chris in hand, plus a Wicked Rebirth. That's exactly what you save these kinds
That's
of things
perfect. That's actually perfect. Like,
It
you
is.
basically get the perfect setup into just like more card draw, finally going taller as well. And now the Tiamat isn't looking as good anymore either.
for. So what do you want to do here? You can Rowan Celestial here, right? That would deal with a lot of the board, as well as buff your deck and start putting out the persistent threat of the Curse of the Black Dragon. Yeah, so this would instantly destroy the 5/5 here.
Let's see where the board's gonna go.
Whoa, that
It had
is bad! Yo!
It had to be the Lurching Corpse.
Oh, that is truly unfortunate. Tolerance not getting lucky on the Ghostly Rider random ping there, and it ends up taking out his Rowan. That is pretty
That-
huge.
That really hurts. I was like, all right, we're rolling. Let's see where it's gonna hit. It's not where you want to see it. Now, he's currently at 8. He could technically, if he wants to really go for it, you know, self-destruct his way into 10 this turn. And I think Chris on 6 is really good. So
It is quite strong, yeah. The one good thing about Buff Dragon against Last Word Shadow is just because Last Word Shadow got the nerf to Ceres recently, so their OTK plan is a lot less scary, and it comes a lot less out of nowhere. Mostly they're building up big boards with Chris, like we mentioned yesterday, and the perfect answer to that would be Drake, right, or Drak. And you can just keep getting that guy, then you can keep dealing with the boards they present and heal up out of the range of Necro Impulse. But still, with the way this game has been going for Tolerance right now, that's a bit of a far-off dream at this point.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Like, he's basically just making sure to like as efficiently get to the 10 as possible.
This here's the shady part. Oh, am I?
And there's Chris yet again.
Wait.
I don't think he's at 10 though.
He was at 9 there. Oh no, I think
Yeah.
he realizes it. No,
No,
Shinja.
he doesn't have it, Shinja. I mean, let's go ahead and make one thing clear. Like, first of all, being in WGP, not easy, very nerve-wracking, first of all. Second of all, the West players especially are playing on a huge debuff because of the time zones as well. So I do not hold anything against Shinja here.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's, you know, he was even tweeted out earlier. I was checking in between the rounds. He was saying like, I'm starting to feel like the time difference. I'm starting to feel like that kind of like debuff from being, you know, in a time zone where you're basically entering midnight. If you're in the East Coast, this is already 2 a.m. that he's playing at. If he's on the West Coast, he's gonna hit midnight soon. You have to be aware of this, but that's still very unfortunate because he went from a very threatening and tall board to basically this.
yeah, now it's going to get entirely cleared from Tiamat plus Coral Shark plus Prime Conflagration. And then Shincha doesn't have the Chris effect right now, meaning that he's trying to find it instead of having it ready in hand, which is a huge difference, especially when Tolerance is going to be presenting some pretty massive threats as well.
That was such a strong potential turn as well.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Oh, all right. Well, let's see. Retracing. Not exactly what you need right now, but let's see. He's reached 10 far and beyond. So now you're trying to just draw into the Chris again? Again, he's gone through 2 of them already. Like,
that's the
there's
problem,
only one
right?
remaining in 23 cards.
It's a pretty big issue. But the good news for Shincha is that Tolerance is running pretty dry on cards as well, unless he top decks Mermaid, Blazing Dragon, or Dragon's Awakening. He's going to be running out of fuel real fast. I think the best possible draw would be Mermaid. But other
Although
than
he's
that,
already gone through like what, 1 Awakening, 1 Mermaid, though it's slowly chipping away. All right, but speaking of chipping away, we're gonna get some damage in here. I think
okay,
that's
not
good.
bad.
Like, after that, this is what you need. Like at least push some damage as much as possible.
Oh, there's Awakening. That's perfect. So this turn you can Tiamat into Rowan, and then next turn Awakening get Drake or Drak, right? Because you have plenty
That's
of Drak
true.
in your list.
Yeah, true. Hasn't
This is
actually
big.
been found yet, surprisingly.
You can even evolve the Tiamat over the Luna, and then have both of your curses go face. That's
gonna do it.
pretty massive.
Oh, I really like this.
This
All right,
feels
Torrance.
like, no lie, Chris, this feels like I'm playing. Because he's just making all the plays that I would
Let's calm
do.
down now. Let's calm down. As much as I also wish to be playing in the WGP.
I'm astral projecting right now. I'm there.
Wait till
Oh, wait,
you guys
hold
hear
up.
about his dream. Wait a second.
Necro Impulse is a huge pickup. It's not quite lethal though. Again, Tiamat is so vital to Tolerance being able to out-heal past the range of Shincha's threats. If Tolerance picks up one of his 2 Prophetic Dragons, that ward is basically GG's. Like Necro Impulse cannot break through that, right? Then it's only up to Shincha to start doing Soul Slash plays, Soul Strikes.
Soul Strike is, I think, what he needs to be going for right now, and he can farm up as many of them as possible because then I think he could do like double Soul Strike Necro Impulse. Will seal the deal, but
It will.
Toradans present a board for that, right? I'm also honestly looking at this, like the Celeste at this point, because we know that like 2 of the cards in Toradans' hand are technically public information, right?
Right.
So he knows that those. Oh, he's burning them now. I like that. I like that very much.
This
Oh,
is huge.
good.
Tolerance needs to find some way to recover, or else it's all over.
That Reggie is not exactly
That's
it,
not
but he's
what
gonna
we
go through
want
the
right
Awakening.
now. There's Tiamat.
Is that enough though?
Tiamat
You're
heals you to
losing.
9, 2, 4, 6, 8 from Necro Impulse plus Soul Staff. No, there's no way. Even with this, it looks like the Buff Dragon's gonna take the L. Shincha, despite spending the Chris on a turn he did not want to, and you could see that from his face too, he still was
Yeah.
able to pull it through. The Kagero game plan paid out.
That's incredible. Like he had to switch gears midway through after that slight misplay there. But even then, like this is the caliber of play. Like you acknowledge that you made a mistake. Don't let it get to you. Find a win regardless.
Right, exactly.
Like,
I mean, that's what
that
you
is
love.
respect.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I love to see that, right? With the player being able to adapt even when their line previously was unoptimal. That's just quality competition, right?
Exactly.
And it looks like it's gonna be GG. This
Within my grasp.
Yeah, I mean you can push some damage, but
goes
that's
7,
about all it can do.
goes 8. Ah, it's not enough. Tolerance got real close, but it looks like it's gonna be GG. Link Staff plus Necro Impulse is gonna be enough for the win. So what would have been able to prevent this is really just the Prophetic Dragon, right? That's
yeah,
really
essentially.
Yeah.
The ward is what stops this, but if it doesn't present itself, then you can see Shincha like he's
Yo.
not even that happy. He's not actually that pleased about winning there because he knows that that misplay happened. So, but still, to be able to dig that out is something amazing that I think he should also acknowledge himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing but respect for Shincha, man. That was incredible. I mean, of course, like I said, he's on that West debuff right now in terms of time zone, and he's still managing to play like play out of his mistakes, you know what I mean, and still find a line. So that's very impressive.
Absolutely. Man, but for Toleranz, you know, I was watching a bit of the JP stream as well. They were saying how like Toleranz's expression doesn't really change much, like depending on whatever the situation is, whether he's absolutely dominating or whether he is the one, you know, kind of in the corner. He's always just concentrated, looking, you know, towards the next round, right? This journey doesn't end until every round of Swiss has been played out, until every single game has concluded.
Absolutely.
So just got to keep that, you know, don't pop off too early, keep that concentration going. And I want to see what's going to be the call for next game. Like, do you switch here?
Do you switch? It's a great question. If Prophetic goes up before Latica does, that's basically GG. But that's a pretty outside hope as well. We saw Bima able to take the dub with OTK Sword as well against Forest, so that's always an option.
Yeah. It doesn't change the fact that you have to still win with Dragon against, you know, at least once, worst case against everything. But here it's just like, what's the best call in this case?
The best call. It's a really tough one too, right? Because with decks like Artifact Portal and Latica, the potential of the deck is truly realized when in the hands of a skilled player, and this is the World Grand Prix. So those decks like get exponentially more difficult to play against at this level, right? So it's difficult to find the tactic here. He's gonna just run it back with the Dragon.
I think that's fine. I think that's the one deck you just have to run it through with. He had a very strong opening last game as well, so let's see if he can actually back that up here.
Prophetic and the opener, definitely. This is a whole hand toss, I think.
Yeah, I think so for both players. Xingqiu tossed everything as well.
Okay, Mermaid is okay.
Although for the very start.
Ooh!
All right. Factory not getting
up the
burned is pretty good.
Drock off the top. Very, very nice.
Excellent.
Man, the Drock buff really just changed the entire card.
Yeah, like the whole archetype, if you want to say that.
Truly. If he finds another Drock here, that would be probably ideal. Then he can Drock and Howling on the Coral Shark and then do it again, or Drock and Howling on the Whimsical.
Cool. Awakening picked up. That'll be nice for next turn. Although even then, like if
I think you can
just starts presenting too much of a board, you can't just like pass on this either.
I think you consider playing the Awakening for one, because you already buffed your deck with Drock Accelerate, so you have really good top decks. Most of the cards in the deck activate at a +2 threshold, so it is a consideration. So because you already have Mermaid in hand for draw, you could technically Awakening, Howling, and then your top decks become very good. If you pick up Mermaid or Coral Shark off the top, it becomes incredibly strong.
Very true.
But he does go for the Coral Shark just to trade you in there. It's a safer play for sure.
Committing the Spinaria plus the Plucky. That's fine. I mean, you might as well use this turn to like just start setting up a little bit more.
Oh, that's very aggressive. Yeah, it's probably going to be Mermaid, but he does have Howling plus Flame on turn 5 for a 5-attack Storm very early on, which is quite exciting.
That's true. Fine.
And again, we talked about this before, right? Where if you don't let them get a turn where they can factory effectively, then you basically delay their game plan by a lot.
Yep, and that's what Torrens is trying to do, and I think anyone that's running into Artifact also knows that very well.
Okay, that's a buff as well as deals with the bifurcating. The problem is that Tolerance is getting no ramp this game, and Xingqiu's hand is all set up. He has the factory, he has the Genesis. If he doesn't develop something, that's a free mobilize next turn. And it looks like his hand is just not very threatening.
The reminder of the PDK days comes down as well.
Care to touch? If he plays the Blazing and evolves, that's the best thing he can do to establish a threat. But it's still looking pretty grim outside of that, right? He can Blazing, Dragonoot. I think we take out a Ruin. Okay, he's gonna take out the Howling Conflagration.
Okay. I guess let's see if that comes up later on or not. Yeah, he has to trade here. Like, you cannot let him have an artifact on their potential factory turn.
Okay, so the reason why I was considering Rowan is because you could Howling Conflagration on your Flame Pillar and have that active for next turn. But Rowan is better, was way better late game. So that's the line that Tolerance is going to take here.
Yes. Now the thing for Shinja though is like you want that factory turn either now or way later, right? Because
if he factories here, Tolerance can hardcast Flame Pillar as well, which is not too bad.
That's true. The thing is that like you can recognize the fact that Tolerance hasn't like ramped at all this game.
Right, yeah.
And so because his game plan has slowed down so much, you might as well take that into stride, put down the factory as he did there, and just hold out for a turn. Because every single turn he does from now on, it just grows exponentially.
That's true, especially with Genesis Artifact already in the hand, plus Miriam, of course. I think the best play here is to Flame Pillar Evolve Phase. But he's gonna toss the Flame Pillar instead. That's really good.
Reggie.
Okay, forget what I just said. Tolerance had the he had the future sight, man. He got it off the top. Let's go.
Very good. Now this is the kind of board you want to be presenting. You know, when your opponent's like, you know, getting comfortable putting down that factory, this is the kind of threat that you want to present. Look at that 5-10. That's tough for any class to take care of.
Yeah, can Genesis even clear this turn? So he's gonna Mecha Arm instead, which does get him the other Paradigm Shift, which is very valuable, of course. He might be able to make it work with Elemental Brink, right?
Yeah, I feel like Brink is probably going to be the call here to get over this board, but even then, man, this is... I think you can't check the whole board, and if anything, the most fearful thing is the Reggie, because that's only going to keep scaling out of control.
I think, yeah, that's going to get barriered down, surely.
Has to be.
So he's not committing to Miriam right now. He gets the other Genesis. It's pretty huge.
Good. Impulse, playing down the Ancient. We don't see that very often.
Yeah, but it's still very good. It gets the Paradigm Shifts boosted. Out comes the barrier to get rid of that Reggie. That's a huge problem.
With the Rush, too. That's very good.
Oh, and Shincha is running the Unnamed Determination in this list as well, so he doesn't have to be too conservative with his Evos.
Oh, that's true. Just, every time we bring up a card, it just gets tossed.
Now, why do we say anything? We just sit here quietly.
Just let the players play. This is the WGP ASMR stream.
All right, and there's the Brink.
Yeah. You passed on a good board. You actually checked everything, which was really impressive. And now we're finally at Overflow.
That was very good on Shincha's side. He established such a massive threat on board with this. On Tolerance's end, he can go ahead and play Rowan and Coral Shark here and clear most of this. And then turn 8, he just plays Prophetic. The thing is, if you play the Prophetic against Portal, you're just giving more targets for artifacts to run into, boosting their Paradigm Shifts, and then getting their Genesis active. So it's like a no-win situation. It's a bit of a tricky one for sure.
You have to really dance around this, like, you know, whether it's the Genesis, whether it's the Impulse that can easily close out games later on as well.
Hippocampus Evolve. 7/7 Horse Water? Water Horse?
Those are slightly different things, but okay.
Gamer Girl Horse Water, man. Get that.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop you there.
Let's go, Hippocampus. Okay.
7/6, staying up.
Ooh, doesn't hit the follower. You know, Rowan only knows one place, man.
That's true. He's been raised well. So he's at 5/6 from the different times. This Ancient has been destroyed already. Time to just P-shift and get something in there.
You get the Keen Edge, heal up, it gets you another name.
Excellent.
It gets you another name, and that Genesis is active now.
There we go. It's time. Brinking too.
Oh, this is massive.
Let's go, Genesis. Gonna not over. Oh, he does overthrow the carrier. That hurts so bad. Oh my god.
Oh, he's gonna just go ahead and toss away all his cards. Just throw them all away. Throw the whole deck away, Chris. Like, you don't need any of it. What the heck?
Where we're going, the only thing we care about is the dub. Miriam, of course, the free P shift. That's such a nice interaction.
Oh, this is gonna be double cannon. This
Double
is
cannon, just commit.
huge.
Yes, yes, push that damage.
That is
much coming down
so
here.
much damage coming down.
I wonder what's the call next.
Just carrier to get a P shift, right? Yes.
That's fine. Paradigm shift farming is
And
always
this
appreciated.
dragon is just getting absolutely dismantled, man. It had such a good showing round 1 against now, but against Shincha's been able to just like at every turn take it down.
I'm gonna give you one. This is your one chance to take back saying that this is like you playing.
No, this is like me playing. I also lose with this deck. Feels bad, man.
It all comes around. Okay, 3 5-10s. Thing is, this looks threatening, but when it's artifact,
Yeah.
you
When
know,
it's
we've-
artifact, Ewan's active, Paradigm Shift's active, Genesis number 2, Dual Blade
Yeah.
for Bane, like it's not really threatening, is it?
there's a Miriam 2.
That should be GG.
We'll cut you
I
down.
think so. Oh, dual swords. Yep. Let's go burn that damage in.
Cut you down.
Excellent.
So if he double Banes, oh, he's alive. Oh, he's not alive.
Oh, it's just Ewan. Just Ewan. He hit the 10 resonances and that's it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I mentioned it before. Ewan is active there, so Shincha's like, what's this deck, dog? It's not working out for you.
Uh-oh.
Pretty
I
amazing,
would-
though.
Yeah, like, again, we're rooting for both these players. Like,
Oh,
any
yeah, for sure.
SBO player at the top cut is what we care about.
Mm-hmm.
But if they win 3-0, that is, like, the
That's
best thing
huge
possible
for the
for their
win rate.
tiebreakers.
Yeah,
It's
for sure,
so
for sure.
important. I'm still not over the heartbreak from yesterday. Like, Shimon not making it in is still inconceivable to me. In my
Yeah.
opinion, he was one of the favorites to win the whole thing in December.
Yeah, I agree.
That's just what the tiebreakers come down to, right? So you gotta have those convincing wins. You just gotta get those 3-0s. But this interesting thing that I saw talked about yesterday as well is that some players are bringing lineups that are a bit more risky, right? A bit more reactive decks that like have really bad matchups in one place and then have really strong matchups in other places. So by default, they are preparing to drop some games here and there. You know, in exchange, they have like, you know, the more surprise lineups, or they just have the lineups that can really counter certain decks, right? But then the players that take the safe 3 are typically going to be the ones that can get these 3-0s, which will push them in the tiebreakers as well. And right now we see Shincha's last deck here already. He is this is match point. He's one game away from just moving on X1 with a 3-0 in round 5.
It's absolutely true. And I mean, with Tolerance's Dragon deck, it feels like it's been really feast or famine, right? Either it seemed completely dominant, or it's just been getting dismantled like it has been against Shincha here. Can he turn it around, or will Shincha do the sweep?
Okay, well, at least Oracle on 2. We're back on script.
Oracle on 2 into Tempo Romelia is quite good. You could also consider next turn into Blazing Dragonute because you already got 1 buff with Drak.
That's true. Alberta presents herself. So far, the early start for Shincha has been really nice too. Just getting the amulet into Alberta is like clean and nice.
The Tree of Wonders just is, it's the engine that keeps the deck going. Like we've seen it before where you don't get the wonders and you just fizzle out because you don't have enough pieces in your hand. It's a combo deck, so you want as many pieces as possible. If this hits the mermaid, it's a good omen.
Oh! He does it again. Ladies and gentlemen. Man, can I get some Igni Pogs real quick?
That's a good omen, Chris. I don't know what to tell you.
That's pretty good. I think if you're Shincha, he might send you a DM after this and be like, all right, I need you to stop.
Hey, can you please like
Say something good for me.
not do that?
Okay.
All right, and again, Tempo Romelia, big deal. Like, what do you do? Raccoon? Then the tempo is on Tolerance's side, even though he's going second, right? If you Sekka here, like that's not doing anything. You have the finishers in hand, Sekka, Shamu, Shama, but your only connective tissue here is Raccoon. And if you do that this turn, the Raccoon Enchanter into the Romelia, like you've completely given up the board.
That's true, but like, what else can you do, right? You can't let him get away with this sitting around, and he finds the Aria. I think that's, you know what? It's fine. We'll give up the tempo for this turn.
Yeah,
we
this
found Arya.
both sides are doing really well right now.
Lightning.
All right, it's mermaid time.
Yeah, we got Mermaid, the Dragon Newt as well.
You
I
can
feel like
use
Mermaid just feels like the call, right?
You can Celestial Dragoon, evolve mermaid.
Heaven
Everything gets +1/+1, and then an additional +1 defense.
Ah, that's true. That's true.
Divine judgment awaits.
I like it.
There
I
we
like
go.
it.
Mermaid coming down now. Get the card draw.
Ooh.
Oh, that's so good.
That's
so
big,
good.
especially with Rowan in the hand.
I love it. I love it.
But yeah, I mean, this is an Arya turn. But Arya doesn't full clear this. Not even close.
You're right. You have to actually just.
I mean, it can full clear, but
the
it dies to
mermaid?
the 2/5. That's the thing, right? Which is big.
Yeah.
Come forth, verdant wind.
Do you take that?
Like the
I think you have to.
a plague upon you.
Or do you leave the 2/5 up?
I have done
I think he's
Okay.
leaving the mermaid up.
That's a
I
little
just wonder if he's gonna
optimistic.
do anything else about it, though.
That's a little optimistic because you know that Howling's in hand.
Right?
All right, we'll see if this
The
pans
Blast
out.
Fairy's not doing much either now either. Like if Blast Fairy was a little bit stronger, that would help, but not
Yeah.
really the hand for that.
That's not the world we live in, Chris. Christopher.
Unfortunately not. He who wears a pumpkin in 50 years.
It'll be you one day.
That's right. I feel
All
like you just
right.
have to leave it up. I can't see an efficient other play here.
I think this is a pass, yeah. And now Tolerance has
You my lightning.
Tiamat. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I think you just.
We're oracling. Now we're in overflow.
And now
Could
you
this
can
be the
Rowan.
game where Tolerance can actually start bouncing back?
It might happen. Can the dragon actually take a dub like it did in round 1? Or is it doomed to fail?
Yeah, I mean, this deck, like we said earlier, it's already made it to grand finals.
If he evolves this and then Tiamats it becomes untargetable and he can't trade in.
That might be the punish he's looking for. He's going for it. I like it. I like it. Because like this way, you're punishing him for the kind of greedy Arya play there. Because you had the choice to take care of this, right? It did present itself. But if you set
my
it up under
God.
its Tiamat, that's just so strong going into next turn.
And the only thing that kills it is double blast fairy.
Dragon's roar.
And no, even that
That's-
doesn't do it.
No, like you gotta go hard on those blast fairies.
Yo, is this gonna be a crystallized Tiamat? No, he doesn't do it. Okay.
Oh, okay. So this is still tradable. Alberta returns.
I don't know. I think that was worth consideration, Chris. Like, I think
I
like
think
if
so,
he,
like, you have two of them in hand, right?
yeah, and one of them is kind of stinky compared to the other one, so you can probably sack that one, right, for the amulet.
Oh yes.
But he chooses not to do that, instead valuing the heal, which is pretty important if Shinsha finds any Phantom Blooms.
Yeah, the heal is pretty huge. I'm just thinking like the Tiamat, the board clear effect itself doesn't really do that much in this matchup because the board
Right.
isn't really like filling up that much outside of like the ward fairy turns where you're like amulet spamming, but that's not really gonna happen at this stage.
I think that the Tiamat crystallized there was definitely a real consideration. It would have made this turn incredibly awkward from Shinsha, with no
Right.
way to clear it. Not even Blast Fairy Phantom Bloom does it. Nothing does it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but Fairy Slugger comes down. Chat, you know the line.
Here's our chance, Chris.
This one's with everything
Oh.
you've got.
Here we go.
First MVP. Let's play. Oh, the chance for a grand slam.
You know what would have hard punished if Tolerance did do the Tiamat crystallize is follower Gigantic Blossom, which might have been a consideration that Tolerance was considering.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also trying to think like the lines that they're seeing here as well as players, right? Because obviously every single play has so much consideration behind it.
Oh, this is so
He
much.
put down the Alberta and he ran out of time.
Oh!
No, that hurts so bad.
That's huge.
Oh,
This is getting Tiamated into the next freaking dimension, and then
that hurts.
you can even just do it again if you want.
Yeah,
Tiamat
you actually
too?
can. That's wild. Like you're fully healing back up.
You can Tiamat 2, or you can Howling Conflagration. This is probably safer.
Well,
Losing that
we-
one Alberta is pretty big, so he's gonna have to commit another one in order to get it off the combo.
Yeah, like, oh, dude, just not being able to attack there in time. Like, again, there's, you know, we talk about a lot about what makes a player that shows up to WGP, right? You know, it's their level of preparation, it's, you know, their knowledge of the game, it's the ability to, you know, find lethal in plays from the sticky situations. But management of time is one of them too. You know?
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially with decks like Artifact Portal, Latica Forest. These are decks that require not only a lot of thinking time, they require a lot of setup time, and they require a lot of execution time. So, you know, it really takes up your entire turn timer, and you got to start moving.
Yep. All right, he has to actually commit it.
Yeah.
That really hurts.
Niseka is at 12 right now.
Slowly getting there.
He's oh my god. He used it to clear.
That's so unfortunate. Shincha actually has to just use it, Windfaring it back.
That is big. That is big. It's at 14 now. He doesn't have OTK position with it anymore, though. He's out of bounces. He only has 1 second, and he already used the Resolve the Nine-Tailed Fox already.
Yeah, that's... Finding game for Shincha here is going to be really rough. That actually hurts. All right, what about for Tolerance here? Is this a Flame Pillar turn?
It might just be Whimsical Mermaid into Flame Pillar, unless he picks up Rowan, in which case you slam that guy down.
This thing is right. You were just allowed to keep a 3-7 on the board. Like, your opponent just said, sure, keep it. So you might as well take this tempo into stride and just run with it, right? And I feel like the Flame Pillar will help get you there.
No Rowan. So he's going to have to... you could Celestial Dragoon evolve Flame Pillar, or you could Prime Conflagration Flame Pillar evolve the Tiamat for more phase, but I think this is probably better in the long run.
I feel like the Prime Conflagration could be held for later too, because it feels like it can pick up quite a bit of random targets, and he's gonna go for the Flame Pillar. I like this a lot. Like, you need to be pushing this tempo advantage that you're building up, and I think that if you can keep doing this, like, he's got game next turn.
If Tolerance also picks up Rowan... Oh, hold the phone!
Wait a second.
No, he doesn't have any bounces. There's no bounces.
Oh my god, you're right.
He used the bounce last turn.
That feels so bad. That actually feels so bad. I can't.
That's pretty rough, man.
Incha.
Seka's at 14. Not yet there.
My god. This is like... If you had a bounce, this would be a different story, but now you have this board to take care of. You have, like, potential lethal to find. And also, like, you got the timer to worry about too. Is he just gonna go for?
Let's see what he can pull off, right?
Yeah, I mean, if
this hits the ward, if this Embrace hits the ward. Oh wait, no, is he not gonna go for that? He's got Alberta.
Oh, yeah, Alberta's still in there.
Does he have it? It's at 17.
Comes down. Embracing. Oh my god, he is! Wait a second. There's hope. Shincha, though, gotta be careful with the time. Gotta be careful with the time. He really took a long while to think about this play. We're evolving. Hold on a second.
He's at 11 cards.
Yeah.
There's no lethal.
Wait, there's no more.
Seka doesn't go face.
He has to trade. No! What? Shincha!
Okay, so Dragon's Awakening, pick up Rowan, double Conflagration, GG.
I think that's most likely. I think Tolerance is also just like processing what just happened there too. Oh, he finds it.
You can also
that's
just
it. That's game.
Yep.
Drag will take it here. Oh my days. This was just... I really thought he had it there. I genuinely thought he had it there.
It was so close, but with Shincha, the little mistakes really piled up over the course of that game, and it took him just out of reach. He picked up the Latica a little too late too, meaning that he committed the Fairy Wisp early, going for Seka, but then when the Latica came in hand, he didn't have that option anymore.
Yeah,
if he kept the Fairy Wisp one more turn, he would have had it.
But at the same time, I feel like he had to commit it that turn.
Yeah, because he didn't know.
Right?
He didn't know that it was going to happen, right? Like,
Yeah, you play with the hand you're dealt with, right? You play to your
I
outs.
put my all into every
And so
shot.
Tolerance now taking the dub under his belt. Can he bring it back? Reverse sweep, or will Shinsha close it out? I mean, listen, he's got 2 more chances to win with Aggro Latica, which is pretty huge in terms of, you know, just sheer like statistics on, how you can make it through. So with Tolerance, he has to win with both OTK Sword and his Machina Portal against what many people consider the best deck.
Yeah, exactly. But thing is, like for Shinsha, just take a second, man, just to relax in a way, to take your time where you can take time. You know, think during your opponent's turn as much as possible, and make these efficient plays, because he really was like, you know, at the start, he got away with making a couple mistakes there, right? You know, the Chris, it wasn't punished as hard, and he managed to still find the win. But that last game, the small little blunders really cost him that game, so you have to be careful here.
Okay.
Early Blossom is nice, at least get those fairies in there. Alberta as well on tempo.
If he picks up Tree of Wonders, that would be, of course, the best possible draw. Tolerant, on the other hand, has the Gunslinger picked up, as well as the Squirrel, perhaps. So he's got all the draw in the world. All he needs to do is find his OTK pieces, right?
Yeah, essentially. And this is, you know, our first time today taking a look at OTK Swords. I'm definitely very excited to see how Tolerance will be playing it out.
For sure, for sure. Double Fairy. I think Tolerance might just play Flying Messenger Squirrel and then go Phase.
Yeah, I think that's the call here. Finds another Radical Gunslinger.
Which is pretty good on the
3 of them.
Oh,
so
he's
that's
gonna trade. Interesting.
Oh, that's interesting. I feel like normally you wouldn't keep that threat on the board because it's so pesky for anything that stays up.
Right, yeah.
Unless, let's see. He's probably predicting Alberta to come down here. But even then.
Does happen.
Yep. This is just face damage. The Fairy's gonna hold it down. Alright, this is Scrupulous? Yeah, you might as well just play down, get your last Gunslinger out of the deck.
That's very good, right? Brothers United activates Sunny Day, and then you have the Fuse Material for the Great Mothers on turn 5.
Oh, that's excellent. That's actually excellent. Oh, but looking at that, he actually found the amulet. That is very, very huge. Finally,
that's
seeing the Tree of Wonders.
Yeah, but where's the fairies now?
Yeah, you committed them earlier, so it's a little bit unfortunate.
Okay, he is playing down the Slugger, so he's playing out to Latica combo later on in the game. That's another prep, but that prep actually doesn't do anything this turn.
Delph one for search. All right. Finds the Monochrome.
Come forth.
Already has it, but Monochrome's been a really nice addition. Like, we've seen it come up in just used in many different ways. Oh, and I love the Gunslinger Evo here. It's so good in just like letting you get rid of the board. And I was like, oh, nice, you got Arya, but you're gonna have to like pick your poison, right? You're either running it in to the 5/3 or running into a bait.
It's a problem. Yeah, so he can't full clear.
Squirrel's gonna definitely... Squirrel looks like it's gonna stay standing unless you really just want to ignore the Bane, man.
If Squirrel stays standing and you draw Albert, do you just do it?
I mean... Realistically, that is actually a really strong tempo swing for Tolerance.
So he's gonna leave up a 3/3, looks like.
Leaving up the Bane. That's good.
There's 1, 2, 3...
You have to pass here. These whips are so important. You can't burn them.
Tolerance can push 10 damage this turn if he wants to, but I don't think he will. That seems ridiculous to me. But he could.
We'll see. Because also keep in mind, like, Shinsha hasn't drawn any of his like payouts, right? He's got pieces, he's got bounce, he's got wisps, but there's like, where are you gonna cash them out? There's like, there's nowhere to go.
If this is Geno Evolve face, I would be surprised. Yeah, there's no way. I was gonna say, like, there's no way.
I saw that line too, and I was like, that's a little bit too greedy.
So he got Banish and 3 heal, which is pretty unfortunate. You really want
no
the
Viridian Magna hurts.
Yeah, but at the same time, giving them less to run into is not too bad. And I think you still play it just for the draw. The prep draws you 2, but it doesn't get you the Gunslinger anymore because you drew all of them, right?
That's right.
Ooh.
We're all out.
Hold
And he's just
up.
gonna go for it because it's card draw, I think, and
And he can even fuse the Great Mothers into the Brothers now. So he got it for the turn after. It's not too bad.
I think his turn after, he probably wanted to monochrome.
That's true, right? Yeah.
Uh,
Or does he? He needs to draw the Ayata and the pieces first, and then have the monochrome reduce
oh,
it.
you're so
surely.
right. You're so
Yeah.
right. You know, like now that the Erica's been picked up, maybe the Gino play was actually valid.
Yeah, can you imagine if he pushed 10? But of
Because
course,
then I
we
think
yeah.
we can check his rally count at some point. Because I really wonder where he's at right now.
I don't think it's too high, even with the Gunslinger getting the amulets up.
Dude, but look at Shincha's hand. Like, this is... What do
Hand
you
like
make
a
of
foot.
it? Yeah, that's the best way to put it. It's rough, like, you but Tree of Wonders just to, like, see what you get. Phantom Blood, that's fine. And then you have the Tree of Wonders, yeah, like,
It's a little sad. You might
just draw.
yeah, Wind Chariot back.
Get another Wisp.
My blade fall.
Oh, Albertus is here as well to push a bit of damage. Okay, at least he's chipping away, but this hasn't taken care of the
much
3/3
damage?
Bane
Oh,
that's been sitting on this board since the start of the game.
1, 2, 3 plus 7. It's 10. He's one play point off from being able to Erica alongside Gino.
Yeah, that would definitely be lethal point there, but right now also for Shincha, like he's got wisps, but he's got like a form of bounce and not much else to work with. Using his timer though, dude, the Sen is not what you want there either. Another
He's gonna do it.
monochrome
Yep. He's got a Great Mothers. He's gonna get the ward up. He's gonna heal. He's gonna deal the 3 ping to face. Honestly,
I like
not
this.
bad.
Restored.
I like it a lot.
I shall
Alright, Sunny
play
Day.
the world once more.
Doesn't get any of his pieces. I think you just play the Gunslinger as well.
This
You might as well. You might as well. I think that's excellent because also this will up the rally count from this summoning the amulet.
It also sets up a steed for Erica Gino next turn.
Yes, just so good. Another Blast Fairy Shincha. This hand is just not bringing him anything right now.
Tolerance, is he gonna bring it back? I mean, this sword is looking super clean, man. Like, nothing but just super simple but super powerful lines.
Shincha started off so strong. Like the first 2 games, you know, there was a little blunder, but I was like, oh wow, could we actually see a 3-0? Now I think we're going to game 5.
Yeah, it seems like it, right? Okay, he can do the other Blast Fairy here, take out this 5-2, which is pretty nice, and he's gonna push a lot of damage face this way as well.
Yup, there's gonna be a game
hold up.
here.
Save yourself.
Wait a second.
Oh, is that lethal?
Wait, that's the
No,
that's
that's lethal! Shincha
Oh.
found it.
We don't need no Lydica. It's all fine. He manages to get it, but that was close.
That was very, very close, man. I mean, that just goes to show you what the surprise elemental slash can really do, right? It can take you from a situation where you almost win to a situation where you win very handily. And we
Yeah.
just see that right there. And that means Tolerance is going to take it. Going to take a loss. 1-3.
Unfortunately, yeah.
That's pretty unfortunate.
That hurts, but also for Shincha, I think like if you're winning these rounds, win them as quickly as possible. We know how important that is for the tiebreakers right now.
Definitely.
But dude, I thought Tolerance was gonna bounce it back. I really thought he was gonna bring it back. We're gonna go to game 5,
Yeah.
and it's like honestly with the stride that he was building up, I thought that he might have even taken the whole set. But
I was super optimistic as well. I think because obviously we have perfect knowledge. If he did go for the Gino plan, knowing that he would draw Erica, but you know, hindsight's 2020, right, Chris? And when you're in this level of competition, you don't know what they have, you don't know what you're gonna have. So he went for the safe line, and it didn't end up paying out, unfortunately.
yeah, unfortunately not. But again, he really played excellently. I think the dragon definitely like took him a while to get him the
it took a
dub.
while to get going for sure. That deck is very feast or famine, I think, right? Like we saw it either be completely blundering or it, completely dominated. It's one or the other.
Yeah, and that's a risk that you have to be willing to take. Like when you're bringing that kind of lineup into this event, you have to accept the fact that that's going to be the case, and it might affect some of your tiebreakers going into it if you are X2, which he is now gonna be. So it's gonna be tough. I really hope that he continue winning it out. You know, I want to see as many SVO boys in the top cut as possible.
Definitely.
But Shincha look good there. Like, Shincha, take this time that you've built up by winning, you know, not going to game 5. Take this time, relax a little bit. It's getting late, but you got this. You got this. You are literally, you got the energy of the whole, every SVO supporter behind you.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I'm sad Tolerance took the L, but I'm still very happy for Shincha. You know, SVO got to stick together, you know.
Absolutely.
Ape together strong, Chris.
Absolutely.
But yeah, amazing set overall, though.
Absolutely.
Again, with the way it was going, Shincha making very small mistakes, but still being able to play out of them despite like his frazzled state is very, very impressive, and you know, nothing but respect.
Yeah, 100%. And I hope that, you know, it's unfortunately only going to get harder from here on out for anyone in that time zone, because, you know, it's only going to get, you know, the fatigue is only going to build up more. And, you know, while you had like the nerves and the adrenaline, like also these breaks, like you need to concentrate to not lose it, right? You know, some people during these breaks, they just kind of like, they just stay focused, don't relax too much, so that the adrenaline doesn't run out and you don't just like crash randomly. So, you know, I'm wishing the best for our players, and I really hope that we can have as many SVO players continue running it through. We still have quite a few X2s in here, so unfortunately, I think it was only Shincha, I think, that might be left with X1 at the moment, though, right?
Doc Dodo as well.
And Doc Dodo's
might
also,
be, depending on how this current round goes.
Yeah. Maybe he wins this one, which I really hope so. Like, he looked really good during the Take-Two rounds.
Yeah, that was amazing. I saw that too.
I was like, let's go. 2-0, like, that's good first tiebreakers, and he looked so convincing. And he actually won the hearts of a lot of the Japanese supporters, too.
Is that true?
I feel like I'm the weather reporter.
Thank you. Tell us how it's going over there in the Japanese chat.
Like, I was just really impressed because, like, with every time we have one of our SVO boys on the Take-Two rounds, you know, it was OSAV yesterday, because even when the stream ended yesterday and people were reflecting in chat what their favorite moments were, people were saying, like, oh, it was OSAV's, like, Take-Two round. I was like, wow, that's really sweet. And so I hope that that's going to be the case today as well, because people really like Doc Dodo's plays. And so, man, I'm glad, you know, show the world what SVO is all about. Get these people tuned in, because, you know, we have a lot of talent in these regions. You know, we're bringing the heat to the world as well.
Absolutely. And again, like we said, even though Shincha is X1, we do still have chances. Lots of boys from the SVO are X2 right now, so send them your energy. We'll be right back after a break with the next round. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, and we have here on the call with us the winner of the last round we just saw, Shincha from Team Twilight Knights. How you doing, man?
Hi guys, how you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing great. I'm doing great after seeing you take that dub last round.
Actually,
Let's go.
genuinely ecstatic. Putting the West scene on your back as well, man. I love it.
Yeah,
sure.
sorry for a lot of misplays, right? It's the time's getting pretty rough here right now. I'm here.
For sure.
Yeah, I think everyone also has to understand that kind of factor that with the WGP, everyone's playing from different parts of the world, and especially for the people in East Coast, this is rough. Like when you're starting to hit 3 a.m. How are you feeling as well, just mentally right now?
I mean, it's pretty okay, I guess. I'm getting extra bucks, for every win. So yeah,
Let's go.
That's the mentality I'm having currently.
That's true.
Even if I lose, I take home a lot of money, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely true.
And I believe you're one of the only SVO people right now who are still going strong X1. How are you dealing with the time zone difference to be able to carry on this momentum?
I'll try my best. Yeah, a lot of caffeine, I guess.
Yeah, relatable.
So.
Goodness knows how much coffee I drank before coming in for casting today. So yeah, definitely, definitely with you there.
Sipping every second. Yes.
Absolutely.
I also wanted to ask about your general prep for the event, because of course you're hot off contenders, and the meta's changed quite a lot over the last couple of weeks. How did you actually prepare for both the constructed format as well as the take two that we just concluded a round ago?
That was pretty rough as well. Yeah, the meta was moving so quickly just in a week, and yeah, I had work's busy. I played a lot of private matches in order to prepare, but and for take two, I had a take two team help me in Japan, and so I learned a lot there.
Good.
It helped me a lot. Definitely helped me a lot. But yeah. It was pretty rough. It is pretty rough with the time I had.
Yeah, it's definitely understandable, but you've still been looking really strong, man. X1 carrying the SVO spirit, potentially into top 4. I really hope that, there's 2 more rounds, just 2 more dubs, 2 more convincing dubs, and you're going to be in there representing us in the grand finals, man. I'm really happy to see you there. Hopefully, the Owlcat power can go strong together with you.
Yeah, for sure. We're all rooting for you, man. Well, thanks for taking the time to come on to this call with us. We really appreciate it. We'll let you chill for a little bit before the next round starts. But yeah, congrats.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Keep it up, man.
And there you go. That was Shincha. Amazing player.
Man.
And hopefully it's all uphill from here. Everybody in chat, lend him your energy. We got this.
Everyone, we gotta just get the Owlcat energy going, because I want to see Shincha in the grand finals. He's looking good. Take the breaks you need to while you can. Stay concentrated, stay strong, and it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I believe. It's
we all believe.
The SVO stonks right now.
The stonks. All right, guys. Well, we'll be back after a break with the next round. It's gonna be another rotation round. Don't go anywhere. It's the penultimate round. It's starting to all come together, so you don't want to miss it.
See you guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2021. We are now on the penultimate round, round 6 of 7. And for a lot of our guys in SVO, and for a lot of players in general, this is really like their last stand, honestly. They're one loss away from having no shot at going to the Grand Finals. And if they do win, they still got to get really good tiebreakers to be able to make it into the top 4. Chris, it's been a crazy
looking
day.
dramatic. It's looking dramatic, man. Like, we know how heartbreaking the last round was yesterday. You know, right as we thought, you know, it's like table 1, you know, last round of Swiss, I was like, surely both players will make it in, but it comes down to a lot more than that. It's your tiebreakers, how the games have gone, how have you been winning, how have you been losing. It's really, like, we can't really predict who's going to make it until the very end, right? So just get those wins while you can, guys. You know, for Shinsha, we're still cheering on for him. He is still carrying that hope, you know, from last round, and we hope that he shows up in this round as well. But we still have some SVO boys in X2 that still stand a chance, depending on how their games have been going. So let's take a look at how things have been progressing so far.
Absolutely. Like you said, Shinsha is the biggest hope for us right now going into round 6. He's got a 4-1 record at the moment, and we'll see in a moment with here all the other rest of the players here.
There we go.
Kaki P and Mingy God also 4-1, so Shinsha is standing among those giants as well as Foria and Chitawe there. And yeah, for the other SVO guys, lots of 3-2s. Bima 3-2, Doc Dodo 3-2, Tolerance 3-2.
Dude, this is like, it's pretty dramatic because a lot of them still stand a chance. Like, you are in the top 8 of the entire world. For Tolerance, unfortunately, he's just a little bit behind. I think his tiebreakers have not been as strong. But realistically, like, if Shinsha can win the next one, he's going to be looking really good. Let's see who's going to be facing. Ooh, Shitawe. All right, let's hope for the best for him. Mingy God as well managed to actually beat Kakipi. So for Kakipi, despite being the strongest one in the previous rounds, he's been knocked down, and he's going to really have to fight against Doc Dodo.
Ooh,
He got
that's gonna be a
pared
game.
down.
That's
He
going
got
to be a
pared
game.
down. If Doc Dodo wins that one, it's going to be so huge. Winning the down pair is so important. So let's see how it's going to go. But we still have, of course, Momoring going to be playing against R. Gray as well. This is gonna be dramatic. Sai as well going up against Kanata. Sadly, 2-3. Not really gonna be making into the top cut anymore. But still, you know, gotta get as many wins as possible. Level up that prize pool as much as you can. You know, getting another win is adding another 200,000 yen to your name, which is pretty good if you ask me.
It's a pretty big deal. And speaking of a pretty big deal, this is the match we are going to watch. We followed him through the entire day, basically. It's going to be Tolerance, who's at a 3-2 record right now, versus Ace from Team TS. No, that is not Tempo Storm, for those of us watching who's used to SVO. He's from a different region. But yeah, they both have 3-2 records right now. And again, widely different lineups here. Tolerance, of course, we've seen this over and over again. It's the OTK Sword, Buff Dragon, and the Machina Portal versus Aces. Let me take a look here. Aggro Latica. Yeah. So yeah, here are the deck lists yet again, Chris. I mean, what is there to say that we haven't already said?
For me, right now, the question is just, will Tolerance lead Dragon again, right?
Yes, for sure.
It's just, it looked a little shaky. As much as we hyped it up, and it is as strong of a deck as it is, it took a while to get that first win in last time around, and it's like, it feels like it's a deck that he wants to get the win with as fast as possible, just to like continue that, you know, going with that tempo. But if we get a repeat of last round, things are not going to look so good. So for Tolerance, this is a Prage moment for sure.
It's really tough too, because I feel like the consistency of the deck varies so much. I mean, we saw yesterday Meow 944 ran Buff Dragon in his lineup, and we all know that he made it to top 4. You know, going 3-0 against Shimon, for example. But I guess, you know, the deck itself is very variable in terms of like the draw order, which really affects the lines you take going into the mid to late game. So yeah, that it really does depend on like the sequencing you do early to mid that leads you to a powerful, you know, finisher after that. And we don't always see that pan out.
Exactly. And so I wonder, you know, Tolerance is his favorite card of all time. If you read this man's answers to the questionnaire, anytime he was asked about his favorite cards, it was always Tolerance. And so we haven't really gotten to see much of it so far. You know, the Portocraft showed up in round 1, but last round it was, we didn't quite get there.
Yeah, we got the loss on the sword last time, which I also hope ends up making a better showing this time around. But here we have Aces deck list here. As I was talking about, there's the Aggro Latica, with only one of a Sekka, Evolve Runecraft, as well as Artifact Portal.
Yeah, so quite an interesting lineup as well. The one of Sekka, I really want to see how that's going to play out. But Artifact Portal, we see like in the hands of a good player, this deck can be nasty. And I really want to see how good and executing with it Ace is going to be. And of course, the Rune as well. We've seen it pop up quite a lot throughout the weekend. You know, yesterday as well was a very popular pick. I feel like today it might be not as much just because of how much OTK sword we're seeing. But so far, I think this is definitely a potential winner's lineup as well.
And we were just talking about earlier today as well how day 1 and day 2 feel like we're on different world lines. And we saw in day 1 a lot of players were teching in, you know, Goddess of Rebirth here, Advent of Peace there. Ace's lineups are incredibly clean and, you know, consistent. 3-ofs pretty much all the way down. So we'll have to see how that affects or doesn't affect the winning plays.
Yeah, it's very much just like lean deck lists. Like you just not teched out, you just want to commit to your game plan and go with it. But we've seen the techs win games for people.
Oh yeah.
And that might be the slight point of concern here too, is like, can you actually win without teching for those specific matchups and for the player level of this championship?
It's really a sort of difference in philosophy, I feel like, because some people believe that if they bring the tech cards, they're gonna get it as soon as they, or like the exact moment they need it, for example, or, you know, having it in the deck itself just plays a mind game with the opponent because the opponent has to consider it as a potential out for you, whereas they wouldn't otherwise have to. Whereas on the other side, some people think that bringing the most consistent list is the best because then you can perform as consistently as possible, especially when you're playing 7 whole rounds of Swiss, right? So it really is just a difference of opinion there.
Yeah, and so we're gonna see these two players clash here. Of course, for Tolerance, he has the support of every single SVO fan behind him. And also, I don't think anyone's pointing this out, but I really like that he's actually wearing the SVO hoodie that he got. So I think all the players that are representing, they got the regional representation hoodie. So that's cool, you know, let the world know. This is
absolutely
the scene that raised you.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm really glad that even on like the Japanese streams, for example, when SVO was showcased, we put on a good show for them, and that's really nice, I think. But Tolerance is actually going to lead Tolerance, and he has it right in the opener.
All right, you must be happy about this start.
He's like, Rowan, sit down,
as
okay?
well into Ramiel. That is a really good mulligan. He actually found it right off the one.
Friendship ended with Rowan. Now Ewan is my best friend. You know, that's all I gotta say.
All right.
He is on the draw. Yeah, so that Ramiel is going to be really strong. If he can like find some connective tissue turn 1, turn 2, ideally he would draw Eidolon's Remains into like Enforcer or something, right?
This guy.
Wait, hold up.
You know, I think you can just do this alone, man.
It's not scripted. I swear.
Right, so in his next slide, he's gonna keep laughing. All right, yeah, we're gonna keep going with the script.
That was truly amazing. Chris, how do I do it? How do I do it?
I think it's just future sight. Those of you don't know yet, but this guy dreamed of the WGP last night.
That's true. That's actually true.
Maybe you actually dreamt all of the rounds, and you're just like, you know, just talking through your dream.
Last night after World Grand Prix the other day, I mean, I was watching it the whole day when I wasn't on, and then I was casting it obviously well into the night. Then when I went to sleep, I dreamt up a WGP in my head that I casted. Woke up today, went to cast this, and I told Chris, hey, I'm getting deja vu. Is this my dream? And you know, maybe it is. Maybe it's real.
I can't believe it. How is this the timeline we live in?
It's pretty hilarious. But yeah, it looks like he's going to go ahead and fuse that Baphomet.
I mean,
and that's gonna
to
get
be fair,
him that
there's no better play here. No better play here.
You don't need 2 Baphomets, man. There can only be 1. There should only be 1.
Maisha lethal turn 10 is what I'm all about.
For sure. But Ace, though, he's got the 2 Latikas. He's got Arya in hand for next turn.
Ooh,
he is missing, though.
Here.
Yeah, he does burn the slash, and again, I was just gonna say, because of that, his hand is looking pretty light, and he is missing the draw, which a lot of the time we do see the combo force fizzle out because they don't have enough resources, so I'm a little worried for Ace here.
Luckily, he's playing triple slash. Like, we've seen players run 1, we've seen players run 2. He's just maxing it out. He knows that this is a key component of the deck. And I guess being able to burn it like that when you need to just answer the board is a good feeling to have. But he's going to commit the Aria here. It's a good play, but you're leaving a lot of stuff here as well.
You're right. You can take out 2 of the targets, but... yeah, because you want to save the Wisp, right, for the combo.
Yeah, the chef.
We did talk about this... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm just gonna say that, like, I think leaving up the tentacle here is okay. It's not the most amount of pressure that you're being dealt. All right, no Latika though, so at least... Oh, not Latika, sorry, Spinaria.
Right. Oh, that's an amazing... Okay, so that's -6 for tolerance right then and there, and then you might even just... You might commit a Colossus? Or no, you probably just use the ultimate, right, for the Storm Tentacle here.
Yeah, that gives him the Storm, so he actually gets another -4.
Yeah, so that's -10 on tolerance, bringing him down to 15. And I was just going to say that we talked about this yesterday, but the forest lists have a lot of variation because the lists themselves are very flexible, and it ends up going down to player preference on their splits, right? On what they want to have 2x, 3x, 1x, or even 0x we've seen sometimes. So we'll end up... And those little differences end up mattering a lot, especially in the mirror, right? Like, depending on how many slashes you have, how many Sekkas, how many Latikas, that ends up making a huge difference.
Absolutely. And I think that, you know, being able to have that kind of leeway in burning through certain cards that other variants of the list are much more kind of like reserved on using is also going to be pretty huge. Because we've seen cards like Slash just deliver lethal and like win games when you don't get the combo pieces. So
leaving up a 5/5,
which can refund an Evo point.
That's just GG.
Oh my god, yeah, that's just gonna be 3.
You evolve the Colossus and Tolerance takes a swift dub. One of the fastest victories we've seen in the WGP so far, an incredibly clean line.
Didn't we just start the round like a minute ago?
I feel like I blinked and we're done. We're done with game 1. It's crazy out here.
You could see Ace, he felt that like physically.
Yeah.
Like that was not just a loss, that felt like a mental loss as well at that point. Tolerance looking good. If he can keep up this momentum, again, he is X2, but a swift win will put him up in the standings.
That's right. I mean, if he gets a 3-0 here, that really improves his tiebreakers for the potential, you know, tiebreaker decider of who makes top cut. But the problem is, like we've seen in the last round, that he had trouble keeping up the pace when Dragon didn't draw ideally, or when Sword didn't pan out as aggressively as he would have liked. So can he keep it up? We'll have to find out going into game 2 here. All right, he's going to queue up with the sword. He's going in the opposite direction. You notice that? Last time he went Dragon, Sword, Portal. Now he's going Portal, Sword, Dragon.
He's going first.
He is going first. He does have Ramiel, which is a pretty powerful 2-drop. So you probably toss the brothers in the Albert, I imagine.
I think so too.
You might full toss.
Yeah, the Ramiel is okay, but it's not what you want early.
Radical's great on turn 1.
Yes.
So if he draws Squirrel or Ramiel turn 2, then he's pretty much set to curve out for the rest of the game.
Yes, essentially. Full toss by Ace. Yeah, this hand
and that is not a great hand on Ace's side. He's got some of the combo pieces, but he needs that connective tissue that we keep talking about. You know, Tree of Wonders, Gigantic Blossom. Otherwise, he's going to fizzle out.
Exactly, and not seeing the Alberta early as well. Ooh.
Oh, wait.
Well, there's a tree, and we also see a pass from Tolerance. He's not committing the Gunslinger either.
Interesting. Oh, so he's gonna play it down now on turn 2.
Maybe he was waiting to see what kind of turn 1 play Ace would make first, but...
And there's the Aria.
Oh, everything's coming together. Alberta picked up for next turn as well. That is so huge for Ace here.
Feeling lucky.
Okay, Ace. I was worried on the mulligan. I am no longer concerned. I am no longer concerned about Ace.
Not whatsoever. I think this is looking like his game to win already. But of course, Tolerance has many ways to change that.
Brothers united, and we just go face for 2 and pass. You want to keep the trees in hand. Of course, Mistelina and Baleon is not an out anymore, but they're basically serving as fuel for the payoff of Great Mother's Embrace, right?
Exactly. You know, went from one thing that soaks up the trees to another, and the Great Mother's Embrace is still an incredible card, especially for turn 5. Unfortunately, not looking like the case here.
He's gonna play it out. Does he want to draw cards with the second tree?
I wonder. And also the Albert pickup is giving me mixed feelings here, let's just put it that way.
Well, it's one piece of the combo, right? If Tolerance can last till turn 8, he's pretty much winning. Because he has the Albert and the Erica. All he needs to pick up is Gino, or another Albert, or another Erica, right? So there's lots of ways that you can assemble the 20 damage. So really, it's a game of survival at this point, right?
Ace here. I think he's thinking about this Wisp. Or just thinking about his future turns as well. Because, you know, that's one thing that we see. Like, the moment it hits your timer and you have the combo, go, run. Like, start sprinting and don't stop. So you gotta really make use of that time. And he's gonna just pass here, healing up from the tree.
And there's the tree. Okay. Wait, this is pretty big, right? Because you can evolve, get rid of the Arya, go face.
Yes.
Come forth, crimson flame.
There's no way you invest the Albert, is there?
Feeling lucky. Ow.
I'm assuming this is going to be a Great Mother's.
I'm also assuming.
Oh, of course, the Cosmic Angel.
Oh, that's right. He does run it. He does actually run it.
Yeah, we saw that in round 1 as well, where he passed to get the Cosmic Angel out, which is fantastic. You thin your deck, you get something on the board that's very defensive, and you don't have to spend any of your pieces of your combo from your hand.
Very good. And it gives you a little bit of sustain as well. Looking good. Good start so far for Tolerance. You know, we see the hand for Ace, and it definitely looks really good in securing the game, but at the same time he's missing again the payout, right?
Yeah, he's missing Latica, he's missing Sekka. You're totally right.
Shamu Shama is good, but she's not going to carry you to
all
winning the game just like that, yeah.
Especially when this sword is very defensive, right? It's not like a sword that has no defensive tools. It has all the defensive tools it needs with Monochrome Endgame, Great Mothers.
Yeah, yep. There's plenty of ways to hold your opponent off, especially in these more like just aggressive and explosive matchups.
The tree does take up space on board, though, which makes the combo a little bit less flexible, which I'm worried about. Wondering if it would have been better to just save it, hoping for a Great Mother's draw later, which he ended up getting.
He did end up getting it. Slightly unfortunate, but I guess we'll see. I think he's also just, again, using the timer. That's something that you're going to see quite often, especially when I was watching the Japanese Rage League as well. They use up the timer as much as possible just to think. Like, just take the time to think and consider your plays. We get the double Evo here for free, which is very nice. The no targets to tech into to get the Heavy Knight, but it's fine. Skybound Art is actually going to be reached on turn 8, which is very good.
Ayata is looking very, very clean for turn 8.
Latica.
Oh, Latica is picked up on that side.
Uh-oh. Does feel like it's too early, and also I think at this point, this is where Ace needs to sit down and think, okay, we got it.
Right.
How do we get there now? Right?
I was just gonna say you were talking about how the players need all the time to think. I mean, especially with a deck like Latica combo, you need to plan it out ahead, because when it comes time to actually execute, you don't want to end up missing on the timer and then, you know, completely whiffing. But it looks like he's going for it now. I think he has it. With Latica and Shamu Shama and Primordial, if this hits the ward...
Oh my god, it does! But does he have enough time?
I think he does. Okay, he just needs to execute this. It's a little bit of pressure, but I think he's got this. So you just attack with the Alberta, surely. Bounce back to Shamu Shama, right?
I'm going on ahead.
Is that going to be enough for 12? I don't think so, actually.
He's currently at 8. I'm just really concerned about the timer here.
9-10, right? This Latica is not going to be able to make it to the phase.
And he doesn't have a way to bounce. There's no
Wait,
other
I
way.
think he might have been overzealous on that.
Perhaps. And there was definitely ways to like clear that board without overcommitting too.
Ace with that early Latica. It looked promising with double Wisp bounce, but just off by like 1 Evo. Sorry, like by like 1 or 2 play points there.
Yes, exactly. That's why I think it might have been worth to just hold it for turn 7 and restart from there. Because here, I mean, Tolerance's list has so many ways to get around just a 5/5 that's champ chilling in the middle of the field.
Yep. The Latica activates my fight or flight, man. I see it played down with confidence, and I'm like, is this it? Is this it?
Yeah.
You know how it is.
It's the beginning of the concert. Just let the maestro like conduct the plays and see where it goes.
He's going for the Erica here, which is pretty good. Killer Instinct. Gets rid of a Wisp, which means it's 1 less bounce target as well.
That's really good.
And the Messenger can draw, but he's looking a little light on healing, which is a problem when, you know, Shamu Shama is a play with multiple bounces. That can happen next turn.
Exactly. You have to be really careful here, brother. Like, he can take care of this quite easily, but... Oh, he's trading with it.
I think he has to.
Yeah, I was debating if he would just, like, kind of Evo plus Brothers United. Like, it's not a good play. Like, it's not efficient. Uh-oh. Another form of bounce being picked up. Fairy Wisps ×2 in hand. One of them is going to get taken out, but he can trade this other one to the Ramiel. I think so, too. Raccoon Enchanter coming down, drawing more cards. Sadly, not more bounce, but Shamu Shama now is ready to come down. One burn damage.
Bounce, Shamu Shama, bounce. Right? Yeah, plus Alberta.
Alberta, of course. Let's not forget about that. Colossus is going to use its effect to bounce back. Take care of the last hole in the board. Coming down for just a tad more damage. This is just an Alberta Evo to face.
Even with...
We'll even it out.
Yeah, man. Even with the Latica, he probably now, in hindsight, spent the Latica to force Tolerance to deal with it with the resources, and then he was setting up the aggression for a Shamu Shama play the turn after, which is pretty amazing.
Yes, that was really well done by Ace. Honestly, excellently played. But now for Tolerance, again, you had that really, really strong start. And we've seen him do it before, but he needs to keep it up.
Yeah, can Sword and Dragon take the dub over Evolve Runecraft and Artifact Portalcraft? I think in my experience, Dragon has a pretty okay time with Evolve Runecraft, but that's just me. Of course, Ladder is a very different experience than the World Grand Prix, but, you know, I would feel pretty okay with that. Against Artifact, though, that's a whole different story, right?
Yeah, Artifact Portalcraft is just... I feel like it's rough no matter which matchup. Like, if you're going to play in Sword and you have a strong enough start, you can delay the factory at the very least so that they don't pop off as easily or as early. But it's going to be a question. And this is going to be the match we're going to be seeing too. Going second, though, for Tolerance, that might be a little rough.
Okay, so he has the Flying Messenger Squirrel. At the same time, though, he is going second, but can he get the pieces in time? He gets the extra draw. He might be able to Ramiel as well if he mulligans aggressively enough here.
Yeah, Albert definitely goes though.
And meanwhile, Ace has the mobilized factory and the Genesis artifact already in hand.
Yes. This is a good start for Ace. I think right now, sure, the early plays won't be as strong, but I think he can easily tempo his way into a very strong win.
That's a lot of draw.
Preparation. Yeah, that is a lot of draw. Like, he'll be able to go through his deck quite quickly without having to actually play the scroll down too early if he doesn't want to. Or I guess he just committed on turn 2, but we'll see. Gizmo.
He's probably going to toss the Threadmaster, I think.
I'm assuming so, yeah.
Or he plays the Threadmaster here and deals with the Bane. That's the other option. But I think he needs a better hand than what he has now. He tossed the other Gizmo. Okay. For a second, I was like, he tossed Genesis? No, there's no way.
Not quite that risky, but I think here you just trade with the Bane, right?
That's what I would do, yeah.
Because at the same time, you're also bringing out another one next turn, right? So you might as well just commit this one and let them know that there's a threat coming next turn as well.
And you know that Artifact runs Threadmaster, right? Like every Artifact list does. So I think you just get the value out of it now. Trade the 2-drop with your 1-drop and you're pretty happy with that.
Exactly.
Oh, Ace's hand is now looking a little bricky.
Yeah, especially because, like, Genesis, when you're going forwards on turn 4, is nowhere near as great. Oh my god, he actually has to just, like, bring out the Ancient Artifact like that.
He's got nothing to connect. he has nothing to connect between turn 3 and 5 right now, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and like he wants that strong like factory turn on turn 5, which he's just not gonna get now, right?
You'll never catch
So
me.
Tolerance does draw the Butler. Artifact
he's just
as a
gonna put it down.
2/5.
Oh, I don't know about that one, Chief. This feels a little bit rough
Just
right now.
prep again, right? Nothing's stopping
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
You are
keep
gonna
prepping.
overdraw though, but you already have Albert, Erica, and Eata in hand. 2 Ericas and a Gino. The pieces
Yeah,
are there.
Like, I
Just
think
sit
you're
back.
not that afraid of overdrawing.
Oh, and of course you
Embrace
confuse.
in hand.
Yeah, he confused. I didn't even see that.
Same. Somehow it was just like hiding nice and snug in between Eric and Gino there.
Factory comes out. This is big.
Oh.
If Tolerance can capitalize on this by just tempoing out of control right now.
But it's
Can
also
he?
a good chance for Ace, I think, because this is not the board that's going to win the game for Tolerance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he can develop into one here. You know, all players know everyone's deck list, and he knows what this deck is focused on. You know, this isn't like an aggro sword that's going to randomly burst with a bunch of damage right here and now. Oh, while he could. But the game plan of this list is definitely to go into the long game and then be able to just OTK down your opponent.
Right.
So I feel like that was a good, like probably the best opportunity for the factory that he could get for this game.
So he's gonna just arm Butler Ramiel here is the other play. Or you could spend an Erica and Ramiel, which is another line that you could take.
Yeah, just to start chipping away. I mean, that's kind of the thing is that he hasn't really been pushing enough damage so far. Finds the Seal Fawn.
Not bad.
That's good.
That's another piece of the puzzle. But can you survive to turn 8? At least Ace's hand is looking a little slim, but it's not going to last for long. Especially as this mecha arm mechanic comes down here. No doubt.
Yeah, this will make a difference. This will make a difference.
What does
First
he got?
paradigm shift of the
Ewan
game, by the way.
retracing. Yeah, a little late, right? Like, oh, and there's a Genesis. That's huge.
Genesis.
So that's
That's
next
good for
turn.
next turn.
That is massive.
What are we tossing?
Impulse, right? Yeah.
Right, there he goes.
He can even
Another
evolve the Ewan if he wants and then double retracing.
That's also true. It's also true.
Would get his
It gets you
resonance
another
count up
artifact
too.
too.
Still has the puppet from Threadmaster even.
Yeah, just put that into the Bane so that that threat doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, Ace is starting to recover. The board is stabilizing. It's starting to look like a huge threat. Thing is, for future gas, he has Genesis and Paradigm Shift. He'll need to draw with Genesis into the... Never mind. I take back everything I said. I'm ashamed of my words and my deeds.
Well, there you have it. Spinaria is going to come down and create the Spinar's artifact. Oh, that's good.
Oh!
Another Genesis. Oh my.
It's time you got a taste of your own despair.
All right, toss it back. And these Ewans are going to do some work. They're a threat. Like, if they reach Resonance 10, that represents a lot of damage.
Yep, we're already past 5. Nothing to actually put that damage into. It's still very strong. Monochrome game is good here. You get some nice value trades. And of course, 3 bodies that can actually start answering the questions put up on this board. You can have a maximum of 3 Evos in one turn, which is also good.
It is good. Yeah, the Eata and the Seophon are both coming down, which is very nice.
2 more turns.
But when Sword will not be able to leave, will not be able to have a board up at all ever because incoming Genesis, right? That just trades everything.
Yep.
Do not stand in our way.
Yeah,
it's getting a little dicey.
Do what you can while it's still possible, but looking at Ace's next turn, I think he knows himself that this is a game-winning hand right now.
Yeah, and Tolerance really just wants to survive to 8, but can he make that happen? Especially on the draw, going second. When the Genesis combo is so close to being activated. It's at 4 out of 6 right now.
We're really, really close. Technically, a Genesis Evo gets him there.
Right, yeah.
And it looks like that's going to be the play.
He also gets a free...
Stand by that.
Yeah, for sure. He also gets a free P-shift from this, right? Because of the Miria.
You're right. Paradigm shift, gonna do some work. Of course, he can just target the unkillable. Get more targets to run into as well, which is very good here.
He didn't do that. He's saving the Miriam for something. Oh, it's because he's at 6 play points right now, so he can't do that. A little bit of a tricky situation with the play point recovery, the factory there.
Yeah, right.
I think Tolerance is like, why didn't I tag Advent of Peace in my deck? If only.
Okay, we're Gizmoing. All right, now the bonus effect is live actually for the Genesis.
Pretty massive.
Yeah, don't have the board space to fully commit, but it's good to have for the future.
Could just carry her now, right?
Yeah, it's gonna go for it. Another paradigm shift, retracing coming through as well. We like that.
Ooh. Okay. Ace though is gonna overdraw. Can Tolerance survive just one more turn and make this combo pop? That's really the only question.
Yeah, the thing is that, you know, his board got cleared, but what Ace left up isn't exactly the hardest to get over either. But I'm just wondering how he's going to do it at this point.
Right, Tolerance is taking the time to think this through.
Great Mother's Embrace ain't looking too hot right now either, with no targets in hand either. Oh, man.
Yeah, it only does one banish and it will overdraw you a card. Not the greatest.
Yeah. I wonder. Because again, this deck is a combo-based deck. Like, you need these pieces in hand as well to actually be able to run down your opponent after turn 8.
And with his build, he doesn't have proven methodology to pull the Armed Butler anyway, so the Butler is only always going to do 1 damage to. It's a little dire.
Yeah, this is change from the past, where the Armed Butlers could actually take out, like, this whole board would have been taken out by one of those back then, but nowadays things are a little different. He's actually hovering the Embrace.
If he does it and it banishes the 4/3, I guess that's the best outcome.
But are those the chances you're betting on?
Tolerance, you're running out of time.
Oh my god, he does it! Dude,
and he gets the brothers. He gets the brothers.
That's really...
Oh, he didn't have the time.
Oh, it's not the end of the world, I want to say. It hurts, but I think of all things to run out of time on,
yeah,
this isn't the direst board. That might be more important next turn.
Next turn, he's gonna Eata.
It's true.
And that's what? Gino, Erica, Albert, Gino. Should be fine, right?
Yeah. I think in terms of bursting down, it should get the job done.
Erica, Gino, Albert. Yeah. Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, as long as you have the board space for all of it.
Into sale.
Of course, yeah, luckily with the Bane existing now, that actually gives him
a way to trade the Eata, right?
Yeah. Oh, double Bane, that might be a little bit more tricky.
If he got the brothers off killing that ward, he would be able to... I don't know, it's still a little weird.
Well, thing is, now that this ward is still up, that gives him a first attack for Eata target, and then you run the other one into the Bane, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
But then how do you deal with the other guy?
Oh, he gave Bane to the other one too.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a big punish.
That's big. That's big.
That's a really big punish. Eata here will have to just choose a target and stick to it.
Yeah, how do you deal with the other guys? Wait, Erica, right? You can trade your Ericas in.
That is true. You can do that.
Like, you don't need all these Ericas. They're kind of like a bonus.
That's right. Nothing's evolved either, so Gino doesn't have any targets yet.
That doesn't matter too much because Gino gets Storm if anything dies.
Yes.
Right, so we got that.
Arm
Butler. Wait, how close are we? Oh,
right.
yeah, and then
Sailfawn
Sailfawn will take out the other two, then you go face them all, and then you Albert, that's lethal!
Yep, he has damage. He has it. The Ericas will be the ones to deliver. Forget the bonus, this is the main meal.
Forget the bonus, you know? This is a side, just got upsized, man. Like, let's go.
24 damage in 1 turn. You let Tolerance get to turn 8, that's the dish he's serving. Good God.
And the thing is that, you know, props to Ace, he really tried to play around it. He did the best he could, but Tolerance, that Seophon Butler, ended up saving him there. It's pretty amazing.
It really did. It really, really did. The Butler, especially, I was looking at it, I was like, hold on. Oh, wait, Seophon. Yeah, right.
Yeah. But you know what that
match
means.
point. Match point for Tolerance. Come on, SVO boys, let's go.
And if he goes 3-1, that's not bad for his win rate.
But I think he really needs this win, right? To like project him, to propel him even in the leaderboard, he needs to close it out now. Because also he lost the last one, not as a 3-2, but as a 3-1. So it's a little shitty.
Not bad. Toss away the Reggie. You can Blazing Dragon it on the Prophetic. On the other side, though, and this is a matchup, Evo Rune versus Dragon. Like I said, I'm not too scared of the Evo Rune here.
Yeah? Do you feel like you have like the speed to kind of like outpace them?
Well, when they Grimnir and your board is like 20 health guys, like...
Yeah, that's true. You just gotta reach that point first.
Yeah.
Was that part of your dream too? Grimnir
you actually Blazing over Oracle. I agree with this.
All right. Holding it for next turn.
Especially when your hand is a little dire, actually. And he did play Dragon's Awakening turn 1, meaning he has incredibly good top decks because he double watched his deck. So if he plays Prime Conflagration and Oracle now, and if he draws into any card, Mermaid, Coral Shark, they're huge tempo swings. The ideal draw is Mermaid. If he gets Mermaid, that would be king.
Let's see if he finds it. Right now, Ace is just going through his deck. Already 10 cards deep, being able to trade here as well.
Ace's side is looking really good too, though. That's not Mermaid, but that's really good.
Yeah, it's decent. It's decent.
Let's go! You just play it and go face? Like a madman?
Run it down. 5 damage, 5/8 sitting on the board now.
That's a big deal. That's a big deal that you have to answer. Miser comes down.
Oh, this can be pretty big with a Marie.
Yeah, with a Marie, a Bluma Kadabra, we all know. So he does have the answer. Again, Tolerance is looking primarily for Mermaid, I believe.
Can he actually find it off the top? We got a double rapid fire coming in here. The free vote coming through as well.
Ooh, that's a huge deal.
2 more damage traded in just like that.
That's big. That's big.
Through it. Back up to 11 life.
Oh, that is not what you're looking for right now. Not at all. That's probably one of the worst draws for Tolerance. So he might just have to spend a Tiamat, evolve it over the Miser, and then Prime Conflagration.
I think that's the case. That's the only way you can clear this board.
This
he
is
gets a
not
bit of sustain, but
this is absolutely not a situation that Tolerance wants to be in right now. If he doesn't find the either Dragon's Awakening or the Mermaid, he's in a situation where he's oh my god.
Oh my man.
Oh my god.
He was chosen green today and I love it. Tolerance is praying for this to stick.
No way! What? Okay, this might be able to stick though. This is probably gonna stick. If he top decks Drake,
the healer's pretty big. I think Ace knows.
Yeah! Okay, okay.
The Drake coming down with the bonus damage.
Okay.
This is incredible.
It's down to top decks. Tolerance. I can't believe he's made these plays. These are incredibly risky gambles right now. These are like, he's staking the entire set on this.
But he's believing. You can see he's praying. He's praying for another rigged Igni top deck to come through here.
Yo. There's no way. There's no way.
Thing is though, Ace has to fight this board and he has barely any resources to do it.
That's true. That's true.
Okay. Back up to 4 play point. This will... How does he clear the Drac here? He has to clear everything while also
Guild Assembly is not active either, right?
The Guild Assembly. The heal is, just not the buff.
Okay, but... even so...
Roots of Wisdom gives him a 3.
Tolerance has incredibly good top decks. Okay, that Jupiter is huge.
Oh, it's big. If we can get to it. All right, this is it. He got the
That's
last
big.
He got the
That's
last
big. That might turn the entire game around.
Tolerance. What does he find off the top?
It's just
storm.
not enough. It's not enough. That Jupiter's
just
gonna
keep-
stabilize, and I think this is Ace's game.
That I think we're out of gas. Jupiter, he has the 5 Evos
That's
as well,
it.
I believe.
Tolerance staked everything on that line, and it is over. It did not pay out. Looking back, if he wanted to be a little more conservative, he could have saved the Dragon's Awakening for 3 and had more fuel. But he spent it on 1 to get good top decks, and it did not work out for him. Ace is able to stabilize.
Yeah, back up to 9 life.
Okay, that does draw a card. That does draw a card.
It does, but what can it find at this point? Another copy. Not when you're looking at 17 damage on this board.
Wait!
Celestial off the top.
Wait!
Evo coming through.
Consumed by the dragon's roar.
Tolerance is blessed today, and you are seeing it live. He's managing to fight back and to actually keep it on the board.
Okay, there's Delta Cannons though. Delta Cannon plus Vincent. That should be GG, right?
Oh, yes.
It's over!
That's bare. Oh, Ace played that so well.
That was maybe the most insane set I've seen in this weekend. Like, Tolerance risked it all, and it just did not pay out. What the heck was that game?
You can see he's not happy. He chose violence, but it did not choose him.
Yeah.
That was like, there were so many things that we can break down in that game where it was like the very start was already, choosing to go the greedier path and just going like, all right, we're going to super buff, then we're just going to run it through, see that we can go off the top and win the game.
That was
And
turn
like,
1.
But the Tiamat turn, I think that was really what decided it. I was like,
can't even
oh, you are
believe
going
it.
this way. Okay.
I can't believe it.
Man.
There was a chance that paid out for him too, but he didn't end up getting the things he needed. Like I said, Mermaid always seems to be at the bottom of the deck, man. Like, I don't know what's going on with her. She needs to show up more often.
Don't say that. You know what's going to happen in this game if you say that.
Okay, here we go. Game 5.
Number 5. Full
Tolerance going
set.
second.
Cannot shackle me.
Okay, he's got the Awakening again. Is he gonna play it on 1 like he did last time, or is he gonna let it sit and hang out? I still am in disbelief over that last game.
Ooh, but look at Ace's hand over here.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Genesis is a good card, but you're going first.
Okay, he's got Prime, so we can just use that instead.
Yep. Does have choices, does have ways to actually find. Oh, he's gonna just burn the first one.
But he can
Save
use the
damage
second
for
one
later.
at least for draw. I would hope so. Unless he's going crazy again. That would be
Ultra
pretty
ham
deep.
every day.
Thing is, Ace's hand, like, again, he's got the turn 5 and the turn 6, but leading up to it, kind of nothing. Ooh,
gotta
not
get
your
to that
best
point
top.
first.
I think you just pass here after the Prime. Is he gonna do it?
Don't do it,
There's
don't do
no
it.
way.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say, there's no way. I was about to have a heart
This
attack, Chris.
guy,
I was about to go crazy.
Literally, I felt that. I could feel the tension in my chest all of a sudden.
Oh my god.
But for Ace, this is
Right, it's
the
another
good old
pass.
end turn button. Yeah. And turn and wait. You can't do anything. This is giving Tolerance breathing room that he needs so bad.
That's big. That's huge. Tempo
Shark coming down with the Hippocampus. Oh my god. Having this on 3 is wild.
Yeah, it is nuts.
Another
and if you yeah, he's just gonna double Brink and sit.
Ace, buddy, this feels.
Tolerance is gonna evolve the Hippocampus, and it's gonna deal massive damage.
Oh
Because the
my
Hippocampus
God.
gets +4 attack on Evolve.
Here we go. Let's see it is going for it. The Evo is coming down.
Let's go!
6
That's
damage
6
this
damage
turn.
coming through. And he's
This
got
is
the
so
other
cool.
shark in hand. If the artifact, if the mobilized factory, if the mobilized factory comes down, the opposing board is way too high tempo for Ace to just do nothing. he might have to. He might be forced to play either the Mecha Arm mechanic or the Genesis early here. But even that's not great.
So awkward. It's so awkward.
Yeah, because it's a 5-5. Yo, hold up. Yeah, he cannot factory here. He would just take way too much damage and like instantly explode to any storm. So here it comes.
We know Tolerance has that for days.
We know that the other Coral Shark is in hand here. And double Rowan is coming, getting picked up. So the Coral Shark plus Howling Conflagration onto the 3-4 or the Rowan will full clear.
Yep, that's right. That is very, very good. You're also just being able to push that
more face damage. Yeah, another 5 to the dome.
That's huge.
Even evolving the other Hippocampus to trade. He's giving Ace no opportunities to factory.
That is insane. Like, you cannot, like, even getting over this board right now without the factory is so hard. You almost want to ask if maybe it was worth it to factory to be able to fight this turn, because now without it, it's so much harder to get anything done.
It's GG. It was over. Turn 6.
Oh my god, Tolerance.
Tolerance takes the set.
That is incredible. For Ace, you have to feel bad for Ace there. You have to feel bad for Ace there because he just couldn't find anything. He couldn't find anything in his early plays. Like, you saw everything leading up to what turn 4 was basically just passes.
Crazy.
That is heartbreaking.
And Tolerance went ham on the game against and it didn't work out, but then on this one it all lined up, man. And that's Buff Dragon. Like I said, it's really it feels like it's feast or famine, and in that case Tolerance finally ended up taking the dub 3-2.
Dude, like, for Tolerance, that's a relief, but at the same time his tiebreakers are not gonna like that, right? Because also for your opponent, you have to always think like, yeah, you know, if I win 3-0, it's good for me, and also the person I beat, because I beat them 3-0, that knocks them down a peg as well. But every close game is also keeping those tiebreakers close. So
right, so we still have to hope that next round goes a little more cleanly for Tolerance. He's edging out these wins, but is that going to be enough when it comes down to figuring out who the top cut is, right? Like, it might not be enough, as we saw last time when Shimon didn't make it, Sad Peter didn't make it because of those tiebreakers, man. So it's really down to yeah, exactly. So it's tough, man. So we'll have to see how the next round shakes out. But for now, we're gonna celebrate that dub. Tolerance, absolutely. You did it, dude. Only 1 out of 48 people. 1 out of 48. And you're the only one who didn't bring Forest. And look at you with an X2 score.
It's wild. It's actually wild that he can actually pull this off. Like, not bringing the class that is by far the most represented from all the players, from every single region. It's agreed globally. And he was the one that said, nope, I'm not going to be the one. You know, Osav said he almost did it, but the one to actually challenge Fate here is Tolerance. And he's still looking all right. Still X2. If he can maintain that X2 in the last round, there is hope. There is hope. It's slim, but there's hope. And we got to believe, you know.
Our SVO guys are doing very, very well today, so everybody lend them your energy. But of course, you know, just a great game all around. Ace also just did his best, so shout outs to him. And yeah, what an amazing round. That was the penultimate round. Our next round is going to be the final round of the tournament, so make sure you stay tuned. You do not want to miss it. It all comes down to this. We'll be right back after this.
See you guys.
Welcome back, everybody, and we have here with us the winner of that last round that we just spectated, Tolerance. How are you feeling after that match?
Actually, I'm feel pretty great, and to be honest, can't believe I'm actually win.
Yeah, it was really, really close, especially with that second to last game where you just went absolutely crazy. Tiamat with the crystallized Tiamat on it, you know, Dragon's Awakening on one. Why were you so aggressive in that matchup?
Yeah, I know because the longer the game, the less chance I have to win. Because Evil Rune and Artifact Bottle so much heal. So if I don't play aggressive, I wouldn't get up with them in the late game.
Yeah, that's so true.
Absolutely. I also really want to ask about your lineup today. You are the only player out of 48 participants this weekend not bringing Force. Even the Japanese stream brought that up. They were saying how you are the only one not bringing Force. What made you decide on your lineup, and you know what made you choose this riskier lineup as well over slotting in Forest?
Oh, actually, I think Forest is not the deck for me. I tried to test Forest before the grand final, but I think it's just done swimming. For example, Arya never came to my hand.
That's fair.
I can understand that.
I play like 10 games, then about 2 or 3 games with Arya on Ableton. So I didn't see the true strength of the deck. So I be like, whatever, I just pick other deck I'm comfortable with.
Absolutely, I love that. I mean, of course, it's down to the player's personal preference for sure, and yeah, I totally respect that.
For sure. One more question from my side though is we were watching the players yesterday, and there were a couple sword players, but they were basically playing quite different lists from what we're seeing today. And we're seeing that you, as well as basically 5 others, are bringing the OTK sword deck into the WGP today. What made you decide on that list, and when did you make that decision?
For the WGP, I think it's more than DCG. On the forest and red and blue.
Oh, sorry, Tolerance. I think we're losing you on the connection a little bit.
Yeah,
hello,
it's breaking up a fair bit.
Can you still hear us? Oh, it looks like the internet's starting to die out a little bit on that side, unfortunately. Chris, I'm sorry you're not going to get the answer to that question. It'll have to remain a mystery. But thank you so much to Tolerance for showing up and giving us his time. Of course, it's a very high tension situation, so anytime a player comes on, make sure to give them our appreciation for being able to come and talk to us and share a few words with us. But that's going to be it from us for now. The next round, the final round, will be starting very soon after this break, so don't go anywhere. Again, it all comes down to this. You do not want to miss it. This is where it all culminates to. We're going to find out how this final round goes and who's going to make it to the grand finals in December.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back. We have yet another interview with one of our SVO guys, Bima, who we just heard won his last round. Tell us how that set went.
Oh my god, you have no idea how stressful that entire set was.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Talk to me.
It got to like game 5, right? And it was like Evo Sword versus what was I playing? I was playing Artifact Portal, right? And like obviously he's not running admin or piece, but I didn't even draw factory, right? So the tech didn't matter. But the thing is, like, I thought I like had that game completely won, and then he had like 1 out into 1 out there, and then basically on turn 7 I thought I guaranteed lethal, but he had like the perfect setup with like double Shattered Memories to heal 6, and I was 1 off lethal, and then basically like he went with the combo, he played like double Geno Albert, and then like he dropped me down to like 1 HP, and then I was like, alright, well, that makes 2 of us, and I just killed him the next turn, but like, I actually legitimately thought like I was completely dead there, so holy moly, like...
Yeah, that would be raising your blood pressure for sure, especially when you're like currently X2, right? So like you're still in the running now, but yeah, every game now it's like a heart beater.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I think people don't really like give enough credit, like how much pressure you have when you play.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like in the WGP stage, like all the players are so good, and like the smallest of mistakes can really cost you. And like I don't think I played very clean today, to be honest. Like I think I played well. And like I've seen a lot of good lines, but like I've made so many errors too. And like no matter how much you practice, it's so much harder to like get it done in the real thing. So I just hope I can keep together for like the last round.
Well, we're hoping for that for you too, man. Especially like after so many years of trying to get to WGP, you're finally here, and you're doing really, really well. So you know, all the best.
At long last.
Yeah.
I think it's also, I wanted to talk about how, you know, it's, people do underestimate how it, like, especially in this very execution heavy format, you know, a lot of players are bringing these lists, you know, Artifact Portal, like all the force lists that really punish you for the slightest mistakes, slightest miscalculations, like smallest misuse of time even. So being able to excel in that format in this current meta is honestly really worthy of praise. And right now you're looking good too, like you beat Kiruka, so your standings should be pretty good because there's only 2 people left that are an X1 record. So quite a few of the X2 should be making it in. I think you might actually be able to pull up with the tiebreakers.
I hope so.
Yeah, we'll have to.
I was really surprised about the meta today because of day 1. Like in day 1, obviously you guys saw how, like, you know, it was like Shadow, like 4 decks pretty much, right? And then today, like everyone was bringing like Evo Sword. And the funny thing, oh no, not Evo Sword, OTK Sword. And the funny thing is, like actually, like the entire week I was prepping with Osab and I was playing like the sword deck that he was playing. So he actually copied me. But the day before WGP, I like randomly saw like OTK list because like we were searching for a 3rd deck that wasn't Evo Rune because we think Evo Rune is like garbage, right? Like so,
I agree. Finally,
but like we can't find like a 3rd deck. Like we literally like spent an entire week trying to find a good 3rd deck, and we just couldn't find it. And then like I just saw it by chance. I mean, shout out to Chris M, to be honest. But like I found it by chance, and I was like, okay, this deck feels good, looks good, and I think it's good for the meta. Like unironically, like I think I like struck the gold mine. And then like after I like locked it in, I was like, I'm pretty sure like Tolerance would have like also locked this in because like I think he actually brought that to a previous SDO, and I'm like, well, okay, it'll be 2 of us bringing like OTK slot probably, right? But like there was actually 5 people, and I was like, holy moly, like how could there possibly be such a massive shift in the meta between 2 days?
In just one day? And I think it was actually 6 people, and it's so funny too because yesterday you were like, Igni, I brought the spice, it's gonna be crazy. We go into day 2 and 6 people brought it, which is pretty amazing.
We're so hyped. Man, yeah, honestly, shout out to Chrysome as well, because I remember he was talking how, like, I think Shimon was messing around with the list during the week, and I think he brought it to like a GP run, and it worked out well. So seeing everyone now kind of like bring it up, like basically a quarter of the players today running this list is pretty huge. And you know, I think it's definitely right that it slots in well in that 3rd spot, where I think Evo Rune might have been looked a little shaky.
Yeah, but isn't it doing quite well today, like at the top of the tables, which is kind of ironic, to be honest.
That's true. Yeah, after all that.
Because I think like Mingy got us something, it's like 5-0 or something. Oh, I don't know what he is now, but I think there were like 2 rings on top of the tables. So kind of ironic, but I mean, maybe they did well in take 2, right? So I mean, I don't know for sure. But
there's that too, yeah, of course.
Yep.
All right, well, thank you, Bima, so much for coming on to talk with us. I really appreciate your time.
All the best, man.
I tried my best last round.
You're
good luck,
carrying
good
the
luck.
SVO spirit with you as well. So
Absolutely.
we really hope you guys can make it in. Quite a lot of our boys are X tier right now, and I think we have a solid chance because, you know, I think as long as the tiebreakers are good. I actually wanted to ask, like, your past few rounds, how have they been in records in terms of, like, you know, 3-2s or 3-0s?
Well, like, to be honest, you know, I had a really complex game against Doc Dodo. Like, to be honest, I think he sacked me. Like, sorry, man. Like, he's a nice guy, but like, in game one, like, the guy like played double like the 7 enhanced wolf into me, and I was playing Rune, and like it was like, look. Anyway, we won't talk about game one, and then game two, I got the worst blood draft you could ever see. I played every turn perfectly for like the first 8 turns, and then like. First 9 turns, and then turn 10, I was playing against around his Albert the entire time, made the read, and then like on the last turn he like played Odin or something, so like I couldn't find the line. I had Xeno Diablo on the board, and I had to like drop him to 4 to live, and then like I actually drew a card, but like because you don't have deck lists in WGP, right? Like I didn't know what my deck was, and then like I topped into it in like the rope, the lethal option, which was you know the 3-cost card that like does 2 AoE damage to yourself? Like I could have procced my own Xeno Diablo and it would have been lethal, but like I saw it at like the last second and it didn't really process because I was like, I need to save HP, blah blah blah, right?
Right,
so,
right.
Like, and then after that, like obviously you get like a 0% like win rate because it's 2-0, right? And then like after that, I think it was like double 3-2, so it's like really really tight. So I actually think my tiebreakers are probably not great, but
hey man, 3-0 next round. That's it. That's
One more round. One more round.
One more round.
I can knock out the guy with the highest tiebreaker.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
We're gonna have to let you go, Vima, because the players do have to prep for round 7. But quickly before we close up here, we do actually have the written answer for Tolerance's. The last time he couldn't answer that question because the internet broke out. He, speaking of OTK Sword, he said he brought it because the recent JCGs are filled with Machina Portal and Forest. Forest is really difficult to counter, but Machina Portal has a lot of counters, and OTK Sword is one of them. So he aimed his lineup at Machina, but he didn't expect so much artifact to end up showing up today. So that was the answer on Tolerance's interview as well. But that's going to be it from us for now. We're gonna go to a break, and right after that is going to be the last round. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this.
It's gonna be.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2021. We are here. It is time. It is round 7, the final round of today. It all comes down to this. So many of our players, so many of the players in general are currently X2, and the way they win or lose this round will end up deciding if they make the top 4 cut.
That's the most important detail of them all. For some of the players today, like right now they gotta get a 3-0 if they want their tiebreakers to pull them into top 4. But like, you can't relax. It's so stressful to know that you have to play so flawlessly to beat the best in the world. Like, there's so much at stake here for the players. There's so much on the line, you know, whether they can continue playing this year. For some of the players that we're gonna watch, these might be the last set of cards that they're playing for this year on the official tournament stage.
Yeah. That's when you put it that way, Chris, I'm starting to feel a lot more nervous. Especially
keep pushing the stakes up, man.
Yeah, especially with the current standings. There's a lot riding on this. I mean, like we've seen the prize pool for the grand finals, right? Like the difference between top 8 in December and the prize for this weekend, it's like astronomically different. The delta is like, it spans far and wide, basically.
Yeah. You go from maximizing, you know, if you go 5-2, you still end up with at least 1 million yen.
That's pretty good.
Just making it to the top 8 is gonna almost triple that, so yeah.
Ooh. So not only is it high stakes in terms of just, the spirit of competition and making it to the grand finals, but money itself as well. There's a lot riding on this. We have the standings here right now. Mingy God has been on an absolute tear today, sticking to his position as the number 1 spot.
That's right. Going 5-1, but by far the best one. I'm assuming he's going to be playing in Chitawe, and that will be the decisive match. And whoever has played against those players will also be looking to see how that's going to pull them up. But Doc Dodo currently holding on to the 4th spot, and he does not want to let it go.
Absolutely not. Yeah, at a 4-2 record, if he loses this, it's all over. But if he wins this, he has a very, very, very good chance of just straight up making it into the top 4. Other players that we're watching out for, Shinsha and Bima, are also 4-2 currently. And if they win their games here, it also gives them a chance. Tolerance also 4-2, but a little lower down, makes it a little more difficult. Now here are our matches for round 7, Chris.
Oh, this is going to be exciting. Bima versus Kakipi. Kakipi is very high up in the standings right now. So if Bima can win this with a 3-0, that might barely push him into top 4.
That's
true.
Whereas
for Shinsha and Doc Dodo, we know, is holding on to 4th spot right now. If he can win this in a convincing manner, he might just be safe for the December run as well. Unfortunately for Momoring, still has not picked up a win for this last round.
Man.
But
it's been tough. But next year he's getting 0-6 now. Next year he's gonna get 6-0. It's in the cards for sure.
That's right. If you go 0-7, it just turns around for the next year. He's gonna have the best SVO circuit and just absolutely sweep WGP. But for now, we gotta concentrate on the present.
Okay.
Right now, these players, this game is everything to them.
Oh yeah. This game basically decides who's going into top 4 and who's not. Doc Dodo versus KSW. Of course, Doc Dodo from the SVO West scene in 2021, and KSW from the Korea Open in 2021, the Season 2 champion, I believe. And man, they both have great records, but this game really is the deciding factor. It's this or nothing.
Man, the game hasn't even started. I'm already gamer leading. Doc Dodo's list. Here we go. The Blood Craft. We haven't seen too much of it in Constructed today. We saw quite a lot of it in Take-Two. It's a very strong class when it comes to Take-Two. But I want to see it execute well here because he needs it. He needs a swift 3-0.
His lineup is also pretty interesting because his Forest Craft is not Latica aggro. It's instead pure Sekka. We'll see if that turns out for him. A more focused game plan, but perhaps a less flexible one as well. And then, of course, his Portal Craft is that Machina Portal Craft with the one of Genesis that we saw so much of yesterday going into today.
That's right. And I really want to see, for Forest especially, like this has the potential to close out games quite quickly, and we need that to be the case for him. And of course, Artifact Portal, not Artifact, sorry, Machina Portal might be the shaky one here, depending on how things go, because we're going to see the lineup of his opponent, but especially if it comes down to something that's really fast, it might be a little tricky.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, Dr. Dodo's lineup is very interesting. I'm definitely rooting for him. I mean, he's playing Wrathblood. You gotta represent. He's playing Sekka, which is one of my favorite decks personally. So, you know, even outside of the SVO factor, I'm ready to see this happen. But let's not count out KSW, because of course he is a force to be reckoned with as well. Going 4-2 today, no small feat, and of course he's the champion of Season 2 as well. In his region, let's take a look at his list here.
So this is going to be quite different. This is Latica centered forest. They do match on the portal lists. They do match on the portal lists, which is quite interesting to see if we do run into the mirror.
Right.
But yeah, only 1 second. That's a great point.
Yeah, and then the Evolve Runecraft as well for the third deck, which we have seen perform very, very well today, despite some players not really believing in it. But either way, I mean, the results speak for themselves, right? And in this way, KSW has a more typical lineup that you would expect from yesterday and today. Will it be able to triumph over Doc Dodo's less, you know, expected lineup, or will Doc Dodo's surprise text be able to take down KSW? It's really up in the air right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I think KSW was just playing on the Japanese stream in the previous round, so let's see how things are going to go for him. Like an X2 record is always rough. I believe he played against Kendama earlier as well, so it's gonna be, man, I don't know how to feel. Like KSW is gonna be a tough opponent for Doc Dodo. And the thing is, like, for those of you that don't watch the West streams, or maybe time zone wise a little bit difficult or whatever, like, it's Doc Dodo's had a pretty interesting run this year. He has actually he's very consistent. He comes out on top. He's been top 8 multiple times. Like, if I pull up my notes from contenders, he's really been at top 8 majority of the months. But every single month, he never got out of top 8. He's only won a game once, which is very dramatic, because then when he went to contenders, he was looking better. He was starting to look better. Actually, we kind of had this joke with Lewis that he has like this camera curse where as long as he's not on camera, he's winning. The moment the camera turns on, he's featured on the stage, it's over, right? And I was a little bit worried that would be the case in WGP, but it's not. Doc Dodo has been unstoppable. He's been looking so good. Take 2 constructed. This man is a beast, and I want him in top 4.
All right, well, going into the first game, we'll see how it shakes out. Doc Dodo versus KSW. Doc Dodo going to queue up that Wrathblood craft first into KSW's Latica. Let's see how this turns out.
I put my all into every shot.
All right, on the mulligan, we have the Xeno Diablo. Probably don't want that right away. Definitely toss that away. Drawing the Knight of Purgatory, not the best thing either.
I do believe he runs 2 of them, so hopefully don't see the second one too early either.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in KSW's hand, he's considering this. All interesting and important cards in the early game, but with no fairy generators, both the Phantom Bloom and the Tree of Wonders looks a little more awkward.
Man, Doc Dodo plays 6 1-drops in this list. Not seeing them for the turn 1 self-ping does hurt.
KSW's hand
That's
is incredible!
So big. That is so big. You must feel a sigh of relief at that moment.
Oh yeah, that is massive. Oh, meanwhile, Doc Dodo does pick up the Sanguine necklace, which does activate his Wrath a little bit here. So not too shabby. And then, of course, KSW is going to land the Tree of Wonders turn 2 as expected. He might even go turn 3 as well. Keep the draw engine up. We've been talking all throughout the day how important it is to get that going.
Right, but the 1 pings don't stop. Of course, the Terror is there as well, but just committing the valuable 2-drop Aria as well.
Aria picks up for KSW. KSW's got an amazing hand to start off this set, and the Primordial Colossus to deal with the Bejeweled Axe Devil.
Tree of Wonders, number 2.
And the Latica picked up as well. KSW is looking to have a very, very powerful game this game, but can Doc Dodo recover? He's going to go ahead and draw with the Trampling Terror.
That's right, just push that Wrath count. If you can hit the turn 4 Wrath, you're good. And so far, he's well on his way there.
I'm very afraid of this. KSW's hand it's beautiful, It's like
Yeah,
a
like,
work of art.
I'm looking for gaps, and at first I was like, oh yeah, he's missing bounce. Well, never mind. There's the bounce.
Yeah. The only thing he's missing is, oh no, I was gonna say he's missing Wisp, but there's Fairy Slugger right behind the play point counter there, hiding a little cheekily over there.
Yep. The Grand Slam is approaching. You can't evade it.
Yeah, right. Run from it. Dread it. It always approaches. The Grand Slam.
That being said, though, that's it for KSW's turn. Another Latica. I think even KSW looks like taken aback by his own hands. Like, whoa. Relax over here, buddy. Come on.
Hey, what's going on? Hey. Where were you last round?
You don't want to like exhaust all your luck in game one only for things to go terribly in the next one.
That's
right?
true too. I don't know, man. Okay, so Scrappy Werewolf to deal with the board a little bit. Plus this, you can get 3 pings off. Pretty good, and that gets you to Wrath.
Yes. There we go. Turn 4 Wrath. This is what this deck excels at. This is why this deck is even considered by these players for the tournament.
The aggressive evolve, it's so threatening now, this board. We do know that Arya is in hand, but it's not going to be able to deal with all of this. There's Sekka. Okay, dude.
We are missing something very important in Doctor's hand, though. Where is Mr. Urias?
That's true.
That's true. Like, he's starting to run out of gas. If he doesn't find it, that's going to be rough.
If you say Urias Formond in the mirror 3 times at midnight, then he'll show up. That's a fact.
True. Confirmed.
Confirmed, dude. I did it. It was not
well past midnight for Dogdoro, though. Man, I have so much respect for these players. Like, I don't know about you, but once it passes like 1 a.m., mental crash. The fact that these players are playing against the best players in the world and still showing up despite the insane time disadvantage is... I don't know how they do it.
Oh, what's going on? Something's gone wrong?
Oh,
the suspense is killing me, Chris. No. It can't be like this, man.
Not like this. Surely we'll be
okay. We're fine. So,
Urias where?
He plays down the Knight of Purgatory, but there's no Urias. It's cursed to have the Urias leader. I'm telling you. If you have Urias as your leader, he doesn't show up as a card.
Yeah.
These are more superstitions that I'm presenting to you right now.
Uh-oh. Dude, with KSW's hand, I don't know. Like, not finding the Urias soon, I feel like it's going to be impossible to claw back. And now with the Grand Slam coming down, this is going to be
especially, like, Doctor is starting to run out of resources in his hand as well. And yeah, as you said, with the Slugger coming out now. It's tough. He also has the Sen in the hand, so he has plenty of fodder for Latica turn 7-8.
Oh, this is rough, man.
All right, we are seeing the acorn flying out of the woods. But what now, KSW?
In the end, you just have to sustain these like couple of turns before you can go for the combo. And like, if anything, his hand is treating him too well. He's gonna start overdrawing soon. Like it's you gotta start finessing some pieces.
Might Wisp here or a Primordial to just bring the Slugger back.
I suppose he can, yeah, but feels a little awkward.
That is a little strange. It makes for a good turn 7 though, because turn 7 you get to play Slugger, get another Wisp, play Sen, evolve, get the cat, and then turn 8 is basically guaranteed GG, right?
Exactly, and that's a good turn.
You don't like you're overdrawing, but all your best cards are in your hand. So
where's the Urias?
Yeah, I think all Doc Dodo can do here is just play the Noble Demoness and play Sanguine Necklace and then just pass.
Yeah, just pray you can find it off the top somehow. And even now it's starting to feel a little late too.
I don't know if that's high tempo enough. I'm worried about this.
Yeah, I feel you. Down to 17.
Mill the Latica, but who cares? You already have
You got 2 in hand, it's fine. If anything,
doesn't
you take
matter, dude. Okay, so...
Is this go time? That's what I'm wondering.
Do you spend a Wisp? You can also Sekka here. Sekka, establish a ward, deal with 2 followers. The 2 cards will also get you the Sen. No, you probably don't want to do that because you want to evolve the Sen for the young cat. So you do this, then you Sen, right?
Yeah, I assume he's gonna just send after this.
Oh,
unless
very clever. Yeah, but he's going for Latica here, right? He's not really concerned about the Sekka game plan so much.
That's true. That's true. Might as well just burn it at this point.
He has all the Latica pieces. Unfortunately, he can't evolve the Sen here.
That's fine, I want to say.
Next turn, he has double Latica with 3 Wisps.
That is true. That is true. Dude,
and a Sen to evolve, right? For the young cat, too.
But for
I don't know if
this just feels really rough. Like, nothing is really getting him there.
Yeah.
Omnifaced Archdemon is also not it right now either, so it's just...
What's the best play to... Yeah, Omniface, right? At least it's a ward, I guess, but even so...
It's a bit of chip damage.
He's gonna aggressively evolve, oh my goodness!
Pushing down to 5 here, like...
Okay, so if KSW
potential.
doesn't win this turn... Oh, and there's Wind Fairy. I think that's gotta be it.
Yeah, I think he has the whole combo
Latica. Yeah, it's over. It's over.
Yeah, there's no way. I think Doctoro knows this as well. Like, not only are you playing from behind with the hand that you're dealt with, but you're also going up against someone that's been blessed by some mystical power in order to find all their pieces, everything they need, every form of draw power.
Yeah, there it is.
Everything on the board.
Oh my goodness. Chris, it's brutal out here, man. Fairy Wisp again. And not to mention, 2 Shamu Shamas.
There's still more where that came from, and that's
it just doesn't stop.
There we go. There's 11, and here's 12. Shamu Shama, KSW with a pop-off.
KSW popping
this
off,
means a lot.
okay?
I respect it. Just like that, he's gonna keep playing it out.
He's just gonna keep going. What he's making a statement over here.
Point. You will not look down on me. As much as Doctor is thirsty for that win, he knows that for KSW this means just as much.
Absolutely.
And he's gonna put his league on his own back and join Mingy God at the top here.
Yeah, can you imagine if both Mingy God and KSW qualify for top 4? That would be a huge statement for that region.
It's so big. It's so big, but we can't let this game end like that. Doctoro, I believe he's been able to turn it around in some terrible spots before. You know, we just gotta go in with a clean slate, right? That game, just treat it as a non-factor, right? You were dealt a bad hand, your opponent literally had everything they could ask for.
It was really the
let it slide. Yeah, just let it slide. Let it slide. Walk into this next game as if it's game 1, and just pick back up from last round, right? It's only gonna get better from here.
Okay. It's stressful out here, Chris. Doc Dodo, this is his game. If he wins this, he's pretty much top 4, right? More or less. If he loses, it's all over. Both players taking a breather here. I mean, Bima talked about it in his interview as well. You cannot underestimate the amount of nerves, the tension, the stakes that are at risk here, right? Like, it's all coming down to it, and that human factor is a huge part of Shadowverse.
It really is. I mean, I just can't begin to imagine how, like, the tension that both players must be feeling. You know, it's this final showdown, the final round of Swiss. They've been working the entire year to get here.
Yeah.
Especially for Doctoro, it has been that consistency that got him here, right? And it's, you know, all the hard workers at the SVO circuit. You know, we had so many people that already had qualified that passed down their qualification rights as well. So for Doctoro, it really does mean a lot to just like represent the circuit, to represent the scene that he's worked so hard in order to make it to the top 4. And he's on the cusp of it. If it was one less Swiss round, he would have already made it. If it was just a regular yearly circuit, he might not even have to stress about it. Probably would have just, you know, top 8 would have gotten in here. But this is WGP 2021. We have players from 2 years competing for the grandiose prize pool. There could not be a harder year to try and make it in.
Yeah, this is by far the hardest Shadowverse tournament I think I've ever seen. And like, that's no overstatement. But going into game 2 here, he's going to run it back with the Wrath Bloodcraft against KSW's Evolved Runecraft. Can he make this work? Evolved Rune has a lot of recovery in the late game. Can Doc Dodo get the dub before all these Grimnirs, Jupiters, and Guild Assemblies start popping off? We'll have to find out.
This will be a tough matchup. Like, there's no way about it. At least he has early self pings.
Yes, he has early self pings and he has early ways to deal with boards, so KSW cannot run away with an early Miser. So instead, Doc Dodo is free to play the Jeweled Axe Devil. Great turn 2. Doc Dodo is on the play, so he has a lot of advantage here too.
That is true. But we do see the Miser in hand there. It's going to be extra pesky. Noble Demoness is good. Get the trade down while also pushing the face damage. You want that tempo advantage as much as possible right now.
Oh, Fruits of Wisdom as well. So Miser's definitely coming down here.
Absolutely.
But no Evo just yet. He just needs it for the rapid fire to take care of the... So now Doc Dodo has an opportunity to take this Miser out. Oh, and there's Urias, the one that was missing last game.
Dude, I think I've been holding out my breath this entire time. Like, if he doesn't see Urias for a second game, especially because he didn't switch decks, he wants to just get this win with blood, get it out the way.
This is so strong.
Run it down.
Yeah, absolutely. And like actually seeing that Urias must be like a huge sigh of relief, right?
Yeah, it has to be. I can't imagine any other way. And
that's
with
turn 4
season Wrath. Whew. At least that party's been doing really well. Like, we've seen some games where the Wrath comes very late. Oh, but the Jupiter's picked up, and that's very, very big for this matchup.
I mean, we're talking about how high tension it is, man. I'm stressed. Can you imagine being the player? Like, it's not even a contest.
That's been saying, man. Like, it's unimaginable what they're going through. Like, you have to deal with that stress while at the same time making the perfect plays, not miscalculating. So many of these decks present you with a plethora of opportunities, and you have to calculate the path of every single choice and whether it's worth it or not every single turn. You only have X amount of seconds to actually go through that decision making every single turn.
Yeah.
You have to think about how many cogs turn in their heads for these like hours that they're playing every day.
All right, Urias comes down. Evolve comes out. A horrible night. Gonna discard some cards here. Probably getting rid of the Sanguine Necklace. Yeah, I was just gonna say, do you keep... No, he's tossing the Archdemon as well. Keeping the Scrappy Werewolf for an additional push. He's gonna try and end this game as fast as possible.
All right, Nightmare begins.
Of course.
That is a statement that he's making right now.
And he's gonna go Bloody Claw.
That's good. Takes care of it. Able to push in some damage. He needs to win quickly.
If Doc Dodo is able to win fast, then the Evo Runes recovery tools do not come online. So it has to end. Magical Gunslinger comes out, pulls the Marie, of course.
This gives him a little bit of leeway to trade away this board, but
it's honestly
he's got
not
to put
that...
in all his resources into it.
I was just gonna say, yeah, it's not that great for KSW right now.
Right now, Doc Dodo is controlling the tempo, controlling the pace of this game, and he needs to not let up.
This is intense. This is intense. We're seeing players go so aggressive against Rune.
So he's choosing not to put the damage on the Urias. That is... Oh, with the Delta Cannon instead.
Yeah, he's got the Delta Cannon.
This gets the Evo.
What? Oh, is he trying to clear his board so there's no... That's interesting.
Hold on. How much damage do we have this turn? Scrappy
1, 2,
Werewolf?
3, 4, 5...
Yeah.
I think you Dark Contract, it's a free... Okay. It's starting to get very, very interesting. You can Ball and Chain, Scrappy Werewolf go face. Next turn...
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
He's so close. He's
so close. That's 6 damage. Both Archdemon and Razor Claw do it. KSW's already hovering over that Jupiter.
Oh, he knows that he needs to pray for, but he doesn't have enough evos for the full effect, so he's only going to get a little bit out of it.
You know, it doesn't even heal if the full effect is not proc.
He just gets 2 points back. He gets 2 points back, and he gets to answer this board, but that's all you can do.
That's game! Doc Dodo just took that so convincingly.
Doc Dodo, there's only one thing left to do. Double Steed. KSW knows that he's just praying for there nothing to be in this hand, but we all know that he has every possible way to finish this game, and the Razor Claw will do it, evening out the set.
That's crazy. And you see Doto's breath of relief there when he finds out that KSW doesn't have it, and he's able to just close that game out as fast as possible again. I mean, the interview with Tolerance sort of mentioned it the same way. If you go fast against Evo Rune, you can get there before their recovery tools come online. And Blood excels at that with their early game Wrath and their on-the-play tempo. Ooh.
That was... Dude, these games, how is it always the last set of the day? I mean, the tension is at max. We're deciding who's going to continue and who's going to fall. But it's also the plays, the games, the decision-making. Everything elevates that to 11.
I am absolutely wired right now, Chris. So Doc Dodo has Sekka Forest, pure Sekka, as well as Machina Portal, I believe, right? Against Evo Rune and Machina Portal as well.
You can see KSW, he's just... Man, Igni, I don't know. I can't imagine the level of stress they must be under. Like,
Yeah,
I'm over
no
here
kidding.
freaking out. I'm over here freaking out behind the screens. But to be there, to be playing for these opportunities, for this level of effort that all the players have put in, it's just like a clash of their own like hard work right now.
The prestige, the cash, the opportunity to play in the grand finals, all of it is coming to a head right here in this match. Doc Dodo with a fantastic opener, Enforcer and Master Chef and Belphmet for fuses. KSW does have Tolerance in the mulligan, but the rest of the hand might not be the connective tissue that he's looking for. Yep, he's tossing the Mega Enforcer. Gizmo Enthusiast.
All right, so we see that Doctor actually plays on one of the Genesis artifacts, which we also see that KSW is playing as well. So they do match on that. We saw some players yesterday not actually playing it. Oh, the Colossus pickup as well. That's very good for turn 3.
It's not bad.
Would like to see a Rampiel though.
If Doctor just picks up a Tolerance here. Nope, that's fine. Enforcer still comes out. He's going to be able to fuse Belphmet and then fuse Belphmet again next turn. Save Colossus Omega for later.
True. Triple Master Chef in hand already. Hello.
Yeah, we healing, boys. We healing. Oh, but KSW's hand is very good, though. That Iolon's Remains is going to make sure that he doesn't run out of steam, and then his Enforcer's coming out as well. Thing is, Doc Dodo with that Enforcer trade puts nothing on the board, so the Tolerance is really not going to get rammed very much.
That's true. Like, that's a very important thing in this matchup, right? It's like trading away your own things to give them as little to damage as possible. Oh, and he finds the Belphmet of everything possible.
Pretty big. There's a Rampiel! That's a Rampiel! That's huge! That's huge! That completely flips the script, because if you're going first, you Belphmet first. If you have Ramiel, the tables are completely turned, man.
Oh, this is looking much better all of a sudden. I'd also like to bring up that first Belphmet wasn't found, it was drawn from the discard draw.
True. Okay, KSW is going to fuse his Belphmet as well. Or is he?
On second thought.
He might just Enforcer. Put out the board presence, but again, that's not ramping his Tolerance at all, because Doc Dodo played the Colossus Omega for Crystallize, which of course is an amulet, not a follower that you can trade into.
Exactly. Enforcer is going to come down. He's skipping out on the fuse. Oh, he's going to skip the ward?
Oh no, I think this is the first fuse. I believe this is the first fuse.
It is the first fuse, you're right.
Okay, yeah. So it's fine either way. Okay, this Iolon's Remain is really what KSW has for his entire hand now, though. It's a little worrying. The Ramiel's going to come out instant play, I believe.
And also, it's like the way his hand looks right now. Worst case scenario, he picks up another Belphmet. What is his turn 5, 6, 7, and 8 for the time being, to be honest?
Yeah, it's true. KSW's hand is not looking too hot, starting to run out of gas. Meanwhile, Doc Dodo has got Master Chefs for days. He is eating good, is what we call
that.
that.
The whole restaurant gathered his hand, man. This is crazy.
You know, how many Michelin stars does Doc Dodo have accumulated over here?
We're gonna play out one of them, and at this point, just gotta commit them as much as possible. He's got Spinari in hand too. He just picked that up for next turn.
Right. He got the Belphmet worst case scenario.
Oh my god!
Oh,
that is insane. This is what he needs. Just the board presence to stay alive.
Because of that Accelerate Spinaria, this happens, and where are we at now? Suddenly the board has been flipped. Like, the Genesis artifact is so high tempo and evolved that it just completely turns around the entire board state.
How is this game so back and forth? Like, literally, every turn is like, oh, looks like Doc Dodo's winning. Oh, never mind, KSW's winning. Oh, never mind, Doc Dodo's winning.
Yeah, right? Okay, next turn too, Doc Dodo has the Spinaria to be able to flip this round as well. So it doesn't. And there's the tolerance.
Oh no!
Tolerance with Spinardi has a huge amount of reduction.
Oh, that is so good. That is so good.
Alternatively, he
It's just a
can
question
fuse
of
Belphomet
how.
and. Sorry, go ahead.
It's just a question of how he's gonna commit to trade away the board, because the Genesis might be the peskiest thing when
Right,
you're going
yeah.
into this, right? Because like you have to think what you're gonna commit that Evo to.
The stat line is so defensive too, like a 4/7. That's a huge stat line for a 4-drop, especially one that generates 2 wards on top of that to protect itself.
It's an amazing card.
But I think the Spinardi is the play here. He might go Airstrike and Keen Edge. He's going for it! It's going to be a huge reduction for tolerance if this lands.
Oh, he's gonna go for the face damage first.
And
He's
evolve
gonna
the
leave
Spinaria?
them.
He's going to leave it.
He's
Okay.
not. Okay, okay. Does that mean he wants to like use the Master Chefs as much as possible? Because to be fair, he has like one fuse on his name right now. So next turn you could technically fuse Chef to get more face damage. The Fudo here is very big.
That Fudo is massive. And it reduces tolerance by so much. -8.
-8 and we're still going. It's not over yet.
Yeah.
Current tolerance at 22. -12.
I don't think he's going to evolve. There's no way. He might just trade this into the 3-1, make it a -13 and pass.
It is a good decision. I'm wondering what else he might be considering.
Next turn his Resonance is up too, so Colossus Omega is another -8, right? On its own.
Correct.
If he saves the Evo for it.
Yeah. If he does. Let's see. There are quite a few lines of play, like... But I don't think, like, if there's any consideration for, like, touching that Fudo, I think it's best left alone. But I think it's a question of where he wants to just run the 1-1 into.
Might just heal himself,
Air
yeah.
mode.
I like it. Saving the Evolve, again, might be a turn 7 Colossus Omega Evolve, which is very, very strong. Out comes our Colossus Omega, though. Our Colossus Omega. Dog Dodo's Colossus Omega.
We've claimed him. Maisha at 6 right now.
Okay, we're gonna have to evolve this Master Chef, right, and see what it gets us.
Yeah, draw first. Draw first, gamers. Here we go.
Can't relate. Okay, that's good next turn, but this turn it's a little awkward to draw.
I
Okay,
think
let's
that
go
Maisha's
for the
gonna put in some
trade.
work.
Yeah, it's gonna be the
7
Maisha.
damage though. So that's -11 this turn.
-14 because of Colossus Omega as well.
Oh, you're right. You're right. So we're down to what? No, hold up.
Wait,
Delphinet's
even more
still
because he
gonna
gets the
fuse even more,
storm.
yeah.
Oh,
no,
it's
it's the
the
Lord. It's the
Okay,
Lord.
okay.
It's the
I'm getting too
storm
excited,
on
Chris.
KSW side. It's KSW side that has the storm.
Yes, that's right. Oh, that's also a big pickup.
Oh,
Huge.
That's arguably bigger. That's arguably bigger.
That is
He's gonna commit the Evo.
massive.
This is a race against time. Both of these players just want to see their turn 9 first.
It's true. Dog Dodo is gonna get there
Don't even
first,
need
but-
that. Look at that tolerance on KSW side.
What is it, a 1 cost? He needs to get the
It's
wards up then. So
1.
Genesis Artifact is the perfect pickup, right?
I think so. That has to be the play.
If he Genesis
Master
Artifact
Chef to boot.
Genesis Artifact evolve, Enforcer into the guy, and then Master Chef would put up the most wards blocking that tolerance the most. I believe.
You just have to think about the sequencing because of the 2-ping.
Yes, of course. But if the 2-ping hits the 3-1, then you're golden.
True.
It's either a 3-1 or a 1-3, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you do if you just Genesis and Enforcer first, none of your guys die. And then
That's
you just Master Chef after.
Oh, he's thinking about the Master Chef first. He's gonna do it. Not sure if that's the right way to do it.
He's gonna
Evo
go
it.
for this. Oh, he
he's
might
not leaving
just
anything on the board.
He might just yeah, exactly. Whoa. That's actually a great consideration as well.
Wait. Hold up. Going up
But
to
this
20,
tolerance-
this is gonna run it in. Tolerance is can get the damage in.
Tolerance plus Colossus Omega is 14
Unless
damage
he's
right now?
fusing.
For Storm?
That is... It's -4 again. Tolerance is 0. Hold up.
Carrier.
He's a resonance right now.
But I think this is going to be a Colossus Omega tolerance turn.
I can't see anything else. That's 14 damage if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Like that brings you really close to lethal, but it's not quite it.
And then you Belphmet. And then you Belphmet Intolerance, and then they Belphmet, and then it gets real weird real fast.
Yeah. Well, thing is, yeah, because then you start healing, and even with the damage pings, like, oh lord.
He might save the Tolerance for post Belphmet, right?
That might be the call.
That's
that
pretty
might
heads
be the
up.
call. I like it. Oh, you can see he's already feeling it. He's just doesn't want to see what Dr. is gonna do.
This is so stressful, man. Doc Dodo can also Belphmet Tolerance, right, if he wants to. Or he might save his Tolerance for the avoiding Tolerance too. Like, that's what's gonna happen, man.
They're being the #1 gentleman in the world right now. It's like, oh no, you first. Oh no, you first.
Yeah,
you first.
yeah,
Oh, no, no,
yeah,
you first, you first.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, you go. You go so that I can run my guy into you, okay? No. After you.
Thing is, if this is really like Battle of the Belphemets, KSW has 2 of them to back it up next time.
I think Doc Dodo is gonna save that. Yeah,
He's
save the
saving it
Tolerance.
and
And there's the other Tolerance.
But he only attacked once this turn.
Yeah, it's true. It's not huge.
So, okay, so KSW commits the Belphemet here, right?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming... Do you want to push the damage? Thing is, like, he's going to be holding the 5 at first, and then... Wait a second. No, with the heal from... The heal from Belphemet keeps him alive, if I'm not mistaken. There's no other form of burst damage in Dr. Dodo's hand.
Also, the Electo buff is so good too, because now their Tisiphone doesn't trade as well, so the Tolerance might have to be played to be able to clear this board.
Yep.
Yeah, looks like it.
Down.
That Electo buff is so massive because it comes after the Tisiphone that comes into play. Fresh is much less statted than the followers that are already there.
Yep. Here we go.
He targeted the Tisiphone, which, of course, doesn't do anything.
KSW. Surely that's not.
That's big.
Oh, no.
That's big.
That's terrible. What? Again, we have to emphasize it.
The Tisiphone has a shield. That was massive.
God. How is this happening? How is this happening?
That's Doc Dodo's game, because now all he has to do is Tolerance the Electo Tisiphone attacks twice.
God. He has it. He has it. Doc Dodo, the sigh of relief, being one game up above, punishing the mistake.
I'm losing it, dude. I'm putting the shout in Shoutcaster right now, Chris. I'm losing it right now, dude.
I can't do this, man. These games. Doc Dodo can barely believe it himself. Look at him.
Oh
Doc
my
Dodo,
goodness.
If he hasn't won your heart yet, the viewers at home, how are you not Team Doc Dodo yet? Look at this man.
That
He is a
KSW,
beast.
that Tolerance on that Tisiphone, man. That was massive. That must have been like that's a huge misstep. That's huge.
Igni. If he wins this game, we're in. If he wins this game, we're in. SPO is gonna be grand finals.
Oh, come on.
The realization is kicking in. It's kicking in.
I'm losing my mind.
The hopes and dreams of SVO riding together with this man and this forest list. Running
Doc Dodo
his
has
KSW.
Doc Dodo has 2 shots with pure Sekka. No Latica, 1 game plan. Let's see the draw. Ooh, not great.
Not good double Aeolons. That could find him something good for turn 2 and 3, but for the time being, okay, he also has a turn 2 play as well. KSW off to a good start. Let's not forget he had the God opening in game 1. Could we see a repeat of that?
Ah, Doc Dodo's hand is kind of looking pretty bad. He at least has a bounce for the Wind Fairy. Start getting the count up. Oh, and double Alberta as well. He's just gonna have to Elemental Slash.
He will. I'm also checking how many slashes he plays. He also plays 3.
Right,
Also
because
maximizing. That's a difference we're seeing as well between the lists.
for sure, because he's pure Sekka, so he doesn't have to run Latica. He doesn't have to run Sen. So there's more room for the more aggressive stuff, like Slash, more Albertas. So it's a very, very different list. Ooh, and there's tolerance
the
picked up.
tolerance.
Plus, double Mega Enforcer. That's
Right.
very difficult for Dog Dodo to deal with right now.
All together now. Aria. Aria.
Aria doesn't even full clear though.
I know, but I gotta pray. Oh, that's not it.
Does he spend... Dude, the Sekka doesn't even do anything unless he bounces the Sekka back. Sekka bounce, Sekka still doesn't really do anything.
This is tragic.
This hand is not looking good for Doc Dodo's chances right now. And there's really not much he can do.
I don't think my heart can take a game 5. I don't think my heart can take a game 5.
Ooh, okay.
Yes, committed. What else can you do?
Do you just leave this board completely up? No, you have to play the Wisp, and then you have to you have to Sekka evolve full clear. But that removes one of your Sekkas. At least it gets you the Alberta.
You get to push a bit of damage. You have to
Your
take
hand,
that.
like you're looking at Doc Dodo, he's shaking his head. He really does not want to have to do this, but there's no other choice. That was his only play for that turn.
You have to respect it, and also the fact that he self-clears his own board means that KSW has less outlets to damage, especially with this Fudo turn.
Yeah,
that's a difference of -4 right there.
It's true, but that Fudo damage is still going to be doing work. Still no Aria.
Oh my god.
Fairy Slugger in hand will be able to recover a little bit, but it's absolutely not what you want to be seeing right now, regardless.
This is so painful right now. Fairy Slugger will help him out.
He's got a
help him
chance.
recover.
If the next draw is Aria, it's still a game. Otherwise, it's looking pretty bad.
Dude, not having the Aria effect is just so huge here. He would not even have to attack with it otherwise, but here we are trading it on.
Right, yeah, of course.
And passing, just, I can't deal with this, man.
If he had the Aria effect, he would have been able to trade the fairies and then bounce the Slugger back and then have nothing on board, right?
Exactly.
But here we are again in a similar situation.
Oh, the ultra defensive Spinaria. This is gonna be trouble.
That's big. That's big.
This was the right call by KSW. You have to respect it.
Yeah, definitely.
Setting up
KSW is absolutely playing to his best right now, despite the slip up last game, right?
I think he also just feels bad about himself too. Dude, I can't.
That's not it, man. That's not it.
I think Doc Dodo himself is also starting to realize that it might be time to
call it
mentally
early,
prepare.
Chris. I don't want to call it early, but
we have to believe.
Okay.
He's pulled off wonders before. He can do it again.
There can be miracles if you believe. Though hope is frail, it's hard to kill.
That is right. But what do you even do here? Like, you're facing this board. Look at what KSW has put down. Those
like, what is? Sorry, go ahead.
Tolerances, man. Look at the tolerance. They're really discounting so much. He's gonna be able to just cash both of them out soon before Doctor has done anything.
And really, that just goes to show you the effectiveness of having your engine early. Like, KSW had the 2 Ions remains, and he's completely topped up, full on resources. He can make impactful plays every single turn. Doc Dodo didn't get Tree of Wonders early on, only gets it now, and it's pretty much bunk at this point in the game.
That's right.
Having to spend the second Sekka. He can bounce it back, but he's leaving up a 3-3.
That's precious bounce you're losing, but you can't do anything else. Blast Fairy. It's just not it.
I think there's no way to recover from this.
He just keeps scaling. The scaling doesn't stop. And KSW is just widening the gap more and more and more.
Yeah, every turn, right?
It's another -9.
No! Ah! Okay.
You just have to mentally get ready for game 5.
I think it's over. This is GG's on Doc Dodo's side. Doc Dodo needs to be able to beat Evolve Runecraft, or will KSW prevail with the Evolve Runecraft over Pure Sekka? I'm a little worried.
I can't see a way out of this. It's just too many threats. Like KSW, he started to set up the tempo and control the pace of the game from very early on, while Doc Dodo was grasping at straws. Like, it's...
The problem with the pure Sekka list is how much it depends on drawing exactly the right cards in exactly the right order. With the Latica list, you have a little bit more leeway because you have a lot of flexibility with how you want to take the game. You can go, for example, into the Latica game plan. You can go into the Sekka game plan. You can go into the Shamu Shama game plan. With this one, it becomes a lot harder if you don't get your pieces at the exact right time. And he has to leave up a 5/5 because of the Spell Ward ability.
That is just rough. It's gonna take out his...
It's pretty much curtains, right?
Yeah, the ward is gonna hold it down, but Fudo to boot, but
Absolute
absolute
tolerance
is gonna come down and take us to game number 5. KSW carrying the hopes of his circuit with him. He wants to join Mingy God at the top. He does not want to leave him alone there at the top 4 and show the dominance of his region. But he's got the hearts of every single SVO player going against him as Doc Dodo is facing off the last game that will decide if he makes it in 5 games. This will affect our tiebreakers too. This is going to be rough.
We're always going down to game 5, Chris. I don't know what's going on, but if Doc Dodo can pull this off, again, against Evolve Runecraft, it's all about just being able to get the pieces down early. If you can aggress them early enough, Evolve Rune will not have the ability to recover. But if KSW goes the other way, gets the Miser, gets all the pieces he needs, then Doc Dodo stands a very, very small chance. But Doc Dodo is going to be on the play here, going first. Let's take a look at the mulligan. I think you full toss.
Deep breath, Signy. I think, or at least Arya was found going first, but at least it was found.
What? The Miser's on the other side!
I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Double Arya. Doc Dodo, he's already stealing himself. He knows what this game is gonna be. It all comes down to this. Miser starts.
Miser's start is massive. No response from Doc Dodo. He's gonna have to pass both turn 1 and turn 2. The entire pace of the game would have been different if he had Blast Fairy or Shamu Shama or Sekka in the opening hand.
Alberta's gonna come down and trade, but
That
that's
Miser
all you
has
can
to
do.
go.
You can't let it rock whatsoever. It is a man with a target on his head the moment he enters the fray.
Ooh, and there's Vincent on the opposing side.
God, he manages to actually pick it up.
Alberta number 2, that might be pretty good. You can trade into the Awakened Robot or the Gunslinger here, no problem.
That's true.
Oh.
That's true.
Yeah.
But what else do you do after that? Guess just leave up the other threat.
Yeah, I think you do. I think it's best to play the Alberta and just run into the 3-2. That way he doesn't have the fuses for Fruits of Wisdom with the repair modes as well. You take out more stats on the board too. And then next turn you can Arya. He's gonna go for the Arya now.
He wants the... Because this way, he gets more ways to fight the board next turn.
That's true.
But is it not too risky?
Especially now that Tetra is drawn on KSW side.
Oh my days.
This is a Tetra. This is gonna be Tetra Evolve Fruits of Wisdom. Fuse.
Yep.
And that's gonna be such a massive board to contend with.
He has the Evos, he has Sustain, the damage, just so much going for KSW right now. This is gonna be tricky, Doc Dodo.
Looking pretty bad for Doc Dodo.
Hope is not lost. He can still do this.
Absolutely. KSW actually runs more than one Vincent. Very interesting. I didn't notice that first round.
That's a rare sight.
It's going full face, gonna trade with probably the 3-3, honestly, because he knows that Arya, second Arya is in hand.
Yep. And he knows that there's a Wisp. Oh my god, he don't.
Really?
This trade is really big. This trade is so big. This gives him another avenue to trade the 2-1s in.
Yeah. That's pretty massive.
That's actually, like, that small decision might actually make a huge difference in how this game's gonna pace out.
Because now the Arya survives. You can trade the Arya into the 3-3, trade the Fairy Wisp into Tetra, trade the Fairy into Gunslinger, and you're still up, yeah.
This is your way to fight back.
You have Fairy Slugger in hand as well, so you have the recovery tools. You cannot aggress them anymore. Your early game was too slow. So what you're trying to do now is you're just trying to get to second at this point, right?
This is good. Alberta
This
gets
is a
the
full clear. Yeah. So now you're just trying to survive to the Sekka. If you can survive to the Sekka, you evolve the Sekka. It breaks through Jupiter, and you can win the game in one fell swoop.
This is the final battle, the final level. The objective is changed to just survive. KSW, where is he taking it?
And KSW fused his previous Fruits of Wisdom. So now he doesn't have that free evolve
you're so
anymore.
right.
That's
You're
pretty
so right.
big. He chose to keep the Delta Cannon instead, which I'm not convinced was the correct answer.
That's right. It's going to be a Vincent turn, and it's not going to be that crazy of one either.
Doc Dodo is thinking that he can recover from this position.
That's what we're all
Or at
thinking.
very least,
That's
that's what I'm thinking for Doc Dodo.
This is the narrative.
Double Slugger!
This could be it. This is how he makes his comeback. But he also needs to step up on the gas because he needs the pressure himself.
What he needs is really draw at this stage, right? Let me take a look at Doc Dodo's list. He wants to find that Sekka ASAP. Doc
That's
Dodo's
what we're
list
missing.
does run the 3 of Raccoon Enchanter. If he can pick that up, this is a whole different game.
Right, Predator coming down. That's going to be a bit of damage.
He can invest
He
one more
hasn't-
fairy, get the Alberta back as well. Not bad.
Yes, exactly. Fairy Wisp going to come down for
If he invests the Wisp, gets the Alberta back, evolves. Does he spend Shamu Shama here?
That might be an option just to keep pushing the pressure, but I wonder, he might also be queuing up for a... No, he wouldn't be queuing up for a bounce with this board. It's going to be the Shamu Shama.
He's going for
Coming
it,
in
so
for more
that's 6 damage.
This is the tempo he wants to do, and you know, with all of these aggressive decisions, you know that there is logic behind it. There is a line of play that he's seeing that will bring him to lethal.
He does have Primordial Colossus in hand. If he picks up another Shamu Shama, if he picks up really any of the Storm cards, he also has the other Alberta in hand. He will be able to push a lot of damage, but of course, Master Chef is going to stop that double Marie as well. Really going to boost those Evos, but KSW fused his Fruits of Wisdom. His draw is limited, and he has none of the payout cards. No Jupiter, no Grimnir, no Parasol Witch in hand.
That's right.
That Fruits of Wisdom fuse might have way overreaching consequences.
It's that plus the way he traded in the earlier turn.
Right.
Putting that Tetra down to 2 health, I think allowed Doc Dodo to get that beautiful clear, which otherwise would have been very tricky to do.
There's so many little tiny micro decisions that change the entire landscape of the game. And that's the level
literally
we're
top
seeing.
level of Shadowverse. That's the top level of Shadowverse. This is what these players are all about. This is the battlefield that they've been on this entire weekend.
Okay, so the Marie is gonna double hit with this Delta Cannon. He targets the... Okay, this is a full clear, but he's gonna have to double trade!
Whoa, this is huge.
That is
Look at his
massive, and you can
hand.
see that KSW does not like that.
Oh my god. Doc Dodo.
And Doc Dodo is not running out of gas yet. He has the other Aria.
That's right. That's right. Just pause and think. Pause and think.
This is a bit of a tricky turn, yeah.
It
Does
really
Doc-
is. Like, there's no clear play here.
He's just gonna play the Aria, get the gas in hand, and then he's probably gonna play Alberta, right?
I'm assuming so. Let's see. He has 3 more play points to work with.
If he can get, actually, he probably wants to get 4 play points, get the persistent.
Is this another Alberta coming down? Yes, it is. The Fairy's coming down for the ping damage. KSW doesn't even want to see this board. He's just going off of sound effects at this point.
If KSW, let's see what he draws, because this might be the entire game. Eleanor is not it! That is not a Jupiter! That is not a Parasol Witch!
He's not happy with it either. The Tetra is gonna help him, but that's about it. Like, what else can you do?
The Tetra does full clear, though, because he did play Vincent, so two Delta Cannons in hand.
Yeah, the heal is pretty big. Delta Cannon coming through. This is going to be lots of face damage.
But it's also a lot of ping on Doc Dodo's side. Let's remember.
That's right. Here comes 1-1-1.
Doc Dodo needs 7 damage. He has 4 in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If he can draw... No. He has 6 max, right?
I think so.
With the resurrected Alberta and the Alberta in hand, he has 6 max. He needs 1 damage. No, but he has the Fairy Slugger.
Oh, that's true.
Fairy
This is gonna stay
Slugger.
up. You can run it in.
If this stays
Hold
up, Fairy Slugger, Wisp, run in, Alberta, run in,
tricky.
bounce. Alberta comes out, evolve.
Flower blooms over her homeland.
Does he see it?
Oh my
Does he
God,
see it?
KSW,
Dodo.
He doesn't want to see the developments of this game. He's just bracing himself. Wind
That's
Fairy.
big! That's big!
That's the bounce. That's the bounce.
Fairy Slugger, 3 costs. Wisp, run in, deal 1 damage. They're at 6.
Yep. Then we have
Bounce
2 Albertas.
Slugger with Fairy, with Wind Fairy or Primordial is fine. Play another Wisp, get Alberta out, play your own Alberta, evolve. Wait, no, you don't have an evolve. Oh,
You don't have an evolve. That's right.
Wait, that's
right.
not it. That's not it. I thought he had an evolve this whole time. I got too excited, Chris. My brain is running on low oxygen.
I definitely feel you there, buddy. I think for both of these players, this is do or die. Like, what else can you do when you're Doc Dodo? Like, even answering this board is difficult.
Yeah, and I mean, KSW has 2 Delta Cannons. This might be the complete turnaround. Can KSW make this work?
The Slugger can help sustain, but it can only do so much. I think he has to commit to it.
If only he had a Phantom Bloom, right? A Phantom Bloom or a Sekka at this point. Again, another game where the Tree of Wonders never showed up.
It really is what makes or breaks these games. Fairy Wisp, he has to move fast. He has to
Let's
move
go,
fast.
Dodo.
Colossus. The time
What does
is
it
running
hit?
out.
What does it hit? No! Okay.
Oh dear.
That is a big deal.
Wait, hold on. KSW.
That's GG! KSW wins! Right?
Hold on. He's calculating himself.
Yeah, because the Eidolon's Remains gets him the 3rd repair mode that he needs for burn
that
damage.
does 3 damage. That does the 3 damage.
Delta Cannon is the home.
And that means that KSW is making it into the top 4. Doc Dodo unfortunately loses and the game 5 and does not make it.
This is so bittersweet.
That
KSW. He played
was-
immaculately.
Yeah.
Those situations that both players were put into, I don't know how you can make it out of that. That is just incredible. And it was this close.
It was very
this
close.
The lines of play were just so awkward. So
Yeah,
awkward.
truly awkward. Again, the Tree of Wonders never drawn. That's the engine that you need to make the entire deck work. Or if he drew Raccoon Enchanter, that would have been massive too. But at the end of the day, he got all the wisps, all the pings, but nothing to capitalize on it with. Meanwhile, KSW, I think after the misplay in that portal mirror, he really rallied and was able to bring himself back in Game 5. Truly immaculate on KSW's side, and congratulations to KSW moving on to confirm top 4, right? Hopefully alongside Mingy God. But sadly for the SVO guys, Doc Dodo, that's gonna be it for the entire year.
Yeah, I can't see any other way out of it. I think we have to hope that the other X2 players managed to barely slide it in, but he was the 4th spot. He was looking the best. Doc Dodo, what an incredible run he's had this year. He's been finding success the entire circuit. Nothing but consistency, and now it was so close. I feel like
last leg.
It really was the last run, the last round, last game, everything.
If things just went a little differently in that game, if he had a 1-drop, to Phantom Bloom on turn 2, he wouldn't have had to pass the first 2 turns.
Games 1 and 4 were also just so dramatic. Like, especially for Doc Dodo, game 1 was essentially a blowout. Like, that one was, it was crazy. It was almost like he was destined to not win that first game.
Yeah, that the
so
draw
crazy.
on KSW's side was just nutty in that game, like no question.
He was built to win that one, but then he clawed his way back bit by bit. His blood looked so good. He played it so immaculately. But man, it's bittersweet. But KSWE, he showed that he deserves to be at the top.
Absolutely, man. I mean, he really pulled it through at the end. Again, small mistakes here and there. Of course, the players are under a lot of stress, but at the end of the day, he was able to rally back. He was able to get back to the level that he needed to be at to win those games. Unfortunately for Doc Dodo, that's going to be the end of the journey. Man,
unfortunately,
that was the most. I can't handle it, man. That was one of the most intense sets I've ever seen.
It really was. How do we always end the day on games like this, man?
Yeah.
It feels like, you know, East and Lewis, they get the nice start, they get the fun take 2 games, but we're the ones like dealing with the with like the toughest of situations, you know, all the heartbreak. It's so rough seeing these players like put everything on the line and how it all ends, but still not over. There's still hope. I still have hope that our other X2s barely make it in.
Right, we have to hope. And of course, we are going to reveal who made the top cut, the top 4 players of today's 24, right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We all need to stick together, funnel our energy,
Pray for SVO.
and hope for the
Pray
best.
for SVO.
We'll be right back
See you
after
guys.
this. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us through that long break here. But we finally, definitely. But we finally have the top 4 confirmed. The top 4 of today's 24 players who are going to be moving on to the grand finals of the World Grand Prix 2021 in December. So, Chris, lots of suspense writing on this, I know.
Yeah, this has been... It's been an emotional weekend. Like, both days, especially for our SPO boys, have been a roller coaster. Just yesterday, we really cut it close, and it was all kinds of upsets. But it's time to, face reality and see who is going to be the one that manages to make it to top 4. Who is going to go to grand finals in mid-December, playing a new meta, mini expansion. It's going to be really exciting. You ready?
I'm ready. So after 7 rounds, after 7 grueling, both mentally and emotionally rounds,
physically and everything,
2 rounds rotation into 2 rounds of take 2, and then 3 rounds of rotation again. The top 4 are Mingy God with a 6-1 record, Kaki P with a 5-2, the winner of the Rage Winter, which just concluded like last week, KSW, who took the dub over our SVO's Doc Dodo. And of course, Shitawe, who lost to Mingy God in the last round, but was just able to sneak into the top 4 regardless.
Yep, he had the strongest tiebreaker of them all, managed to make it in 4th, and KSW played excellently, played to his outs, and got the 3rd seed going into the grand finals. We didn't make it this year, boys, but still an amazing lineup of players. And honestly, it's quite exciting because, we had some of the veterans of the Japanese scene here, but Kaki P, he's just hot off the press, saw the win a week ago, and just kept going.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the mix too, like, Kaki B being new, but also Mingy God. He's been to WGP before, widely considered one of the best in his scene, making it yet again, proving why he's one of the best. And it was truly amazing to see him pop off as well in that last game. So it's really incredible. So even though, unfortunately, none of our SVO boys made it into the grand finals later in December, the top 8 that did make it, the 4 from yesterday and the 4 for today, honestly, can't complain. They're still some of the best players ever, and still going to be an amazing competition to see in December. And honestly, after this weekend, I already kind of know who I want to cheer for come next month.
Oh, yeah? You want to spoil it now?
I'll go ahead and say it. Meow944, let's go. Previously
our ancient Euro pride.
Yeah, exactly. Previously from Euro in 2017, now back again in WGP under a different circuit. But I loved his lineup this weekend. I loved how prominent he was, taking 3-0 over Shimon yesterday, for example. So I'm really looking forward to seeing more top-level play from Meow944. What about you, Chris? Anyone else you're rooting for?
Meow was definitely one of them, but I'm still thinking about the Shimon versus Negima set from yesterday as well. Like that was so emotional. Negima won me over as much as I was rooting for Shimon. So I think he's also looking really good, and I can't wait to see what the bracket is going to look like when we go to the grand finals as well. But man, I think Mingy God, he was basically the favorite, I think, to take the first spot in today's tournament. And I really want to see how he's going to compare to the power level of yesterday, because I feel like he also has what it takes to come out on top. And, it's going to be crazy. There's, adding to the ranks of Sasamumu, of Feg, it's going to be very intense. It's going to be a very intense day when we get to it in mid-December.
For sure. I know we just got done with the WGP 2021 qualifiers, but I'm already so hyped up and I'm ready for the grand finals in December, man. I am wired.
It's gonna be insane to see just how the meta is going to evolve, right? Because
for sure.
The meta changed so much after this last update, right? The people that played in contenders, they had to completely rework. I mean, we saw the players even talked about it, how they had to re-prepare for the whole event. And so how they're going to take the new cards in the mini expansion and use them in this grand final will be very exciting.
Oh yeah, I mean, the meta has been changing since the patch. I mean, even day by day, we're seeing Bima talk about how the day before lock-in he was changing his list, pretty crazy. Yeah, so the mini expansion is going to throw a whole new wrench in the works to see how that affects stuff. I mean, we're looking at some of the reveals that have been shown so far, and I'm already super excited to see how the face of the game is going to change once it releases. Isn't it releasing like next week too?
Pretty sure it's next week. And from what I've seen, Dragon's looking pretty good going into it, so that's looking to keep up. yeah,
absolutely.
Gonna be exciting.
But yes, the top 4 today. Congratulations to them, of course, well deserved. I mean, if you're Kaki P right now, that's got to be like such a huge momentum boost to, you know, going from basically just what, like last week?
Yeah, literally last week. Rage Finals was last weekend. Like, that's insane to think about.
And then Mingy God, of course, his second time in WGP, so an insane showing here as well. There are definitely lots of good players to watch out for. Man,
it's been a crazy weekend. It's been a crazy weekend. These games we saw, the Take-Two games especially, that was just a roller coaster in and of itself.
Oh yeah.
You know, I really can't wait to see how things will play out in the grand finals.
I was popping off, man. I'm not even on the stream yet during the Take-Two round. I'm like yelling in my room to myself about every time or whatever. It was
absolutely losing it.
So that's obviously a reminder to all of you, if you are just tuning into this stream or you're just wanting to watch the grand finals and see who placed, I really do encourage you to go back and watch the VODs from these past 2 days. There's some incredible games in there, some of the best sets of Shadowverse I've ever seen.
Absolutely. I need to also rewatch the ones that, you know, the EU debuff sadly it didn't allow me to see the round 1, but now versus Tolerance, I really want to see how that one ended up. So, you know, we still got some great features, you know, just some amazing matchups as well, and just this much representation from all over the world for this game. You could really feel the high level of play and just the passion and love that these players have for the game, which is something that, you know, you're only going to see at a stage like this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt that all of these players are like not only the highest level of skill, but they love this game, right? I mean, we see that from all of them. And you know, we said it before, like as we like go into the final standings here, just to show you all in just a little bit. I think that if any of these players played like literally any other tournament, man, it would have been a sweep for them. But you know, at this level, everyone's at that same like higher echelon of play, and it gets a lot harder to get any dubs in. So let's take a look at the final standings here. Of course, our top 4: Mingy God, Kaki P, KSW, and Shitawe.
That is right.
Ooh, Tolerance got so close! So close! 6th place! Same thing with Sadfeeder yesterday. We had an SEAO boy so close to making it in. Oh, that is heartbreaking, honestly.
It's crazy. And to think that Doc Dodo got knocked down to 8th, where he might have actually swapped positions with KSW had that game gone differently. And Shincha as well, so close. Bima in 10th. I mean, at the very least, we can say that we have, what, 4 members of the SVO in the top 10. That is definitely a good look.
Again, it's definitely amazing, but at the same time, we've been saying this over the course of the weekend. This is the hardest World Grand Prix, the hardest Shadowverse tournament, period. I think I can say that, like, so far ever. 4 out of 24. Like, if this was a top 8, whole different story, but that's not the case here. Today is a lot harder. And let's take a look at, this is what it's going to look like in December. So we see the bracket right here. Very interesting. Oh my goodness, Mingy God versus Zenex?
Oh, that's
first round?
Wow, that is one way to start your tournament run. That's incredible.
Smokes. And then, you know, Meow versus Kaki P, who just had an amazing amount of momentum going into this week. Hanada versus KSW, Shitawe versus Negima. I mean, his level of play is like, I haven't even seen anything like that before in my life. So, man,
I need to see him in the finals, man. I need to see this man in the finals. But this bracket is beyond stacked. Like, these are really just the best players of the world going to be duking it out. And I love the little touch that it's, you know, day 1 versus day 2. All the way throughout. It's going to be really the clash of the best players of 2020 versus the best players of 2021. Chances are you might never get to see something like this ever again, right? So savor this moment, savor this grand finals, because it's going to be a one of a kind.
You know, I knew that, like, logically, we were gonna see that, but just seeing it in front of me just hit me like a truck. Man.
Yeah.
Like I just saw all those names and I'm like sweating, man. It's like
It's gonna be intense.
that tournament next month is going to be absolutely unreal. Like I saw Xenex and Mingy got first round. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous to see.
The fact that we have to lose one of those players from the bracket from the very start kind of hurts. Like that's something you want to see in the finals, not like the
right.
first.
Yeah. That's gonna be so high stakes. So everybody, please mark your calendars. December 19th. And it's
Please,
gonna be
write it down right now.
yeah, write it down, seriously. Because it's gonna be one for the ages. But as for this weekend, that is gonna wrap it up. We've seen an incredible 2 days of competition, and we're so ready for the next step. So thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate you all. Thank you to production. Thank you to Side Games, of course. And we will see you all in December.
That's right. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in. Have a safe remaining weekend. We'll see you guys in December.